This video is 6 hours and 23 minutes long, taking you through urban supernatural ability novels and comics. In the comments section, leave 3 red hearts to follow the male lead and activate the Trillion Subsidy app.
I lay on the couch bored and swiping my phone. Suddenly, a Trillion Subsidy shopping app appeared on my phone, filled with luxury cars and villas, all available for just $0.1 in flash sales. I stared at the $100 balance on my bank card, lost in thought. I'm already so poor, how can you still bear to deceive me? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Just as I was about to exit the software, I accidentally clicked on the purchase case. The message of successful purchase popped up immediately. Congratulations on successfully purchasing the limited edition Porsche 911 GT 198. Product is being delivered. The estimated delivery time is 5 minutes, please pay attention to receive it. I widened my eyes in disbelief at the changes in my bank account, and another message popped up. Congratulations, host, on activating the Super Shopping System. Your debit card ending in 222 has successfully spent 10 cents, with a current balance of $99.90. I haven't entered the password yet, so what's going on? When I was confused, I suddenly felt like there was something extra in my pants pocket. I actually have a set of skills that is truly a Porsche car key. I swallowed hard, could this really be true? I immediately took out my phone to look at another product. It is Villa number 1 in the east suburb. Without any hesitation, the finger pressed down again. Congratulations on successfully purchasing the Dongjia number 1 villa. The product is sold out today, please wait for restocking. Looking at this scene, I somewhat understand that this product is refreshed once a day, and I wonder how this set of villas will be delivered to me. Forget it, let's go check out my Porsche first. I opened the product location on the app. The product is in the parking lot of the mall next to the community. I jogged towards the mall and saw a group of people gathered, discussing something. I saw a Mercedes-Benz owner murmuring with a gloomy face, it's over, I can't afford to pay for this car. Everyone looked puzzled and said, isn't this car a Porsche? Your Benz is no worse than his, so why can't you afford it? The owner of the big Benz said with a mournful face, you don't know, this is a limited edition, Porsche. There is only one in the world, starting at a value of $80 million. Everyone looked at the owner of the Bentley with sympathy. I squeezed into the crowd and found that the Mercedes had scraped the rear of the Porsche. The paint on the big Benz has come off, but the Porsche is completely fine. You don't have to pay for this car, just go. The owner of the Mercedes-Benz looked me up and down and saw that I was dressed in cheap market goods. With a bitter smile, he shook his head and said, brother, don't joke with me. This car isn't yours. The people nearby also echoed, yeah, young man, you're not the owner of the car, so don't make things worse. Hearing everyone talking back and forth, I smiled and took the car keys out of my pocket. Gently press the unlock button. With 2 beeps, the ambient lights in the car turned on. The entire venue was silent, and everyone's face was filled with disbelief. I never expected this car to really be mine. The owner of the big Benz slowly transformed from being dazed to becoming a star. This, brother, your car. It's okay, you don't need to compensate, just move your car a bit. The owner of the big Benz jumped into the car, started it with a flick, and took off in one go, running faster than a rabbit. And I feel so comfortable sitting in the driver's seat. Is this a Porsche? I am driving on the roads of the Magic City, enjoying the thrill brought by speed. At this moment, my feelings can only be described by the famous saying of Mr. Wang Duoyu, the renowned lucky man. I wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person, but what I got in return was indeed distance. I'm not pretending anymore, I'm laying it all out. Suddenly, the phone rang. I turned on the speakerphone and answered. Hello, sir. This is the sales office of Dongjia number 1. Your villa property certificate has been issued. When would you be available to come and collect it? Listening to the sweet female voice, my lips curl up even more than AK's. Okay, I'm heading over now. I open the navigation and step on the gas, heading straight to the sales office. On the other side, the saleswoman at the East Suburb Villa sales office had just hung up the phone, looking puzzled. The manager got in touch with Mr. Wang. After this statement was made, all the property staff are in an uproar. My goodness, is Mr. Wang, who spent $600 million to buy the penthouse, finally coming? All the female salespeople are quietly calculating how to leave a good impression on Mr. Wang. Even leaving a contact method. The manager's office behind was also pushed open forcefully. Manager Song got in touch with Mr. Wang. Manager Song looked nervous. After all, Mr. Wang was someone his superior had specifically instructed him about. One must not neglect or offend the other party. It is essential to receive them with the highest level of courtesy. Manager Song looked at everyone and said, "You all be sharp and clever later." At that moment, I was parking the car and walking towards the sales office when a smiling female salesperson approached me. "Hello, sir, how can I help you?" I was just about to speak when a voice interrupted me. "Xiaoli, didn't I tell you? Today, not just anyone is being received, the one speaking is a heavily made-up middle-aged woman." She glanced at me and then contemptuously said, "Sorry. If you're not here to buy a house, please leave immediately." Hearing this, I couldn't help but furrow my brows. "What do you mean by that? Can't I come in and take a look?" "Look, I still dare to speak." That woman sneered, "This place really isn't for just anyone to come and see. With your poor appearance, even if you had 10 lifetimes, you couldn't afford a single set." Looking at his disdainful expression, my brows furrowed even more. I then gently shook my head, too lazy to continue wasting words with this guy. I took out my phone and dialed the number that had contacted me earlier, and a sweet female voice answered. "Sir, have you arrived? Well, I'm currently in the sales hall, but it seems your people aren't very welcoming and even want to ask me to leave." A voice of disbelief came from the other end of the phone. "How is that possible?" "Mr. Wang, please hold on a moment, I will go over with the manager right away." At this moment, Manager Song's face in the office was as dark as ink. He never expected that he would remind himself so much. Someone actually offended this incredibly mysterious Mr. Wang. As they spoke, the two of them jogged towards the lobby on the first floor. The female supervisor looked at me as I hung up the phone, her face filled with disdain, thinking, "Kid, you really know how to put on a show. Let's see who you can actually bring down." At the same time, Manager Song, rushing down, saw this scene and his anger erupted completely. "Liao Yingying, what are you doing?" Hearing this roar of anger, Supervisor Liao immediately felt a shiver run through him. Upon seeing the person, he instantly revealed a flattering smile. "Manager Song, why did you come down? Is Mr. Wang about to arrive?" "Don't worry, I'll get this troublesome kid out right now." After finishing speaking, Supervisor Liao immediately looked at me and said loudly, "Did you hear that? We have important guests coming over right now. Are you going to roll out by yourself, or should I call security to throw you out?" At the moment these words were spoken, Manager Song was practically seething with anger. "How dare you? Who are you talking to?" With a roar, Manager Song hurried past Supervisor Liao and came to me, amidst the shocked and bewildered faces of the salespeople who were ready to watch the drama unfold. A standard 90-degree bow, and speaking loudly, "Mr. Wang, I sincerely apologize for our late arrival. I am the manager of the East Suburb Sales Department, you can just call me Xiao Song. Just now, my subordinate was inconsiderate and offended you, please don't take it to heart." As soon as Manager Song's words fell, everyone was stunned. The young man in front of them was actually the mysterious wealthy Mr. Wang. How could such a super-rich person dress so low-key? Looking at Supervisor Liao from before, his body was trembling uncontrollably due to fear. "Manager Song, are you joking with me?" Manager Song coldly turned back. "I told you before not to underestimate any customer who walks in. You took my words as mere wind in your ears, didn't you? You can go to the HR department to handle your resignation procedures." Manager Liao suddenly panicked, knelt down on the ground with a thud, and spoke loudly. "Manager Song, I was wrong. Please give me another chance, I won't dare to do it again." Manager Song had no reaction, he just smiled at me and said, "Mr. Wang, please come in." I replied with a faint N and stepped inside. Manager Song felt a deep sense of emotion in his heart. He guessed that I must be a middle-aged person in my 30s or 40s, but he didn't expect me to be so young. Could it be that I am a young master of the Yin family? Mr. Wang is truly young and promising. Our East Suburb No. 1 building, valued at $600 million, has been on the market for so many years, yet no one has the capability to purchase it. Therefore, it has also become a concern for our chairman. Your intervention this time can be seen as alleviating one of our chairman's worries. I'm a bit surprised as well. The villa I bought on the app is actually worth $600 million, this is simply a huge profit. I waved my hand and casually said, it didn't cost much. What I said was indeed the truth because I only spent $0.1. However, these words fell on Manager Song's ears and completely changed their meaning. He believed that the $600 million mentioned didn't cost much. At this moment, the procedures have been completed. Manager Song followed me to the sales office entrance and saw my limited edition Porsche. His eyes were wide open. As a sports car enthusiast, he is very familiar with this car. It is the only one in the world, a limited edition Porsche 911 GT 198. He knows very well that getting this car requires more than just having enough money. It requires a certain identity and background. Under the increasingly respectful gaze of Manager Song, I drove towards Villa No. 1 in the eastern suburbs. The villa I am in is located at the deepest part of the entire villa area, covering the largest area and having the best location. I looked at the 4-story villa. Fountains, gardens, outdoor swimming pools, everything you could want. At this moment, I finally understand that poverty really has limited my imagination. Meanwhile, in the Villa No. 2 across from me, a slender woman, holding a cup of coffee, is looking at Villa No. 1 where I am. Has the villa number of Sun Shu been bought? Sun Fu behind him nodded. Yes, miss, this Villa No. 1 has been bought by a young man with the surname Wang. I am still checking for specific information. The girl calmly said, don't investigate for now. Being able to take down the identity and background of Villa No. 1 is definitely not simple. The other party is likely a young master from a prestigious family, and rashly investigating him may provoke his displeasure. Hearing this, Sun Fu quickly replied, it was my rudeness, miss. The girl pondered in her heart, this person is so low-key, casually checking in without any celebration at all. It gives the impression that he is completely indifferent to this value of $600 million and suddenly became interested in this mysterious Mr. Wang. Uncle Sun, tomorrow you should visit Mr. Wang, and just take a 90-year-old candy as a gift. On the other side, I sat on the sofa, looking up at the hanging crystal chandelier. He shook his head with a bitter smile, feeling a bit dazed. Driving an $8 million sports car, living in a $600 billion villa. Looking at the account balance, there is $99.8. To be honest, if the property fee hadn't already been paid, I probably wouldn't even be able to gather enough for the property fee. I have to find a way to make some money. At 11:50 p.m., I felt a bit nervous, not knowing what products the software would refresh today. With 12.01 minutes, a new product has refreshed. Unit 120 of Building 1 in Junyuewooding Community, subsidized price $0.1. Looking at the product in front of me, I gasped in surprise. Is this a mistake? Isn't this the house I rented before? More than 80% of the residents in this community are tenants. Because it's close to the subway. The technology park is nearby, and a house costs at least $5 million or more. Building 1 has a total of 120 units, which adds up to $600 million. That must be bought. The information about the successful purchase popped up immediately. The purchased items are being delivered. The estimated delivery time is 15 minutes, please pay attention to receive it. 15 minutes later, a dull voice sounded. 2 cardboard boxes fell to the ground, and they were filled entirely with property certificates. I swallowed hard, my eyes widened, and now it's out. I casually picked up a property certificate and flipped through it. Address, Room 101, Building 1, Junyuewooding Community, usable area 98.3 square meters, property owner Black Wang. Looking at the simple text, I only feel dry mouth and parched tongue. Every property certificate here has my name on it. In a daze, my mind recalled a question from a certain platform: how long does it take to go from having no money to being worth hundreds of millions? At this moment, I feel I am qualified to answer in just 15 minutes. The Juniwavwooding community is quite popular among tenants. Even for shared rentals, a room costs $2,000 to $3,000. I calculated a bit: if all 120 units are rented out, then even if I do nothing for a year, the pure rental income would still be several tens of million dollars. My mouth corners are almost cracking to the roots of my ears. Truly, it's the evil of capitalism. With an excited heart, I gradually fell asleep in bed. The next morning, after washing up, I frowned slightly. Although the villa is large, there aren't many daily necessities, so we should move the items from the rental house over. I drove with 2 boxes of property certificates straight to Juniwavwooding and parked at the Lienjia real estate across the community. The agent's attitude was very polite. He thought I was definitely a rich second generation. I have 2 houses for rent. The agent's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. He doesn't earn much commission from renting out houses. Do you have the property deed for both houses, sir? I pointed to those 2 boxes of property certificates with my finger. He instinctively opened, taking a sharp breath. Could it be that these 2 boxes are both property certificates? Immediately, he realized that you are Mr. Wang, who bought 2 buildings? This news has long spread among the agents in their area this morning. All the agents want to get in touch with this mysterious Mr. Wang, and this person is right in front of them now. I nodded gently and said, "That's right, it's me. If all these houses are rented out, the commission will be a huge profit." The agent looked so excited about this. "How long do I have to wait to rent them all out?" The agent came to their senses. "Mr. Wang, your order is too large. I need to go call our manager." He ran into the manager's office and shouted, "Manager Zhou." Manager Zhou frowned slightly. "Didn't you see me on the phone?" "Manager Zhou, Mr. Wang has arrived." "What?" "Mr. Wang and Mr. Li are making such a big deal out of this small matter." I was just about to continue scolding for a couple more sentences when I suddenly remembered something. "You were talking about Mr. Wang from the 2 buildings." Manager Zhou hung up the phone, ran to the front hall, and looked at my 2 boxes of property certificates with intense eyes. "Hello, Mr. Wang. I am the manager here, you can just call me Xiao Zhou." I nodded and said that if these houses could be rented out quickly, I could provide them exclusively to you. Manager Zhou immediately perked up, patting his chest and stating that absolutely no one was faster than them. "Mr. Wang, would you like to have a meal together?" I waved my hand to refuse. "No need, I still have to move." Manager Zhou was taken aback, then immediately said flatteringly, "Leave it to us, Mr. Wang." Arriving at the 17th floor of the community, in front of the door of the apartment I rented, I was shocked to find that all my things had been thrown out. I pushed the door open and found the landlady showing the new tenant the house. I looked at the things thrown at my doorstep with a cold laugh. The landlord came back with a look of disdain, "Just in time to tell you to hurry up and get lost with your pile of junk." I said calmly, "I remember our contract still has 6 days until it expires. Throwing my things out now is a blatant breach of contract." The landlord aunt crossed her arms and said, "So what if I breached the contract?" Manager Zhou squeezed in from the doorway at that moment. As soon as the landlord saw Manager Zhou, his expression changed. Because he is under a full trust agreement, showing the house to others and privately renting it out would incur a hefty penalty for breach of contract. Manager Zhou's expression turned cold. "So you spoke more respectfully. This person is our major client, Mr. Wang, who owns 120 properties." The landlord aunt looked incredulous. "You must be mistaken, she is just a small tenant." "How could it be wrong? We all brought the property certificate." The landlord aunt didn't understand why someone as wealthy as me would still rent a house. She hesitantly opened her mouth to apologize. "I'm sorry, Mr. Wang, it's all a misunderstanding." I sneered, "Now you say it's a misunderstanding, but you are definitely liable for this penalty. And my personal belongings have all been damaged, so just wait for the court." The landlady was as if struck by lightning. She didn't understand why things had evolved this way. "Mr. Wang, can I compensate you double? Can we avoid going to court? Do I look like someone who is short on money?" Then he gestured to manager Zhou, who smiled and nodded, saying, "Don't worry, I have experience with this." It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon after dealing with the house matters. I quickly tidied up my things and returned to the villa in the eastern suburbs. Just as I was pondering what to do in the evening, the doorbell rang. I opened the door and saw a neatly dressed man in his 50s holding a gift box. I asked with some confusion, "May I ask who you are?" "Hello, sir. I am the butler of Villa number 2 across from you, Sun Fu. My young lady heard that new neighbors have moved in, and she specifically asked me to come and pay a visit." Hearing this, I opened the door. Miss Ming is really too polite. "My name is Black Wang. Sir, please come in." After exchanging gifts, the old butler got up and left. I looked at his back. Is that the number 2 villa? These rich people are quite interesting. I then opened the exquisite gift box, and a bottle of red wine with a slightly yellowed label appeared before my eyes. Romantic Conti 1990, I'm going to. The Emperor Kong is from 1990, and I still know a little about red wine. This is the king among red wines. This bottle is worth at least $30,000. Is this what rich people are like, giving such a big gift on the first meeting? And I have no idea about the young lady of Villa number 2. At this moment, seeing me as a girl from a big family, it seems unnecessary to spend $30,000 to befriend a rich young man. In his eyes, this business is a guaranteed profit. It was almost 7 o'clock in the evening, and I was getting ready to play the game. The team leader, Fong Hong, called. I answered the phone with a hint of confusion. "Why didn't you come to the company today?" "I just remembered that I have a class to attend." I casually said, "Oh, I didn't go today because I had something to do." The team leader's tone was a bit downcast, saying, "All right, you don't have to come in anymore. Our company has closed down, and your salary will be paid to your card as usual." I was slightly surprised. How could the company go downhill in just 1 day of my absence? "Tomorrow at 11 a.m., come to the Rose Hall on the 2nd floor of Pujiang Hall. Everyone will be there for the funeral meal." I thought for a moment. After all, we have been colleagues for a year, so I agreed in response. The next morning at 8 o'clock, I opened the Trillion Subsidies while having breakfast. The products for today have been refreshed. It is the Roger Dubuis King Series X040, priced at $0.1. There is also cashback for multiple purchases. I know the watch brand Roger Dubuis. It's considered a rising brand. Although it cannot be compared to super brands like Patek Philippe and Audemars Piguet, which have been around for 100 or 200 years. However, in terms of grade and quality, Roger Dubuis is not inferior to others. I copied the product name, and when I searched, this watch turned out to be worth $4.2 million. I swallowed and clicked to purchase without hesitation. A message pops up immediately, congratulating you on your successful purchase. The estimated delivery time is 3 hours. The delivery time this time is a bit long, but whatever. What does the cashback card mean? I'll buy it first and then talk. I continue eating breakfast when a text message pops up. Lin Weihao's debit card received $2.12 million, with a current balance of $2,120,099.5. I was startled. Soon after, manager Zhou from Lianjia sent a message. It turns out that I rented out a portion of my 120 houses, and the speed at which I'm making money is truly terrifying. Then I transferred $200,000 to my mom. I originally wanted to transfer a bit more, but unfortunately there was a limit. If I were to transfer half all at once, I guess it would scare my mom. But even so, it still scares her. The familiar phone ringtone sounded. "Son, where did you get so much money?" $200,000 is a significant amount for our family. I found an excuse. "Mom, this is the money I made with my friends when we started a company last year. This is the profit sharing from the company. I kept a part for myself. Do you want to take it to improve your life?" Mom listened to this and breathed a sigh of relief. your dad and I have money to spend. These $200,000 is saved for you to use for marrying a wife." After chatting with my mom for nearly 20 minutes, I hung up the phone. At this moment, a notification appeared on my phone. The cashback card has been credited. For details, please check the item bar interface and click to view the detailed introduction. After use, the next purchase will receive a cashback of up to 10 times. My eyes suddenly lit up. There are still a few hours until 10 o'clock. First, I'll go buy some clothes. I drove straight to the Armani counter at Platinum Square. A greasy man with a big gold chain in the store was sizing me up with a young woman. "How do you guys at Armani do things? This kid is wearing a bunch of street market goods and you let him in." The female salesperson looked at us with an awkward expression, clearly thinking the same thing, but she still began to introduce me. "What are the main features of your family's night level?" The female salesperson quickly said, "The items in front of you are the main products of this season." Before the woman could finish speaking, I waved my hand and said, "All right, just wrap it all up." Upon hearing this, the woman was stunned and said, "Sir, are you sure?" The greasy man also mocked, really thinking he's a big spender. "Just don't be unable to take out money when the time comes." I completely ignored the greasy man's words and casually pointed to the 2 pairs of leather shoes next to me, suggesting to wrap them up and pay by card. The surrounding customers couldn't help but be a bit taken aback. The female salesperson brought over the POS machine, and with a beep, the payment was successful. The greasy man was dumbfounded. His expression was as awkward as it could get. He thinks I was just pretending, but I really have the strength. And my phone popped up a notification congratulating me on receiving 6 times the cash back. I felt overjoyed and glanced at the greasy man when a voice sounded behind me. "Mr. Wang, what are you doing here?" The person who has arrived is the butler of Villa Number 2, Sun Fu. The greasy man's eyes lit up as he greeted Sun Fu with flattery. "Mr. Sun, I'm Xiao Zhao from Fuming Cement." Sun Fu frowned in thought and remembered that this little Zhao was a supplier for the company. Sun Fu glanced at me and realized I was watching the greasy man with a playful smile. "I don't know you, so don't talk nonsense in front of me. I've never heard of any superficial fame or cement." Then you turned your head and smiled at me. I nodded and smiled as I left the counter. Sun Fu turned to look at the greasy man and said, "Are you tired of living? You even dare to offend Mr. Wang. You better be careful." The greasy man was completely stunned. He didn't expect to be regarded as a poor kid. Even the vice president of the super large company in Magic City, Dingsheng Group, is very respectful. "I'm finished this time." I was just about to go home to freshen up and put on my Armani to attend a funeral. Half an hour later, I arrived at the Pujiang Hall parking lot. The security guard immediately became respectful upon seeing the limited edition Porsche coming towards him. Although I don't know exactly which model this car is, just by looking at its appearance, I can tell the price doesn't match. I respectfully helped to open the car door. At the same time, 2 pretty girls also noticed Lily here. "Look over there. This is not Black Wang, is it?" "Yeah, didn't he come from the countryside?" "You shouldn't speak carelessly, maybe that person is very low-key. She's not a girl like Zhao Simon, who has little experience. This unconventional Porsche is clearly not simple, so he thinks Black Wang has always been low-key. And now the company has gone bankrupt, so he stopped pretending and revealed that he is actually a rich second generation." I took a few red bills out of my pocket and handed them to the security guard, asking him to watch my car and not let anyone scratch it. The security guard smiled as he lent me money, watching my departing figure. Could it be that he just casually lent me 1,500? No wonder he drives a Porsche, he's really cool. I was walking to the door of the private room when the phone rang. "Hello, Roger Dubuis Boutique, may I ask if you are Mr. Wang?" I made a sound of acknowledgement. "The Roger Dubuis King Series Watch X0406 that you ordered has arrived, and I will deliver it to your location right away. I am currently at the Rose Hall on the 2nd floor of the Pujiang Tanga restaurant." "Okay, Mr. Wang, we will arrive in 10 minutes. After arriving at the private room, I greeted my colleagues. A young man with a slick-back hairstyle walked in quickly and tossed the BMW car keys onto the table as soon as he entered. "Sorry, brothers, there was traffic on the road." "Oh, manager's son, you've changed your car." Manager's son was laughing heartily. Just got a deputy financial director position at Greentown Group, and he rewarded himself with a BMW X7. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone gasped in shock. The Greentown Group is a big company in our Magic City. In an instant, many people began to compliment and toast. Manager's son was full of pride. Being a deputy director isn't easy and doesn't earn much money. As he spoke, he deliberately rolled up his sleeves. A uniquely designed watch was revealed, and a sharp-eyed colleague immediately recognized it. "Brother son, is this Roger Dubious? That must cost quite a bit, right?" Manager's son's face is already full of smiles. "Oh, it's not worth much. This one is the entry-level model of the King series, priced at just around $100,000 US. Many people cast envious glances, and although manager's son was already extremely happy, he still pretended to be nonchalant and said, "I am very familiar with the clerk there. Last night I heard him say that a mysterious billionaire ordered a watch worth over $400 million. That's what you call high-end." Manager's son's actions were mainly aimed at attracting Chen Lily's interest. After all, Chen Lily is the beauty of their company. When he looked at Chen Lily, he found that she hadn't noticed him at all and was instead staring at me. Manager's son suddenly felt less happy and looked at me with ill intent. "Have you found a new job, Xiao Wang?" I replied slightly. "Thank you, manager's son, for your concern. I haven't found a good one yet." Manager's son sneered. "Young people shouldn't aim too high. Just so happens our Greentown Group is short a few security guards. Do you want to give it a try?" This is a blatant mockery, and the atmosphere quieted down in an instant. I remained very calm, as if I couldn't hear it. "No need, I still have some money in my hand, ready to start a small business." Manager's son scoffed. Having been colleagues for a year, how could he not know my financial situation? Just as he was about to continue speaking, his pupils constricted. He noticed my Armani and immediately said in a sarcastic tone, "Oh, Xiao Wang, your Armani looks quite real." Others also turned their gaze towards me. "It's fine not to wear brand names if you can't afford them, no one will laugh at you, but wearing fakes makes people want to mock you." I immediately felt anger in my heart, being provoked again and again. If I don't retaliate now, it wouldn't be my character. At the same time, Zhao Simon let out a laugh. Manager's son frowned and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Zhao Simon couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. "Oh, manager's son, after all, they are a rich second generation who can afford a Porsche. As for wearing fakes, what do you think about that?" Manager's son looked at me with an incredulous gaze. This kid has been wearing street vendor clothes every day for a year, it couldn't possibly be rented. At the same time, the door to the private room was pushed open, and the manager of Roger Dubious walked in carrying a bag. Manager's son quickly stood up to greet. "Manager Zhou, what brings you here?" However, Manager Zhou clearly didn't pay much attention. "Oh," I said, "I'm here to deliver a watch to our store's VIP customer." Manager's son knows about this VIP client, and at least $100,000 worth of watches is required to qualify. Who here can afford that? Manager Zhou glanced at the Armani I was wearing, quickly walked up to me, and said, "You must be Mr. Wang, your watch has arrived." Everyone was stunned. Manager's son seemed as if someone had dug up his ancestral grave. "You must be mistaken, he is just a poor kid." Store manager Zhou's expression turned cold. "Sir, are you questioning our store's capabilities?" Mr. Wang ordered the King series worth $4.2 million, there is absolutely no mistake. And I put the watch on my wrist under everyone's gaze. Someone recalled what manager's son had said about the mysterious wealthy man. My goodness, it turns out that watch belongs to Brother Wang. It's really low-key. Brother Wang isn't like some people who brag about getting a vice president job. Look at my brother Wang, he bought $4 million worth of watches and isn't showing off. At this moment, manager's son's face was slapped hard. He suddenly felt utterly humiliated. Looking at his $100,000 worth of Roger, Doobie instantly felt unhappy, saying he was uncomfortable, and ran away in a huff. As soon as manager Sun left, everyone began to gather around and flatter. I just smiled. This group of people ignores you when you have no money, but they all flock around you when you do. After finishing a meal, I found myself in a dilemma. I had drunk alcohol and called for a designated driver, but no one accepted the order. Just as I was about to take a taxi, Chen Lily called my name. I turned around and smiled, asking, "What can I do for you, Miss Chen?" Chen Lily's face turned red as she said, "You smooth talker, I just saw you can't drive, right? Why don't you take my car?" I was slightly taken aback, then smiled and said, "Since the beautiful Chen has invited me, I won't stand on ceremony." Saying this, Lily brought me in front of a Maserati Quattroporte. I was secretly surprised. I hadn't noticed before that he was a little rich guy at the company. When I got in the car, I realized that there was another person, Zhao Simon. She smiled at me and said, "Lily, how about I get out of the car to give you two some alone time?" Xian Lily's face turned red, and she immediately pouted and said, "Don't talk nonsense." Then she turned her head and asked, "Where is my home?" "East Suburb Number 1, Building 1. Zhao Simon exclaimed in surprise, "East Suburb Number 1 is one of the most expensive neighborhoods in Magic City." I smiled and said, "It's just like that." However, Chen Lily was extremely shocked inside. She knew what the mobile representative of Dongjia Number 1 courtyard represented. In recent days, it has spread in the upper circles of the Magic City that this mysterious billionaire is actually Black Wang. 20 minutes later, Chen Lily arrived at the entrance of the East Suburb Villa, ready to drive away. "Aren't you going in to sit for a while?" Chen Lily hesitated a bit. Zhao Simon said with a smile, "Sister Lily, how about we go in and sit for a while?" Chen Lily's face turned red, and she nodded. After sending off the two girls, I stayed at home playing games. At exactly 12 o'clock, I took out my phone on time and opened the Trillion Subsidy. With a ding, new products refreshed. Second generation De Hongpao 3 Gold Subsidy Flash Sale Price $0.1. Looking at this product, my breath quickened. The leaves of this second generation De Hongpao are grafted from the mother tree, and the leaves of the mother tree cannot be harvested again. So the leaves of this second generation can be said to have reached sky-high prices, more than $10,000. The second generation Samsung translates to 15 million. Good stuff, bought it decisively. Congratulations on successfully purchasing the item. The estimated delivery time is 6 hours. Please keep an eye out for it. Seeing the message of a successful purchase, I went to sleep contentedly. The next morning, I saw a large cardboard box placed on the coffee table in the living room. Opening a can, a rich aroma of tea wafts in. It truly lives up to its reputation as a second-generation De Hongpao. I'll send a jar over to the owner of Villa Number 2 later. After all, they did give me a bottle of 1990s Kongbing. Just eating without giving back is not my Black Wang character. At 9 o'clock, I knocked on the door of Villa Number 2, and the butler, Sun Fu, greeted me with a big smile. "Oh, Mr. Wang, how did you come here? Please, come in. Mr. Sun's gift, Kong Di, is very nice," I nodded with a smile. "I just happened to have some good tea and thought I would bring you some." Listening to my words, Sun Fu smiled and looked at the tea leaves in my hand. At just one glance, his eyes immediately widened. He realized that this was actually a second-generation De Hongpao. Although the market price of this tea is 10,000 per gram, the limited production has driven the price in tea houses up to 15,000. This jar costs at least 750,000. It is precisely because of this that he is shocked. Mr. Wang seems to casually give away a figurine. With such generosity, what is his true identity? "Mr. Wang, this tea is too precious, I can't accept it." I smiled and said, "Oh, it's not anything good. Mr. Sun can just take it." Sun Fu listened to my words, and his eyelids twitched. It was clear he wasn't pleased. "Mr. Wang, this tea has already reached 15,000 per gram. If you are willing to part with it, I would be happy to buy it." Hearing this, I was a bit surprised. I still have 28 unopened boxes at home, which adds up to at least $21 million. I pretended to be nonchalant and calmly said, "Mr. Sun, don't be polite, I have plenty at home, and I can't drink it all." I'm so troubled that I'm thinking about whether to make tea eggs. Sun Fu's head suddenly shook violently. What a waste of resources, what a waste of resources. Mr. Wang, how much do you have left? I am willing to buy. I listened to this and felt overjoyed inside, but on the surface, I pretended to be indifferent. There are still more than 10 boxes, so if you like, just come and take them. What should I buy? I'm already preparing to make tea eggs, anyway, they don't cost much. Sun Fu, listening to what I just said, is about to spit out over 7 million. Is this what you call not worth much? Is this what a big shot is? However, Sun Fu was not prepared to just go over and take it. Where in this world is there a free lunch? No, I sincerely want to acquire some here. Hearing these words, I smiled and acted as if I didn't care, so let's chat. After some communication, we ultimately purchased 10 cans of tea at a price of 750,000 each. In less than half a minute, another 7.5 million was credited. On the second floor of Villa number 2, a red-haired girl looked at the tea leaves in front of her, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth. It seems that Mr. Wang is quite a remarkable figure. Uncle Sun, you take a box for yourself and give some to your business partners. For the old man's 70th birthday, I want to give him a little something. At this moment, I am staring at the text message about my phone balance, which has reached over 10 million, I am about to become a millionaire. The speed at which money comes in is more outrageous than robbing a bank. Once the rental money for the house arrives in my account after some time, I can increase it a bit again. However, Mr. Sun may not just be a simple housekeeper. From the greasy man's attitude towards him at the Armani store yesterday, and today's 7.5 million business deal. The other party definitely has some identity, but never mind that, let's first go retrieve the car and then talk. I took a taxi to my cousin's place at Pujiang, and the security guard was still the same one as yesterday. As soon as they saw me, they greeted me with a beaming smile. Mr. Wang, you're here. I guarantee that no one close to your car believes the eyes of a person from Changchun. I saw that both sides of the car had cleared a parking space, and I immediately felt very happy, so I took out a few red bills. As Mr. Wang's handsome praises echoed from the security guard, I drove away. This car has been using a temporary license plate, and now I need to get a formal license plate. I don't know how the app works. Generally speaking, the traffic management department doesn't operate this quickly, but I completed the process in less than 20 minutes. After getting the license, I drove through a university town. Attracted the attention of many young people. I thought there wasn't much to eat at home, so I parked the car next to the supermarket across from the school. 20 minutes later, I walked out of the supermarket with my shopping bag and found that many people had gathered next to my car. A girl in front is taking pictures, and I glanced her up and down. This looks at least a score of 90, and it's the all-natural kind. My eyes suddenly lit up, and I smiled as I walked towards him. Just then, a flamboyantly dressed woman grabbed me. What's wrong with you? Can't you see everyone is in line? Do you want to cut in line? The girl next to me also said, exactly, that guy down there has no manners at all. Have you finished taking pictures? What are you dragging your feet for? The beautiful woman who was taking pictures there suddenly felt a bit embarrassed and said softly, wait a moment, I'll be ready soon. The heavily made-up woman spoke again, Xian, is there anything wrong with my makeup? Do you think that car owner will like me later? Rest assured, using our beauty to win over this car owner is a matter of minutes. Hearing this, I looked up and down at these two heavily made-up green tea women. Where does this confidence come from? He shook his head immediately. The girl named Xian immediately raised her eyebrows. What are you shaking your head for? Do you still think you're the owner of the car? I took out the car key and pressed it gently. The car honked twice and the headlights flashed. I opened the car door and said lightly, I'm sorry, but this car really is mine. As I said this, I looked at the girl I had photographed earlier. Isn't it too hot to go inside the car and take a few pictures? Instantly, the girl's face turned red, and she sat in the passenger seat. The car door closed, and the faces of the two women outside had already turned pale. Thinking of the mocking words from before, the two of them wished they could find a crack in the ground to hide in. After a moment of hesitation, Xian bent down and leaned towards the car window. "Hey there, are you hot too? Can I also get on the car and take a few pictures?" While saying this, she twisted her body and deliberately tugged at her clothes. I saw him like this and immediately gave him a beating. "Sorry, but my car only welcomes humans to get on." With a roar, the car accelerated away from the scene. The woman named Xian was so angry that she jumped up on the spot. "Isn't it just a broken Porsche? Who cares about your broken treasure of a car in my Ferrari Lamborghini world?" Hearing this, a boy next to him burst out laughing, mentioning Lamborghini and Ferrari. That was the 911 GT 198, a divine car worth 80 million. Xian was completely dumbfounded and turned to look at another woman. "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, this annoying green tea, I wouldn't have missed that cute guy just now. Who are you cursing while making green tea?" In an instant, the plastic sisterhood's relationship shattered. The two people were pulling each other's hair and fighting. The boy watching from the side exclaimed, "The shrew is impressive. I know nothing about all that has happened. At this moment, I am enjoying the breeze with my sister in the university town." The girl was originally named Xiaoyuma and is a sophomore at the nearby Moses University. "Aren't you going to take pictures? You can take your time taking them in the car." Hearing this, Xiaoyuma nodded and took out her phone after choosing a step. In the phone screen, his long legs take up half of it. The remaining area contains my watch and car emblem. Looking at this well-taken photo, I couldn't help but think to myself, what great tea art. Later, he learned about it in his social circle. The watch I'm wearing is actually worth over 4 million, which directly blew up his social circle. After a leisurely stroll, I invited him to have lunch together. Xiaoyuma's eyes lit up, but she still pretended to hesitate and be reserved. However, in the end, she gently nodded and said, "Okay." I randomly chose a buffet restaurant. Xiaoyuma originally thought I would take him to a high-end restaurant. In that kind of restaurant, you can never eat enough and always have to cook another bowl of noodles when you get home. After listening, he couldn't help but chuckle. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man in the hot pot restaurant on the upper floor of the mall had a face full of frustration. It is indeed the owner of the Mercedes-Benz who previously scratched the Porsche. The fat guy next to him was persuading him, "Isn't it just a missed opportunity to make friends, village brother? What's there to be so down about? Middle-aged people get angrier the more they listen. What do you understand? If I had to compensate for the connections made last time, what is revealed from the gaps between their fingers is enough for us to go up 4 or 5 more floors." Hearing this, another companion curled his lips and said, "Fine, the circle in the Magic City is just this big, there will always be opportunities to meet in the future." As they spoke, a few people started eating, preparing to finish and go have some drinks. Just as the group was about to head outside, a startled exclamation rang out. "Is that Brother Village?" De Ben Wang turned around and saw a guy with a big gold chain and yellow hair looking at him excitedly. Zhao Village recalled a bit. It turned out to be his little brother Jiangchen whom he had taken in. This guy is a newly rich person. His family originally had several houses in the suburbs of the city. After the demolition, they received tens of millions, and later he met someone at a party. "What are you doing here, Xiao Chen? Isn't it just after having dinner with my girlfriend that Brother Cun is going to the bar? Let's go together." After I finished eating with Xiaoyuma, I asked him to wait for me outside while I went to settle the bill. To her surprise, as soon as she left the restaurant, Xiaoyuma was approached by someone. "Isn't this our school's beauty from the magic department? Why did she come to eat at such a terrible restaurant?" I was just about to walk out the door when that woman spoke first. "Yo, this is your boyfriend, right? He looks okay, but unfortunately, he's a broke loser." My expression immediately turned cold. "It seems you just came out of a high-end restaurant." Listening to this, the woman looked proud and said, "I just had a high-end steak with my boyfriend, and the average cost per person was at least over 1,000. I nodded and said, "Your boyfriend has quite a good appetite." Two women were momentarily stunned. I looked at him with disdain and thought, if you have such a poor appetite, how can you eat like this? Xiaoyuma suddenly jumped out with a snort. The woman was so angry that her body began to tremble. She turned her head and saw her boyfriend walking over with a group of people. A big gold chain and yellow hair are particularly eye-catching. Honey, this guy is bullying me, please help me teach him a lesson. The moment Zhao Village saw me, he was so excited that he was almost in tears. This is the Porsche owner he has been thinking about. Beside him, the blonde-haired Jiang Chen's face darkened, and he rushed over in a few steps, pointing at me and starting to yell. You little brat don't want to mix in anymore, do you? Dare to provoke my woman the moment these words are spoken. Zhao Village's expression suddenly changed as he looked at the blonde, and the anger in his heart erupted instantly. In 3 steps, he quickly reached Huang Mao's side and then suddenly kicked out forcefully. Suddenly, the yellow-haired person stumbled and fell to the ground. At the same time, Zhao Village's furious voice also rang out. Who allowed you to speak to this gentleman like that? The yellow-haired person twisted on the ground, and the next moment, he looked slightly dazed at what was happening in front of him. I was surprised to see you here. Zhao Village is full of excitement and my expression is thrilled. I do find the person in front of me a bit familiar to you. Brother, I saw you before in the parking lot. At that time, I was driving a big Benz, and my tone was getting more and more excited. I suddenly realized that it was the owner of the big Benz that had hit me. Brother, my name is Zhao Cun, you can just call me Xiao Zhao. The more humble the attitude, the more humble it will be. Well, my name is Black Wang. The yellow-haired kid's mind is in chaos. How could this happen? What on earth is going on? Why does even the village guy have to call this fellow bro? Who on earth is this person? My gaze fell on the stunned blonde guy next to me. This guy, everyone's attention was once again focused on the blonde. The blonde was so scared he was about to cry. Brother, I was wrong, I really didn't mean to. I looked at him and didn't say anything. Zhao Village immediately understood and spoke up. Hurry up and go, and from now on, don't let me see you again. Since Zhao Village is prepared to please, they naturally need to provide a satisfactory explanation. Huang Mao was completely panicked. Brother Village, I was wrong, please give me another chance. Zhao Village is somewhat well known in the women's circle of the Magic City. If she puts you on her blacklist, it can be said that you will find it extremely difficult to get by in the Magic City from then on. At this moment, Zhao Village frowned, kicked the yellow-haired person away with a sudden force, and said, "Get lost. Don't make me say it a third time." After saying this, Zhao Cun glanced at me and said, "Mr. Wang, let's go." Then, a group of people headed towards the elevator. Huang Mao was plunged into deep despair, and with a furious slap, he struck out. It's all because of you, woman, meeting you has truly been the worst luck of my life. In the elevator, Zhao Cun looked at the person next to him, Xiaoyuma. She must be his sister-in-law, she really is beautiful. Xiaoyuma's face turned red, and she lowered her head, fiddling with the hem of her clothes. I smiled and looked at the group of rich second-generation kids beside him. These are all your friends. Ah, this fat guy is Wu Yong, my good buddy, and his family runs a foreign trade company. After going through the introductions, I have gotten to know quite a few people. Zhao Village said with a smile. Mr. Wang, I mentioned your Porsche to my friends before. My buddies are all sports car enthusiasts, could you show it to them? I chuckled and thought, is this really a big deal? I'm actually driving today, so let's go take a look together. The crowd was stirred with excitement. Most people who buy this type of car are unlikely to drive it and will probably keep it at home as a collectible. You drove that car out, didn't you? Zhao Village swallowed nervously. I had a nonchalant expression. What else could it be? Isn't a car something you buy to drive? Otherwise, why buy it? Immediately, a group of wealthy second-generation individuals began to chime in. Yes, it's our narrow-mindedness for thinking that buying a car means driving it. Just look at Mr. Wang's awareness. Under my leadership, a group of people arrived at the underground parking lot, and a bunch of cool kids began to rave. This car looks really cool in person. Mr. Wang, impressive. This car must be worth at least 80 million, right? After this sentence is spoken, Xiaoyumo, standing there, was instantly stunned. Xiaoyumo felt that her worldview had been completely overturned. My brother is amazing, he can afford an 80 million sports car at such a young age. I smiled and shook my head. It's okay, this car isn't expensive. What I said is indeed the truth. After all, I spent $0.1. Hearing this, a group of rich second-generation individuals nearby couldn't help but twitch their lips and began to complain wildly in their hearts. Is this even human language? An 80 million sports car, that's called not expensive. So, are we considered beggars if we hesitate for half a month before buying a sports car that costs 4 to 5 million? The Benjiao village said excitedly, Mr. Wang, do you want to go to KTV and have some fun together? We're planning to go to a friend's place. I turned to look at Xiaoyumo, who hesitated for a moment and then nodded, good. I was driving my 911 GT, following a group of rich second-generation kids in their sports cars, and the other cars on the road began to instinctively make way for us. At a traffic light, the convoy came to a complete stop. There was a wide open space behind the convoy, with no cars approaching. The car owners waiting at the red light couldn't help but complain, whose rich second-generation kid is out here showing off again? This cheapest sports car must be over $1 million, right? After the green light, only when the entire convoy rushes out do the other drivers beside them dare to slowly start their engines. Just kidding, if this goes wrong, it would be a huge loss. Soon we arrived at the Underground Paradise KTV parking lot, where the owner Zhaobin had already been waiting for us. When he saw my Porsche drive-in, his eyes immediately widened. He is a supercar enthusiast, so he can naturally recognize this limited edition Porsche. Gasping in excitement, I was almost about to jump up. Who on earth could get this car? The wealthy circle of the entire Magic City is this small. No matter who it is, I should know about it immediately. At that moment, I also pushed open the car door with Xiaoyumo. For a moment, Boss Zhaobin was stunned. I haven't seen this face before. Who is this gentleman from the village? Wang Village laughed heartily. This is Mr. Wang, my good big brother. Boss Zhao gave me a deep look and warmly invited us to walk inside. Just after we all entered the private room, Boss Zhaobin quietly asked Brother Wang from the village, what is this person's background? Wang Village looked at him mysteriously, with a tone that was intriguing. Old Zhao, the waters of this magic city are deeper than you think. So it's better not to delve into some things. Does it matter where this car comes from if you can get it? The strength is already evident. After singing for several hours and having some drinks, we booked a room at a nearby hotel to rest. I booked a room for Xiaoyumo to play with her phone by herself. I didn't expect the doorbell to ring suddenly. Is my brother asleep? I got up and opened the door, instantly gasping in cold air. Xiaoyumo was wearing a loose-fitting white bathrobe, and the collar looked very loose. I suddenly felt a bit dizzy. Xiaoyumo appeared to be in a pitiful state. Brother, I live alone in a big room, and I'm so scared. Can I stay with you tonight? I squinted my eyes slightly and pulled him in with one hand. He came right to my door. There's a reason why riding buddies don't applaud. The next morning, I woke up and called out to Xiaoyumo, who looked exhausted, to go have breakfast. He looked at me with a mournful expression as I dawdled to wash up. After arriving at the restaurant, I noticed Zhao Ciyuan had 2 big dark circles under his eyes. What were you doing last night? You need to exercise some restraint, brother. Zhao Village looked at me with deep resentment inside. It's nothing, just listened to a duet all night last night. The soundproofing in this hotel is terrible. I suddenly felt a bit embarrassed and coughed vigorously while covering my mouth. After having dinner, I left Xiaoyuma's phone number and took her back to school. Returning home, I opened the Wanchi Subsidy app, and instantly 2 items refreshed. Respectively, the subsidy prices for the Rolls-Royce Cullinan and the Universal AM building are only $0.1. I was a bit surprised that 2 new items were released today, and both are great things. Buy. 5 minutes later, 2 bags appeared on the table. One of them is the key and registration for the Cullinan. And the other one surprised me when I opened it. It turned out to be the property certificate for the iron building, and the owner is still me. You should know that this is a dragon worth billions. I originally thought I would get one layer, but unexpectedly, I got them all. This time it's really happening. I was just planning to drive my new car to take a stroll around this building. The phone suddenly vibrated, and unexpectedly it was a text message from Chan Lily. Black, can you come to the entire CBD here? I thought about it, it's not far from here, so I replied to the message, no problem. Chan Lily looked at my message and breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that when he went for the interview today, he was approached by the HR director, who insisted on taking him out for a meal to get to know him better. So he thought of me right away. Chan Lily looked up at the greasy director. Director Zhou, I have an appointment today for my boyfriend to pick me up in a little while. The director took out a Mercedes car key and waved it around, deliberately showing off. It's okay, I think he will understand that you are having lunch with me for your future. He thinks that a girl like Chan Lily has never seen much money. As for her boyfriend, he is definitely something she made up. Even if he is really about the same age as him, he is definitely a poor loser. Chan Lily immediately rolled her eyes. After all, she didn't want to ruin her relationship. This week's director has quite a deep network of connections in Magic City. At that moment, I parked my Cullinan not far away, and after the car door opened, Director Zhou cast an envious glance. Whose rich second-generation kid is this? Driving a Cullinan at such a young age. Chan Lily, who was beside her, was also shocked. She was originally looking for my Porsche, but didn't expect that I was driving a Rolls-Royce today. I walked up to Chan Lily and smiled, we are leaving. Next, Director Zhou was completely stunned, exclaiming, the one driving the Rolls-Royce is your boyfriend. Chan Lily's face suddenly turned a bit red. I was taken aback for a moment, wondering what boyfriend. Then I suddenly understood what was going on. Pulled Chan Lily into her arms. Yes, this car is mine. Do you have any questions? Listening to my tone, Director Zhou felt embarrassed comparing his Mercedes to others' luxury cars. I estimate that my entire year's salary is probably less than their pocket money. I can only awkwardly laugh it off, huh? Well, since Miss Chan's boyfriend is here, I won't disturb you. After speaking, he hurriedly fled from here. I watched Director Zhou's departing figure and smiled. Did you tell him that I'm your boyfriend? Chan Lily brushed her hair awkwardly and said, don't think too much, I just made up a reason because she kept bothering me. While speaking, the heartbeat quickened, and the words became somewhat incoherent. I looked at Chan Lily with interest, it's almost noon, let's go eat together. After hesitating for a moment, Chan Lily nodded and got into the car. I bent down in front of Chan Lily. Suddenly, his eyes became a bit dazed, and he exclaimed inwardly, what does he want to do? Are you going to force a kiss on me? Should I resist? Then I quickly pulled out the seatbelt next to me and got in the car, remembering to fasten my seatbelt. Why is Chan Lily fiercely touching her burning cheeks? What's wrong with her? How do you fasten a seatbelt? Just pose with an expression of anticipation. After dinner, I originally wanted to take Chan Lily to check out the building, but she said she had an interview in the afternoon and asked me to take her there. After arriving at the interview location, I realized that this place I recognized was exactly the university town where Xiaoyuma is located. Forget it, I'll just ask Xiaoyuma to accompany me to the mall. I picked up my phone and sent him a text message. At this moment, Xiaoyuma was chatting with her best friend in the dormitory when she saw the text message and immediately felt a surge of excitement. All the roommates showed a motherly smile. Yuma later, your Porsche guy will come to pick you up, let's go take a look together. A group of people soon arrived at the school gate, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Just because Xiaoyuma and his roommate are both beauties of the level of school flowers in the performing arts department. I lightly pressed the horn, rolled down the car window, and shouted to get in the car. Xiaoyuma saw me and immediately ran over to open the car door. With the astonished gazes of a group of boys and girls, I stepped on the gas and disappeared at the school gate. Only the sound of young boys' heartbreak remains on the ground. Sigh, the goddess has left with someone else. When I have money, I'll buy a car to come here to pick up girls. When you have money, do you know how much that car costs? It's a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, worth 8 million. Can I do whatever I want just because I have 8 million? Fine. I'm sorry, but having money really allows you to do whatever you want. On the other side, inside the car, Xiaoyuma asked her brother with some confusion, "Why didn't you look at that Porsche today?" I smiled and casually said that I was going to buy some things soon, and this car can serve as a truck to carry more items. Xiaoyuma was completely confused. The Porsche was too small, and the Rolls-Royce was brought in as a truck because it was so spacious. Is this what it means to be utterly inhumane? I calmly said, "Later, we're going to a building in the International Trade Center. What do you like? Just buy it." I still have a very clear understanding of Xiaoyuma. The other party simply wants to gain benefits from me. What I lack the least right now is money. Xiaoyuma's eyes lit up instantly as she sweetly said, "Thank you, brother." When he arrived at the mall, various high-end luxury brands dazzled Xiaoyuma. But he is a smart person and knows where to draw the line in what he asks for. I was finally able to buy a few dresses and shoes at an antique shop. I casually picked up a bag. This bag is nice and matches this outfit perfectly. Anyway, it's not expensive, just a few tens of thousands of dollars only. But Xiaoyuma's eyes lit up, and she excitedly shouted, "Thank you, brother." This shopping mall is divided into two areas. Besides the mall, there is an office area. After shopping, I took Xiaoyuma to a cafe downstairs to eat cake. Not far away, a delivery guy hurriedly ran into the mall. The security in the building quickly stopped him, apologizing. "Our mall does not allow delivery personnel inside." Hearing this, the delivery guy got anxious and said, "Big brother, please make an exception. I have just 5 minutes left before this order is late. Just let me in." The security guard remained completely unmoved, saying, "No, this is the rule of our mall. If I let you go up, I will have my salary deducted. Brother, this delivery is just to the 17th floor upstairs, please make an exception this time." The delivery guy was so anxious at this moment that he was almost on his knees. There were less than a few minutes left before the deadline. I walked over with a frown and asked what was going on. The security guard explained, "No, I don't want to let you go, I'm just a worker too. The higher-ups have set this rule, and I can't go against it." Hearing this, I immediately felt angry. What regulations? It's simply industry discrimination. It seems necessary to give the property management company a talking to later. I looked at the delivery guy's anxious expression and said, "Brother, you go in. I'll handle the issues behind." The delivery guy quickly thanked and prepared to go upstairs. Just as he was walking in, a loud and arrogant voice rang out. "Who told you to let that delivery person in? Stop them for me." I frowned and turned to look, only to see a man in a suit walking over, looking quite dapper. "You don't know that letting these people in damages our mall's image?" I immediately spoke up, "Damaging my image is simply a joke." As this sentence was spoken, Manager Chui noticed who you were. "You can call me whatever you want, I just want to know who gave you the right to not allow delivery workers and couriers into the mall." Manager Chui coldly said, "This is a decision made by our company's board of directors after discussion. Besides, on what basis do you criticize our company's decisions?" I said slightly, "Just because I am the owner of this building." After this sentence was spoken, everyone was bewildered. Xiaoyuma was even more shocked, his mouth wide open and a face full of confusion. Immediately after, Manager Chui chuckled with a mocking expression, "If you were the owner of a whole building, then I would be the richest person in the Magic City. Where did you get this nonsense?" Hearing this, I didn't say much more and took out my phone to make a call. The chairman of the property company, He Tianing, had a serious expression in the conference room on the top floor of the building. It is likely that everyone knows about the change of ownership of the building, but it's still uncertain when the new owner will come for an inspection. Therefore, it is essential to manage your subordinates well and give Mr. Wang a good impression. If the property contract renewal is unsuccessful, it will be a significant blow to our company. At that moment, the phone rang suddenly, and He Tianing frowned, feeling a bit annoyed inside. The moment I saw the caller ID, I stood up abruptly and respectfully answered the phone. "Hello, Mr. Huang, what can I do for you?" Everyone in the conference room fell silent, and He Tianning appeared to be getting nervous. At the same time, a cold voice sounded, "You have 3 minutes. If you don't reach the mall entrance in that time, you will bear the consequences." He Tianning's head buzzed. He could clearly feel that Mr. Wang on the other end of the phone was particularly angry. Suddenly reacting, he shouted loudly, "Why aren't you hurrying over to see which has offended Wang Xian?" Saying this, he charged out of the room. On the other side, Manager Cui laughed even more recklessly. "Oh, pretending to be so innocent, really thought you were this boss." Speaking of which, he looked at Xie Yimo with great pride and said, "Beautiful girl, you mustn't be fooled by people like this. This kind of person clearly can't afford to pretend. Brother, this guy is definitely not some big building owner. After all, my uncle is the director of the property management company. How could I not be clear about this idiot?" Before Manager Cui could finish speaking, a large group of people came running from a distance. Manager Cui was immediately stunned. How did Director He Ming arrive? Manager Cui's face began to turn a bit pale. He Tianning didn't even look. Manager Cui glanced at him and hurriedly walked up to me. "Mr. Wang, why didn't you notify us in advance before coming over?" Manager Cui ran up to his third uncle. "Uncle San, what on earth is going on? Isn't this person just a young punk?" That third uncle immediately glared at him. "Shut your mouth, the person in front of us is the new owner of our entire building." Manager Cui was stunned. He had just mocked him like that, and he suddenly felt like it was all over for him. I coldly said, "If I hadn't come, I wouldn't have known you could manage my building so well. It seems I really need to reconsider the renewal issue." He Tianning began to break out in a cold sweat. "Mr. Wang, please clarify, I don't know which dares to provoke you. I heard that delivery drivers and couriers are not allowed to enter the main gate. Who made this rule?" As soon as he finished speaking, He Tianning suddenly looked at his third uncle, Director Cui, who was just there. "The security work of the building is your responsibility. What on earth is going on?" Cui Dong was sweating profusely, suddenly swung his hand and struck at Manager Cui, saying, "I'll beat you to death, you incompetent fool who only causes trouble. Who gave you the authority to set such rules on your own?" Director Cui is wildly beating Manager Cui on the side. I coldly said, fine, there's no need to continue the act of self-pity. This rule hasn't been in place for just a day or two. I really don't believe that you, as an uncle, don't know." I immediately turned my head to take a look at He Tianming. "Mr. He, I don't want to see these two people anymore." He Tianning quickly nodded, then looked at the crowd behind him, his expression cold and stern. "Ladies and gentlemen, I feel that Cui Jianwei is no longer suitable to continue serving as the executive director of our company. I suggest revoking Cui Jianwei's executive director status and removing him from the board of directors. As for the security manager Cui Jian being permanently dismissed from the company, let's raise our hands to vote now." The next moment, more than 10 executive directors raised their hands to indicate. There is no doubt that this is the least costly decision to comfort Mr. Wang. The deprived director Cui looked desperate, truly enraged, and began a brutal and inhumane attack on Manager Cui. He Tianning smiled as he walked up to me. "Mr. Wang, these two tumors have been cleaned up by me. What do you think about the renewal?" Hearing this, I remained calm. Such things should not happen again. If they do, we will terminate the contract directly. After resolving the issues with the building, I returned to the villa in the eastern suburbs. The butler Sun Fu suddenly came to say that his young lady wanted to invite me to dinner. I was also curious about the owner of Villa Number 2, so I followed Sun Fu to Villa Number 2. The red-haired girl in front of me spoke, "Hello, Mr. Wang, I am the owner of Villa Number 2. Mu Nanji." After a round of casual chatting about various topics, I spoke up and said, "Miss Mu must have invited me to dinner today for more than just wanting to see me, right?" Miss Mu put down her utensils and smiled. "In fact, my old man really liked the Da Hong Pao that I bought from Mr. Wang last time. I want to buy some more from Mr. Wang." Hearing this, I smiled knowingly. Since the old man likes it, I'll just give him some as a token of my appreciation. Miss Lu saw that I was persistent, so she couldn't refuse. She said that this Weimu family took advantage of Mr. Wang. I thought to myself, although this tea is not cheap, forming a connection with such a major force that has been entrenched in the Magic City for many years is definitely worth the investment. After I left, Miss Mu looked at father-son with a flickering gaze and said, "This Mr. Wang is definitely not simple. Do you think the Donghai project should be included in the books?" Sun Fu pondered for a moment. "Miss, the project in the East Sea is worth over $30 billion. I believe that with Mr. Wang's strength, there will definitely be no problem. It's just that the Mu Yuan group is not easy to deal with." Hearing this, Mu Nanji furrowed her brows. "Did the pen arrive?" "I only saw the wife of the chairman of Mu Yuan group here, and he completely refused to say anything." Mu Nanji fell silent, feeling a surge of irritation in her heart. I returned home and opened the trillion subsidies at 12 o'clock on time. With a ding, new products have refreshed. Strengthening Potion subsidy price $0.1. Max Charm Card subsidy price $0.1. Looking at these two products, I'm a bit confused. Forget it, I'll buy them first and figure it out later. Congratulations on successfully purchasing the item. The estimated delivery time is 5 minutes. Please wait for your order. 5 minutes later, the phone notification rang again. The item you purchased has been delivered. Please check your inventory to collect it. I clicked into the inventory to carefully check the item attributes. The health potion significantly improves the user's physique after consumption, and further enhancement requires the user to explore on their own. Charm Max, the user's charm value will reach its peak, allowing them to control whether to emit charm. I looked at these two items and couldn't help but smile. This is quite interesting, I will use both. A sudden wave of intense fatigue hit me, and I collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep sleep. The next morning when I woke up, I immediately felt the terrifying parts within my body and needed to test how strong this body really was. I came to a high-end gym not far from home, found a personal trainer, and unexpectedly ran into Miss Mu here. Miss Gu felt unable to look away as soon as she saw me today, her face flushed as she stared at me in a daze. The Empress Dowager immediately changed the subject, saying she had a personal trainer she could recommend to me. I smiled and nodded in agreement as we approached the flat wooden pushing equipment. I tried it out and felt it was too light, shouting to add more weight. The personal trainer looked at me with some surprise at how relaxed I was. After adding the weight, it still feels very easy, so I keep adding, and adding. Watching this scene, the personal trainer and Mu Nanji both felt a bit confused. People around the gym also started to gather, and they were a bit surprised after seeing the bench press data. Because it has already reached 100 kilograms. This figure can be said to be quite shocking. Meanwhile, a deep voice came, asking, "What are you all doing gathered here?" The crowd parted to make a way. The person who came is the top personal trainer of this gym. Coach Wu is a figure who has won world-class bodybuilding championships. After understanding the ins and outs, Coach Wu's face immediately showed a hint of interest. This is interesting, I want to see where his limits are. Then, the weight continued to increase, and in less than 3 minutes, it reached a terrifying 180 kilograms. Looking at this data, everyone was shocked. Coach Wu was also taken aback. This kid doesn't seem to have any obvious muscles, so how is he so strong? Although the crowd nearby was shocked, they still said, "Isn't Coach Wu only 180 kilograms? Although this is scary, it's not to the point where you should be shocked, right?" That's right. Even Coach Wu can do it. Coach Wu shook his head at these words and slowly began to speak. 180 kilograms, I can indeed do it, but definitely not so easily and comfortably. You can see from his expression that he hasn't even reached his limit. As the words fell, everyone noticed my expression, and many began to gasp in shock. Coach Wu continued, "Let's add more, try increasing it to 200. My expression remained casual, and after a few more times, I suddenly paused and asked what 4 meant. "How much has it increased to now?" "It is now 260 kilograms. I pondered for a moment, feeling a bit light, so please help me increase it to 300 and give it a try. With a single sentence, everyone's expression turned blank. Is this even human language? 260 kilograms is considered a bit light, it needs to be increased to 300 kilograms. Coach Wu walked straight over. Are you sure you want to increase it to 300 kilograms? To know that bench pressing 260 kilograms without any equipment is already very terrifying in itself. I said calmly, blind, huh? I want to see where my limits are. After all, if you can't make yourself feel pressure, then the effects of the strengthening potion cannot be activated. Coach Wu nodded, all right, sir. Many people began to swallow saliva. I frowned and added 15 kilograms. Coach Wu's voice was already trembling a bit, but everything was fine. As for the Munanji, they are not very familiar with bench pressing. I asked the coach with puzzle, Coach, is this weight very scary? The personal trainer said with a serious expression, I'll put it this way. The latest world record for the equipped bench press in 2019 is 337 kilograms. If Mr. Wang increases to 315 kilograms, he will be approaching the world record. As these words fell, Munanji looked at me with an increasingly complex gaze. I raised my eyebrows slightly. This weight is already close to my limit, but there's still room for me to increase it. The weight starts to increase little by little, 320 kilograms, 321 kilograms. The people around began to get excited, and some had already taken out their phones to start recording short videos. Coach Wu's breathing also began to quicken. 336 kilograms, 337 kilograms, 338 kilograms. The whole venue erupted in cheers. A world record has been broken. The world record for the equipped bench press has been broken. The gym is buzzing with excitement. For ordinary people, this number may be meaningless. But for those who are into fitness and bodybuilding, it holds significance. This number exists almost like a belief. At this moment, Coach Wu, although excited, still shouted loudly, quiet. Because he could clearly see that this was not my limit yet. The next moment, the weight continued to increase. When it reached 343 kilograms. Although I can still do bench presses, I can clearly feel it's becoming difficult. This is already the limit of my arm strength. All fitness enthusiasts have excitement written all over their faces. It should be noted that no one from Shenhua had ever achieved a bench press of over 300 kilograms without equipment before. More importantly, this new record at this level was created by us, the Shenhua people. Brother, from now on you are my big brother. No, adoptive father, you are my true adoptive parents. I am also very happy. I didn't expect that this Johnson & Johnson medicine could be so terrifying. Just one enhancement can reach this level of strength. So how far will it go if we continue to tap into our potential? I began to secretly look forward to it. Coach Wu looked at me with great excitement. Mr. Wang, congratulations on breaking the world record for the unassisted bench press. I smiled and waved my hand, saying, oh, it's not worth mentioning. I'm not doing this bench press in a competition. Listening to my words, Coach Wu smiled. He knew I was just being modest. Even if I really participated in the IP Bench Press Championship, he believed I could easily break the world record again. Mu Nanji walked over with a hint of melancholy. Mr. Wang, is it still necessary for you to work out with your physical condition? I smiled somewhat reservedly. This weight is something I still need to work on for the average person. Mu Nanji immediately rolled her eyes, as if I were telling a joke. Coach Wu quickly walked up to me. Mr. Huang, I took the liberty of giving you a black gold VIP card, which means all your expenses at the gym will be waived from now on. Coach Wu still has the right to give a VIP card as one of the shareholders of the gym, and more importantly, the record-breaking act just now has significant benefits to gain. I quickly understood its true intention, smiled, and accepted it. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, I returned home, and at the same time, a video also went viral on Douyin. In less than a while, there were a full million likes and more than 100,000 comments. The comments section is also in an uproar. Is this true or false? Can one person really lift 343 kilograms? This guy is impressive. I remember the world record was 337 kilograms, right? This is definitely fake. You can see that his muscles are obviously not very big. He. At this time, comments from TikTok's fitness experts are polarized. The authenticity is in question. Once the heat rises, it skyrockets crazily, reaching the third spot on trending searches. At this moment, a muscular man in Dongshan province was holding a phone, looking very serious as he watched a video. From the perspective of exertion, there is no suspicion of cheating. Subsequently, the expression began to become excited. Although it is said that this record was not created at the IPF championships, the opponent's strong strength cannot be denied. Immediately typed a message in the comments section, congratulating Mr. Wang for setting a new world record of 343 kilograms, which is a pride for Xinhua people. The moment this message was sent out, the comments section went crazy. Mao has appeared, and Mao has recognized this video. The group of trolls just now came out to continue arguing. At this moment, I am playing Honor of Kings at home, waiting for the new refresh of the Trillion Subsidy at 12 o'clock. A message suddenly popped up. It is Mu Nanji's message, which contains only 3 short words, "You are angry." I was slightly taken aback. Where is the fire? Mu Nanji sent another message. I opened the short video, and you are now number 1 on the trending list. Immediately, I opened Douyin and began to check with confusion. After watching it, I was also stunned. Wow, this even brought me the top spot on the trending list. I immediately checked the comments section again, smiling slightly and shaking my head. The demeanor of a generation's emperor was perfectly captured by me. Time quickly arrived at 12 o'clock. I closed Douyin and opened the new products under the Trillion Subsidy, which instantly refreshed. Reputation check-in table subsidy price $0.1. There is a saying that the spray subsidy price $0.1. Looking at these 2 items, I gained experience, buy first and check later. I understand the importance of making decisive purchases. The item was displayed as delivered after 15 minutes, so I opened up an exciting game of Honor of Kings, and after using Han Xin a dozen times or so, the delivery notification sound went off, and I happily clicked to check the item list. The Prestige Punch card will randomly grant a reward each time the Prestige reaches 1 million. After 3 rewards, the punch card will automatically disappear. There is a saying that after using the spray on a specific target, the other person will tell the truth for the next 5 minutes, and the spray will automatically disappear after use. I looked at these 2 items and couldn't help but smile wryly. Suddenly, a message popped up. The user's reputation has been detected to meet the standard. Would you like to claim the first phase reward? I was suddenly a bit confused about how I met the standards. I had a vague suspicion in my heart that it must be the top of the hot list that had achieved something. Immediately, I excitedly rubbed my hands together and clicked the claim button. The prompt sound reappears. The first stage reward has been successfully claimed. Acquire the Pagani Huayra Imola. Afterwards, it was the familiar feeling again. There is an extra car key with a very unique design. I quickly picked up my phone to search, and it startled me again. The Pagani Huayra Imola is also a globally limited edition model, with only 5 units in the world. The selling price in the EU has reached a terrifying 5 million euros, which is nearly 40 million RMB when converted. I really didn't expect to earn 40 million by going to a gym, and this is just the reward for the first phase. Thinking about the rewards of the last 2 stages, I began to feel excited. Next, I checked the reward information for the second phase. Not yet reached the requirements for the second phase of rewards. Current prestige is 1.83 million, and reaching 5 million will allow for reward collection. How can I gain reputation points? Immediately, another message popped up on the screen. Reputation points increase based on effective feedback generated from events formed by user behavior, such as likes and comments from others on the matter. Now I completely understand that reaching 5 million reputation points is quite troublesome as I casually swipe on my phone. My gaze suddenly landed on Dosha Live, and I casually clicked into a live stream of a female broadcaster I follow. The female streamer is named Yituo de Gungun, and she is currently doing an outdoor live broadcast. Brothers, whoever snipes me within an hour, I can give you my private contact information. The live broadcast room instantly became much more lively, with many netizens in the Magic City eager to give it a try. I looked at the background of his livestream and felt it was a bit familiar. This seems to be the square not far from the east suburb villa. Should I go take a look? It's so close anyway, so I might as well go and see. A few minutes later, I walked to the square, watching the live broadcast while searching. It didn't take long to find that female anchor. This looks really good. Surprisingly, it's not a beauty filter. I couldn't help but shout out a big stick. He was clearly stunned, raised his head, and said, "You are the friend here to snipe." Less than 10 minutes had passed, and not only was he shocked, but the viewers also reacted strongly, seriously suspecting that I was a plant. "Hey there, are you going a bit too fast?" I smiled and said, "I live nearby, and the scene of your live broadcast looked somewhat familiar, so I came to take a look." The female host was very aware that this was a wealthy area. Could it be that she had encountered a rich person? Before she could think much more, I spoke up. "I originally thought you were a beauty master, like a prince in person? I didn't expect you to be no different from your live stream." As soon as these words were spoken, the female host turned pale, her fists clenched tightly, gritting her teeth and staring at me, thinking to herself, "You are the Prince Chow, your whole family is Prince Chow." He currently has only one thought in his mind: this young man is quite good looking, but why is he not a mute? Taking a deep breath and forcing a smile, "Since you found me, I'll give you my bubble as agreed." After I nodded and added the female streamer, she waved goodbye to me, saying she had a PK event to attend in the evening and was leaving first. I casually said, "Isn't it just asking for trouble to go compete with less than 1,000 in revenue for a month?" The female anchor's eyes widened in surprise, but the live stream was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Ha, ha ha, look at him talking nothing but the truth with his back turned to him. This is a great complaint. 666. If my gift causes a stir, it should count as prestige points. I smiled and looked at the female streamer. "Forget it, since I feel sorry for you, I'll take you to the first place later." The female host was momentarily taken aback and asked, "What is your account nickname, little brother?" I casually answered, "A freebie account." The female host twitched her lips and said, "Forget it, little brother, just don't make fun of me. It's already good enough if I can win a game." It was clear that he didn't take my words seriously. I didn't explain anything, slowly returned home to rest for a while, and took out my phone. At this moment, a big stick was preparing to compete with others, and I smiled as I entered the live broadcast room. At this moment, across from the live broadcast room, there is a female host dressed lightly, speaking in a sweet and pitiful tone. "This is our first time competing, so please go easy on us, miss." But Big Stick Cheen Fair looked a bit bitter. She had just checked the other party's data. There are over 100 top-tier users in the opposite live broadcast room, and this month, the Big Brother has received more than $10,000. And on our side, the number of VIP users adds up to less than 10, with the top player's turnover only a few $100s. In this case, there is no doubt he will definitely lose. At the beginning of TK, I saw the other host had already started the task, and I have to say, this dance is indeed a bit overwhelming. Cheen Fair was simply singing a song, and aside from that, there was nothing flashy or extravagant. Time quickly reached 7 minutes, the gifts from the host opposite have already reached $800. Cheen Fair, on the other hand, is only under 30. I was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. It would be strange if he could win like this. Just as I was about to recharge, a Duke account named Duke Love Little Round entered the live broadcast room. This round was made possible thanks to Miss Thank You's support. Then I spent $100 on a plane, and then returned to the opposite host's live stream to spend $500 on a rocket. Seeing this scene, I couldn't help but frown. This is simply an act of disgusting the beggars. Cheen Fair's face alternated between dark and light. This behavior was truly humiliating. The audience in the live stream was also infuriated. Can money really allow one to do whatever they want? Looking at the bullet comments in the live stream, that person who loves Little Round directly replied, "Sorry, having money means you can do whatever you want. If you have the ability, go ahead and bite me." I smiled and said nothing, directly recharged $100,000 and then returned to the live broadcast room, casually pressing 5 times. In an instant, the live stream room erupted. Damn, who is this hidden big shot? One shot is $10,000 and it's surprisingly such a low level. Sheen Fair was now full of disbelief, but soon showed a joyful expression and quickly thanked, "Thank you, Night Wanderer, for the 5 super fireworks." He originally thought he was bound to lose this time, but he didn't expect the final outcome to be so dramatic. The host on the opposite side looked at the reminder of the PK failure, feeling completely stunned, but quickly adjusted their emotions. "I really didn't expect there to be such an ant in the young lady's family. We were truly beaten badly by your family's big brother. I don't know if the page game big brother can give some medical expenses. Yuan is really in too much pain." Looking at the pretentious expression of the host across from me, I directly replied, "Sorry, I don't have the habit of giving alms to beggars." Seeing this situation, Sheen Fair was about to burst out laughing. She didn't expect that I would be so direct, confronting it head-on without any hint of subtlety. "Miss Yuan, I'm sorry, but our big brother says he doesn't have the habit of sending away beggars." As soon as this sentence was spoken, the host on the opposite side suddenly stiffened, wanting to explode but not daring to. Because now that he has lost, even if he is not convinced, he has to hold it in. The roommate in the live broadcast room suddenly felt very relieved. "The Night Tour boss is amazing, just a bunch of them is simply an extreme rescue." 666. Sheen Fair is already smiling widely. "I wonder if Night Tour brother has any hopes for Fair to do something?" I thought for a moment and then typed on the screen, "Well, there's nothing special, can you dance?" Sheen Fair clearly didn't play very well, but still agreed to speak up. "Forget it, just do a radio calisthenics routine." In an instant, everyone was a bit confused. Is the big boss now playing like this just to watch the broadcast gymnastics with 5 bursts of super fire? Is this radio calisthenics some kind of code? I'll start by sending messages casually. Although Sheen Fair felt a bit helpless, she still prepared herself for the sake of Wu Fa Chao's reputation. Since the big brother of online games wants to see it, then the 8th set of radio calisthenics is arranged. While Sheen Fair was energetically doing her radio calisthenics, I was completely oblivious, my gaze fixed on the progress bar of the second phase task on my phone. The current progress is 2.72 million, and rewards can be claimed upon reaching 5 million. Looking at the data, I raised my eyebrows slightly. Did we really gain this much just from winning the first game? It seems that if we can get this streamer to first place, then the rewards for the second stage should be claimable. Many people in the live broadcast room are silently swallowing their saliva. I finally understand why the big brother wants to watch the radio calisthenics. The morning meeting is over. The poor monk has no such worldly desires. Benefactress, quickly put away your divine powers. When it came to the 8th jumping movement, the ups and downs of the scene made the viewers exclaim that they couldn't handle it. They couldn't handle it. After a dance, Sheen Fair was drenched in sweat from the night outing. "Big brother, are you still there?" But on my side, there was not a single response. Sheen Fair immediately became a bit anxious, because the second round of the PK was about to start. Just when he was feeling extremely nervous and uneasy, I returned to the live broadcast room. "I just finished so quickly, I went to get some water and haven't seen it yet." Sheen Fair was immediately choked by this sentence. How impressive, but they didn't even look at it at all. With a stiff smile on her face, she continued to ask the Night Tour brother, "What should we do for the second round?" I replied with a few words and continued, "Didn't I say I would take you to the first one tonight?" Sheen Fair was instantly shocked by this sentence. He suddenly remembered the friend who had targeted him today. Could it be that the wealthy area next to the square really has a true rich person? Sheen Fair said cautiously, "Little brother, are you the one who sniped me today?" I immediately typed back, "That's right, it's me." A newcomer entering the live broadcast room with a nameplate showing an Emperor level, someone spoke up, "The big shot is impressive, let's first check out the host's looks offline." After confirming, I brushed the gift again and learned that a quick brush resulted in a super popular hit. Sheen Fair looked at this scene, feeling somewhat surprised. Usually, he wouldn't even dare to think about such expensive gifts, and he was very clear in his heart about how all of this came about. So she quickly opened her green bubble and sent a message, thanking the young man for his gift. Fair didn't know before that she had offended the young man, so she mustn't blame him, Sheen Fair. I smiled, replied to a message, and got ready. The first is yours. Looking at my message, Sheen Fair's gaze gradually became firm, and then an address was sent over. Magic City, Deep City Family Garden, Building 7. Looking at the address, I couldn't help but laugh. How could I not understand the meaning of him sending the location? It was nothing more than a simple exchange. I replied with a message on my phone again. Don't worry, Principal Wang is here today, and the first one is also yours. Soon, the second live broadcast began, and on the other side was still a young lady. Hello, Miss Fei, I am Xiaojiu, the broadcaster from the Blue Cloud Guild. I'm very happy to connect with you. While saying this, the little drink exclaimed with a covered mouth, the top newcomer on the opposite side is ranked first on the weekly chart. How impressive. The young man should come to my live stream to have some fun. Sheen Fair suddenly felt a bit displeased, fearing that the big shot she had finally encountered would secretly take away little Joe. The PK instantly started the countdown, and I threw out dozens of super fireballs without hesitation. Let's start with a little warm-up. As for whether you want to join or not, that's up to you. A simple sentence surprised everyone. Who's the big brother making such a scene? The older brother on the opposite side, who was about to send gifts, twitched his mouth fiercely, and Xiaojiu suggested that we give up waiting for the revival round. The opponent is too strong, we can't compete with you. This big brother has prepared more than 10 rounds of super fire, which is indeed enough in general. But on the other hand, he just wasn't normal. With such a fierce start, who would dare to follow? Even if you have a mine at home, you can't play like this. The big brother in the live broadcast room directly admitted defeat. Xiaojiu felt a sense of helplessness in her heart. Soon, the second round of the competition ended in a crushing victory. Sheen Fair appeared extremely excited, while I acted completely indifferent. Just as netizens were clamoring for Sheen Fair to do the radio calisthenics one more time, I casually typed a few words on the public screen. You can have a lollipop. People began to express their doubts. But as Sheen Fair started eating, all the netizens began to boil over again. The 6 realms have entered the atmosphere. So that's what eating a lollipop means. I bowed down to the big boss. At this moment, I arrived at the underground parking lot and smiled at the Pagani Huayra Imola in front of me. I have to say, this car is really cool. Sheen Fair is not far from me. If I drive over now, it will take at most 10 minutes to get there. He should be able to make it in time to eat a lollipop before the next match. With that, he stepped on the gas and roared out. After Sheen Fair finished her lollipop and took a sip of water, my message popped up immediately. What number is your house in Building 7? He obviously hasn't reacted yet and instinctively returned to Building 7, room 1803, ready to open the door. Sheen Fair this time she came to her senses, and her heart immediately began to race. She originally thought she would have to wait until the live broadcast ended for me to come, but she didn't expect it to be so soon. Quickly found an excuse to say he went to get a glass of water and left the live broadcast screen. Opening the door, seeing my playful smile, Sheen Fair's little face couldn't help but turn crimson. Before going out every night, he only had a relationship with the host. Now, I have transformed into his financial backer, and he clearly doesn't know how to handle this situation. I smile and say, I'm not that old, you can just call me Black. He nodded awkwardly and entered the room together. I let him continue the live stream while I rested on the sofa. Soon, the third and fourth rounds, with my help, consumed dozens of super fire rounds and ended in victory. And my task reputation value has also reached 4.89 million. It seems that as long as I win the final round, the second phase task of 5 million can be officially completed. I was suddenly a bit excited. The finals PK officially began. A very charming beauty on the opposite side spoke first. Hello, miss. I am Lulu, the streamer from the One Night City Guild. The opposing team has noticed the newcomer who has suddenly emerged and reached the finals, but they haven't taken it too seriously yet. At this moment, a king account wearing a crown entered. Sheen Fair, sorry, but please lose this round. Because today I want to take Lulu to the championship, and then I'll throw a super hot one over. The provocative meaning in this is quite obvious. Seeing this situation, I couldn't help but smile at the corner of my mouth. Is that so? You plan to protect Lulu, but I'm going to protect Fair. The rocket will be ready for you to directly engage in a moment. After saying that, I shot back a rocket to the opponent and quietly opened the recharge interface. This is the final match, and if we don't prepare in advance, there's a real possibility of a setback. I thought for a moment that 2 million should be enough, right? This isn't a large-scale PK event, there are only a little over 500 people in the VIP seats, and the weekly revenue is only a few $100,000. At this moment, the live stream on the opposite side also started mocking me, haha. Even the newbie account dares to boast, it really cracks me up. You should first take a look at our top-ranked data. One rocket launch should be enough for your living expenses for a week, right? Faced with ridicule, I didn't say much and calmly typed out a few words, and that was the beginning. As the news was released, the PK instantly began the countdown. The live broadcast room across the street has over 1,000 hot messages flooding the screen, and the PK bar is completely full, overwhelming everything. Sheen Fair only has a few scattered planes and is completely unable to resist. The shouting from across the street is getting louder. What happened to that little white number just now? Why can't it be used? The barrage of comments is all about E and personal experiences. At that moment, a rolling barrage appeared in the live broadcast room. Congratulations to the webgame for launching Super Emperor in a big stick live streaming room. Everyone fell silent in an instant. It's important to know that the Super Emperor's first launch costs $180,000. Although there are $120,000 worth of gift vouchers, the actual amount spent is $60,000. Before everyone could react, several messages popped up again. Congratulations to the browser game for renewing the Super Emperor in a big stick live streaming room. Such messages have been continuously posted 4 times. In an instant, the entire live broadcast room erupted, and countless netizens were drawn to Sheen Fair's live stream by this news. Just kidding, the Emperor's 5 consecutive shots on the small white number went straight home. In just a minute, hundreds of thousands went out. At this moment, Lulu couldn't help but feel disheveled in the wind. She originally thought she had this round secured, completely not expecting such a situation. What was she supposed to do now? I casually exchanged all the gift vouchers I received for super popular firecracker-like items to use in Sheen Fair's livestream. Then ran to the other person's livestream, casually typed out 2 characters, and continued with 2 simple characters, making everyone feel an overwhelming sense of dominance. The top player on the opposite side is awkwardly sending private messages to Lulu, "Lulu, let's call it a day this time. The opponent is too strong, we'll wait for the next time." There's no way around it, although he has some money, it's not the kind that can be spent like this. He can barely afford to open a Super Emperor, but the other party directly opens 5 times. This can completely be described as a dimensionality reduction strike. Lulu is also aware of this situation and can only smile wryly in the livestream, saying, "We concede this round." The live broadcast room instantly became more popular, with many netizens sending barrage comments, coming just to see the Emperor release the monkey girl. Sheen Fair looked dazed, thinking, "I won just like that, it seems like I didn't do anything at all." He suddenly became extremely excited. How did he get this first? He was very clear about it. As long as I can win Black's favor, even being first at the annual fan festival is not out of the question. Thinking of this, Sheen Fair immediately thanked Xiaobo. I looked at him, whose face was slightly flushed with excitement, and said, "As long as you satisfy me, I guarantee you will always be number 1 from now on." Hearing this, Sheen Fair nodded heavily, saying, "Yes, I will be obedient." Then I smiled gently and said, "All right, go take a shower." Sheen Fair blushed, took a set of clothes, and turned to walk into the bathroom. I didn't pay much attention and turned to click on the trillion subsidies. The second phase task has been completed. Would you like to claim it? The finger fell, and the notification sound instantly rang out. Congratulations on successfully receiving a reward of 10% shares in Dosha Network Technology Company. Get a reward of 2. A cashback card for 3 times the spending amount. I didn't expect there to be 2 rewards this time. This surprised me a bit. And among them, the 10% stake really left me speechless, as this is one of the top companies in the country. The platform valuation has reached $2.38 billion. My shares in Green Ticket are roughly equivalent to over $1 billion. I didn't expect to release a few skyrockets and get so many close-up shots. Just over $10 billion, really nice. At this moment, Sheen Fayer had also finished her shower and came out wearing a loose nightgown. Would you like something to drink? The words are filled with tension. I curl my lips into a big smile, just a little bit will do. An hour later, I sat on the sofa, drinking beer. I looked around the room while teasing, Sheen Fayer, you worked hard just now. Fayer, you worked hard just now. Sheen Fayer immediately turned red in the face, You tore my clothes. I smiled and asked, do you need pajamas to sleep? This house is a bit too small. Hearing this, Sheen Fayer looked gloomy. She was originally renting here because her previous company was nearby. I didn't expect to accidentally uncover the matter between the company's financial director and the old boss, and I was directly fired. Even the compensation has been withheld by Jingdu. There's no choice but to be a streamer, barely making enough to eat. If it weren't for the contract with the platform, which guarantees a minimum of 600, I would probably be starving by now. I can't help but smile wryly. Your situation is really quite unfortunate. How about this? You can move into one of my vacant houses tomorrow. There are still a few units available for rent in the Junuev Wooding community, so I'll just let him stay in one. Sheen Fayer, hearing this, couldn't help but kiss me on the cheek with a beaming face. Then there was a night of singing, and the next morning very early. Sheen Fayer looked exhausted. After all, she hadn't undergone the enhancement of the strength potion like I had. I even feel that I can fight for another 300 rounds. After Sheen Fayer finished tidying up and washing up, we prepared to move. Upon arriving at the underground garage, he saw my Pagani Huayra and his eyes suddenly lit up. Black, this car must be very expensive, right? I casually said as I started the vehicle. It's okay, just over 39 million, not quite 40 million. This directly stunned Sheen Fayer. How to say it from his mouth, it doesn't feel like 39 million, but rather more like $39. I smiled and looked at Sheen Fayer. Let's go eat first. After we finish eating, I'll take you shopping for clothes, and then we'll move. Hearing this, Sheen Fayer rolled her eyes. Black, can I start a live broadcast then? I pondered for a moment. Anyway, to obtain the rewards for the third stage, I still need to earn 3 million reputation points. For me, this is not a bad thing, go ahead. After a wild dash, we arrived at an underground parking lot of a building. Sheen Fayer was vigorously hitting the car, live streaming a dance show. Today, let me show you the sports car of the night tour, brother, so you can see the world. At that moment, I received a call from an unknown number while I was in the car. Hello Mr. Wang, I am the CEO of Dosha Livshinjia. I let out a faint "oh" as I listened, my tone clearly becoming more tense. Because just now, he received news that someone had purchased 10% of their total shares of red bean paste from the market. And he directly became the major shareholder of their company. It is worth noting that, as the CEO and founder, he only holds 14.8% of the shares. Mr. Wang, this mysterious figure, has become the second largest shareholder of the company and possesses the ability to propose inquiries, investigations, prosecutions, and the liquidation or dissolution of the company. How could this not blind him to the fact that Mr. Wang might still have some impression of the acquisition of shares in the Dosha company? I pretended to ponder and said, there is such a thing. Is there something you need? Mr. Wang, since you are acquiring so many shares, what are you planning? Hearing Chenjia's puzzled tone, I couldn't help but smile inwardly. Hi, it's nothing much. I just bought some shares to help my girlfriend, who is live streaming with you, avoid being bullied. As soon as the words were spoken, there was a moment of silence. The people in Chenjia's meeting room were momentarily at a loss for words. Is there anything else? Chenjia swallowed hard and disappeared. Okay, when the dividends are distributed, remember to transfer them to my account. Hearing the beeping disconnection tone on the phone, everyone in the conference room was in a state of confusion. Worrying that your girlfriend might be bullied and then buying 10% of the shares is a bit too much, isn't it? After a while, Chairman Chen Jia broke the silence. Everyone, do you have any thoughts? A shareholder seated near the front tapped on the table. I think what Mr. Wang said may not be entirely true, but this girlfriend he mentioned. It is very worthy of our attention, so we must take it as a breakthrough point for support. After all, Mr. Wang is too mysterious, he is definitely not someone we can afford to offend casually. Chen Jia nodded thoughtfully. Old Zhang was right, immediately find out the other party's identity and give me full support. Let's adjourn the meeting. On the other side, Qin Feier's live streaming room erupted in chaos. This sports car is so cool. This should be Pagani's divine car, and our young master Zhao from Magic City has one. However, the Pagani Huayra should have a string of warm letters. This car can't be a replica, right? As soon as this was said, the live stream room fell silent. Qin Feier was momentarily flustered. Can you not speak carelessly? Brother, yes, sports car is worth 39 million, how could it possibly be a fake? The water friends were taken aback by this remark, and then began to discuss even more intensely. It's not Qin Feier, I just checked and this Pagani Huayra is 25 million, the most expensive is only 29 million, you were definitely deceived. Qin Feier's mind was in a frenzy of persuasion, could it be that this supercar is really fake? At that moment, a roar of sports cars echoed in the parking lot, and leading the pack was a Pagani Huayra. There was an immediate gasp in the live broadcast room, this license plate number belongs to young Master Zhao. I didn't expect the host to encounter the top rich second generation, Zhao Cun, in Magic City today. Now there's a good show to watch, the real and fake Pagani. At this moment, Zhao Village was parking the car, chatting and laughing with a group of young aristocrats. Brother, look over there, there's a Pagani too. Zhao Village looked over with great interest, and just that glance made his body involuntarily begin to tremble. The car excitedly walked over quickly. Many water friends began to stir, did you see? Young Master Zhao noticed that this car would soon expose this Pagani. Only Zhao Village looked at Miss Qin Feier excitedly, asking who the owner of this car is. Can you introduce me? The viewers in the live stream and Qin Feier were momentarily stunned. Shouldn't they be showing anger in this situation? Why does young Master Zhao now look like he's seen a rare treasure? This script doesn't make sense. Next to him, a dandy asked in confusion, Village brother, isn't this car pretty much the same as your Pagani? Why are you so excited? Suddenly, Zhao Village became even more excited, shouting loudly, don't compare my junk car to this one, my broken car isn't even worthy of being compared to this car. In an instant, everyone in the audience was stunned, what's going on? Even picking up shoes isn't worthy of Village brother, are you joking? Zhao Village shook his head seriously, this car is the Pagani Zonda Imola, a top supercar with only 5 in the world. This is the ultimate version of function. My function is just a little brother in front of this car. As soon as the words fell, everyone began to swallow, and it was rare to see empty bottles in the live broadcast room. The friends who said this Pagani was a fake suddenly felt a burning sensation on their faces. Zhao Village was even more full of anticipation, not knowing who had the strength to win this divine vehicle. At that moment, I was hanging up the phone and walking back. The moment Mr. Wang saw me in Zhao Village, his eyes widened in surprise. I was immediately stunned like old Zhao. Zhao Village had a look of understanding. I was still talking about whose globally rare top sports car it was. It turned out to be Mr. Wang's again. Then I glanced at Qin Feier, who was standing beside me in a daze, and said, Mr. Wang, your speed of change is quite impressive. Hearing this, I smiled and asked, how did you all end up here? Zhao Village quickly laughed and said, we are here to buy some things and then go to the racing track in Magic City to race a bit. As he spoke, he looked at the Pagani Huayra parked there with a hint of envy and desire in his eyes. Mr. Wang, let's go run 2 laps together. I thought for a moment and shook my head. After today, there will be a lot to deal with. You can go now. Zhao Village glanced at Qin Feier again, then put on an expression that said I understand. Then I dragged the bewildered Cheen Fair into a large building's mall filled with various luxury brand items, leaving her dazzled. Suddenly, my phone rang, and to my surprise, it was Sun Fu calling. I casually said, "You go inside and take a look first. Just grab whatever you like, and I'll pay later." As I spoke, I walked aside to answer the phone. Cheen Fair nodded and walked towards a luxury brand store. At the entrance, a new staff member directly stopped him, saying, "Sorry, ma'am, live streaming is not allowed in our store." Cheen Fair was momentarily embarrassed and troubled. At this point, the live stream's popularity had already reached 2 million. If she closed it now and went back in, she would definitely look foolish. The streamer was intercepted by the store. However, to be honest, it's understandable that top luxury brands do not allow live streaming. This makes things difficult now. On the other side, Sun Fu told me that the nanny I had previously asked him to help find smiled and thanked me, and that they would come to work tomorrow. Just as I hung up the phone and started to walk back, I noticed Cheen Fair was still standing at the door. "Why aren't you going in?" Cheen Fair looked embarrassed. "I was stopped by someone, and they wouldn't let me livestream with my phone." Hearing this, I was a bit at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "How about this, you follow me in from behind?" Saying this, I walked towards the store entrance. The previous staff frowned when they saw us and said, "Why are you here again?" I didn't say anything, I couldn't. Before the words were finished, the store manager also noticed this side, and his expression suddenly changed. "Mr. Wang, you brought a friend with you." He pulled the previous staff member behind him. I nodded, "And you are responsible for helping me dress it up beautifully." The female store manager quickly nodded and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Wang, leave it to me. That new intern just now didn't know better and bumped into you, please don't take it to heart." Cheen Fair was once again confused by this scene. The female store manager respectfully said, "Ladies, I'm really sorry. Today, both of you will receive a 20% discount on all purchases, and I took the liberty of giving you the latest model of a handbag as a gift." I am also a bit surprised, this female store manager is not simple. I then smiled and looked at Cheen Fair, asking, "What do you think?" Cheen Fair was slightly taken aback, her mouth slightly open in surprise. "But it's okay." The live stream chat exploded. "Is this what it means to be rich and do whatever you want? Is this the power of a wealthy person? It's too expensive, too expensive." After buying clothes, we went to the restaurant to eat, and suddenly a piercing sound rang out behind us. "Isn't this Manager Cheen? How did you get involved with the second generation?" Cheen Fair looked at the two people speaking, and her expression suddenly turned very ugly. The newcomers were precisely the financial director and the old boss from her previous company. Emotion Cheen Fair smirked disdainfully, "I'm not like some people who rely on older men and even embezzle public funds." The woman named Jiang Wen immediately became anxious. "Pay attention when you speak, our Mu Yuan Group is still a large corporation. If you talk nonsense here, you could be held legally responsible." The old man Zhang Hai was also a bit flustered, thinking about the tigress at home who was afraid of things being exposed. He immediately opened his mouth to threaten. "If you speak so slanderously, my Mu Yuan Group will have no choice but to involve the legal department." I frowned when I heard this. "Zhang Hai, right? Come over here, and I'll talk to you." Before he could refuse, I grabbed his hand, and Zhang Hai immediately felt a surge of immense power. The whole person was directly dragged away by me. The river and sea threatened in a fluster. "Kid, this is a society governed by law. Do you know who I am?" Before he could finish speaking, I punched Zhang Hai in the stomach. "He talks too much." I took out a spray and raised my eyebrow to see how effective this thing is. Saying that, he directly sprayed a can and took out his phone to start recording a video. "Next, I'll ask you." I only saw Zhang Hai's dazed eyes, lost in thought like a puppet. 5 minutes later, I couldn't help but exclaim that Zhang Hai is truly a talented person. He actually has 3 lovers, and surprisingly, Jiang Wen is pregnant. His wife cannot have children, so even though he knew about Jiang Wen's embezzlement, he didn't intervene, and this cannot be known by his wife. The scale of his company today is entirely thanks to his in-laws' support, otherwise, not only would the company be gone, but he would also be finished. The mist effect is gradually fading. Boss Jiang, you really are impressive. Jiang Hai, instantly conscious of what he had said, he looked at me in surprise. Who are you? I smiled and shook my phone. Boss Jiang, you wouldn't want your wife to see this video, would you? Jiang Hai, with a face full of fear, said, whatever you want, I will give it to you. What I want is very simple. From now on, I don't want to see Jiangwan in Magic City. The boss nodded in a flustered manner. Is it really that simple? In the blink of an eye, I returned to the restaurant, and Jiangwan was proudly watching Qin Fei from the side. I tell you both, if you make me happy today, I might let you off the hook later, otherwise, you'll regret it. At that moment, Jiang Hai returned and without saying a word, slapped Jiangwan across the face and told him to shut up. Jiang Hai's heart has already begun to collapse. It's all because of this woman who spends her days pretending to offend those who shouldn't be offended. Even if I haven't been destroyed now, having such a huge handle in someone else's hands means I'm completely at their mercy. Jiang Hai quickly approached Miss Qin Fei. I was wrong about the previous matter regarding Miss Qin, and here I formally apologize and will compensate you. I will transfer the money to you as soon as possible. Qin Fei was completely stunned, surprised in her heart. What on earth was going on? In Qin Fei's impression, the rivers and seas were always others coming to seek her out. When had she ever seen someone so humble and submissive towards others? All these changes happened after he and Black left. What exactly happened during this time? At the same time, the restaurant manager who rushed over was also stunned by the scene. He knew that Jiang Hai was the head of a top group in the Magic City. He is the kind of person who would shake 3 times even when stomping his feet. Yet now, facing the attitude of this young man, he is surprisingly respectful. Jiang Hai glared fiercely at Jiangwan beside him, urging him to hurry over and apologize to Miss Qin. At this moment, Jiangwan was already stunned. With such a shout, his body trembled a few times as he walked in front of Qin Fei. Miss Qin, I'm sorry, please forgive me. Qin Fei shook her head and said, I have only one request, I don't want to see you in my life again. As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Hai immediately vowed, Miss Qin, you can rest assured, I will arrange a plane to send her away tonight. Hearing this, Jiang Wen's face turned pale. He realized he might never return to Xinhua for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, I immediately grabbed Jiang Hai's pant leg and said, Jiang Hai, you can't do this. I have your child in my belly. Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Hai's expression suddenly changed, and he said to me, shut up, you stupid woman. At this moment, Jiang Hai sighed to himself that he must have been blind to have taken a liking to something that was more of a failure than a success. What kind of situation was this now? Didn't he have any sense of it in his heart? He forcibly pulled out his leg and nervously said, Mr. Wang, do you think this way of handling it is okay? I smiled and nodded, saying that indeed, Director Jiang is quite a character. I really didn't expect Jiang Hai to reach this level. He actually prepared to send Jiangwan out of Xinhua directly. Seeing this, Jiang Hai immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Before leaving, he said something to the store manager. The store manager looked at me, his expression becoming even more surprised. A minute later, Qin Fei's phone suddenly rang with a notification sound. He saw the information above and was instantly shocked, his mouth agape. Jiang Hai, he transferred 3 million to me. I raised my eyebrows and instantly understood what was going on. It seems that Jiang Hai is truly afraid of me. Qin Fei was completely unaware of these hesitations and said, I was just fired by the company, isn't 3 million too much? I shook my head, since Jiang Hai has handed it over to you, just keep it. If you don't accept it, he will continue to harass you later. I am very clear in my heart that the money today is superficially transferred to Qin Fei, but in reality, Jiang Hai is worried that this matter is not over. This money is a statement, and he also wants to see if this matter is really finished. Accepting him would bring peace of mind. Not accepting him would only lead to endless worries and continued expressions of attitude. At the same time, the store manager walked over. Mr. Huang, this card is our store's black card, which allows you to enjoy a 20% discount at any LV store worldwide, and you can receive the highest level of service without a reservation. I nodded, accepted it, and thanked you. The guest next to them immediately looked surprised. It was the highest level membership card. There are no more than 100 of this card worldwide. What is the identity of this young person? The store manager then took out a bottle of pure black liquor, which looked simple and unadorned. The surrounding guests were immediately drawn in with curiosity. What kind of wine is this? I don't recognize the pure black bottle. The manager slowly spoke, Mr. Wang, this bottle of wine was given to you by Mr. Jiang. Please allow me to introduce this bottle of wine to you. His name is Silent Ship 1907, a snow champagne with no more than 2,000 bottles currently on the market, and the last auction price even reached $1.88 million. But it has been quite a while since the last auction. The price of this bottle of wine should have already exceeded $2 million. Upon hearing these words, everyone in the venue gasped in shock. Jean Fair looked at the unremarkable black bottle of champagne in front of her and suddenly felt that the $3 million in her account didn't seem like much. I couldn't help but chuckle. There are quite a few tricks up the sleeve of Zhu Si. I couldn't help but shake my head. I still remember when he slapped Jiang Wen, completely disregarding that the other party was pregnant with his child. A person like that is definitely not someone to be trifled with. Alright, just put the wine over here. Jean Fair looked at the bottle of Silent Ship, full of curiosity. Is this wine really worth $2 million? I smiled and explained that no matter how high the price of this wine is, it is still just a bottle of wine. Its value lies in the story behind the 9. These 9 were produced in 1907, intended for transport to Tsarist Russia, but unexpectedly sank in the Gulf of Finland due to German warships, resting on the seabed for 90 years. Jean Fair clicked her tongue in surprise, not expecting this wine to have such a story. It really isn't easy for it to appear before us today. I didn't pay much attention, just smiled and said to accompany me to buy 2 watches later. Jean Fair immediately had a sour expression that you need to buy for other little girls. I didn't intentionally hide it for a while. Xia Yuma had a play performance, and buying a watch was just right as a congratulatory gift for him. Moreover, there is still 820,000 left on the cashback card. The quickest way to spend it is undoubtedly by buying a watch, and as for the other part, it will be given to Jean Fair. I didn't expect Jean Fair to be so honest with me, but she knows in her heart that I can't possibly have only her as a woman. Arriving at the Patek Philippe Garden Group, parking was originally not allowed here, but after seeing my Pagani, that statement became meaningless. Jean Fair started a live broadcast as soon as she got out of the car. Hello everyone, the host is now at the Patek Philippe Group. The water friends immediately exclaimed, I'm going to live stream to buy a Patek Philippe, this watch must cost at least 100,000, right? Meanwhile, a sales clerk walked over quickly to greet the gentlemen and ladies, welcoming them to Patek Philippe. I smiled and nodded, saying that I wanted to choose a few watches. After this sentence was said, the viewers were instantly dumbfounded. What do you mean by a few pieces? I can't even buy one of these watches if I don't eat or drink for a whole year. After entering the shop, I saw that there was another person selecting a watch. Unexpectedly, it was the butler of the Sun family. After seeing me, Sun Fu turned around and said to the person behind him, former store manager, this is Mr. Wang whom I mentioned to you before. The store manager Qian Yongkong's eyes instantly lit up. This is Mr. Wang, who bought the Dongjia No. 1 $600 million Building King. Excitedly, he hurried to my front. Mr. Wang, hello, I have long admired your name. I am Qian Yongkong, the manager of the Patek Philippe original store. The salespeople next to them were almost wide-eyed. Their store manager usually hosted big shots from the Magic City, but had never shown such excitement before. The store manager was all smiles and said, Mr. Wang, we just received a new watch yesterday that I guarantee you'll love and won't want to put down after seeing it. Speaking of which, he brought me to the center of the store to an independent display. Look, this model is the Patek Philippe 5270/1 or 001 watch. The design of this watch does look quite nice. If Mr. Wang likes it, he can take it out and try it on, saying to be careful while taking out the watch. A thin figure in the back muttered, the store manager is doing this, it probably doesn't comply with the rules. This store-level watch can only be purchased by Diamond VIPs. Listening to this, the other thin one shook his head. Did you see the sports car at the door? That's not just any sports car, it's a globally limited Pagani Huayra, worth nearly 40 million for a super luxury car. As soon as these words were spoken, the previously gaunt face showed a slight change, with a hint of surprise in the eyes. Another thin person continued to speak. Just now I heard that Mr. Wang lives in Villa number 1 in the eastern suburbs. All the thinness around me is shocked this time. Are you talking about that $600 million communications villa? It's that building, so do you think it still matters whether someone is a diamond member? On the other hand, I nodded in satisfaction after putting on the watch. Not bad, let's go with this one. How much is this watch? The former store manager respectfully replied that the current selling price is 1.65 million. I can take out my card directly, let's swipe it. Everyone gasped at the sight. Sheen Fair couldn't help but exclaim, Black, spending 1.65 million is just like spending $1.65, it's really surprising even after seeing it a few times. I didn't pay attention to the gazes of others. Choose another women's watch for me to give as a gift. The former store manager recommended it with a smile. I didn't hesitate much. I directly selected a best-selling item, that's the one. Please wrap it up for me. Then turned to look at Sheen Fair, you come over and choose too. Sheen Fair was momentarily taken aback and shook her head apologetically. Well, Black. I waved my hand casually and said, it's fine, just go ahead and buy whichever one you like. Hearing this, Sheen Fair rolled her eyes, glanced at my watch, then looked at the display stand. How about this model? I looked in the direction Sheen Fair was pointing, and there was a rose gold Nautilus watch. If you take a quick glance, it's easy to mistake this model for a couple's style. She immediately took it out and Sheen Fair was very satisfied. This one looks so good. I smiled and took out my card to swipe. Mr. Wang, the former store manager, couldn't stop smiling as he took the card. 4947G001 watch is 370,000, this Nautilus is 250,000, totaling $620,000. As soon as these words were spoken, the bullet comments started flooding the live stream again. Truly a big shot in the webgame world, my $100,000 spent on the green water ghost is nothing. You see, the parrot that Fair chose looks like a couple's version of the one in the hands of the Night Tour boss. This little trick is quite clever. After buying the watch, the live stream's popularity has reached 8 million. It seems that I should have completed my third phase task. I then went to the bathroom, opened the Trillion Subsidy, and started checking that the cashback card was ready for settlement, with a direct cashback of 3 million credited. Tap gently to claim the rewards for the third phase. Congratulations on successfully claiming your rewards. Reward 1 to 50 million in cash, Reward 2 God-level cooking skills, Reward 3 to 10% shares of Tianhe Group. The first two rewards didn't particularly impress me, but this third one really surprised me. This Tianhe Group is not a small company. The previous Dosha Group could already be considered a large company, but in front of the Tianhe Group, it is just a younger brother. They are not only involved in the four major industries of real estate, film and television, tourism, and finance, but they also hold a leading position in the real estate and tourism sectors, with at least 10% of their shares being worth at least tens of billions. This is truly a wave of huge wealth, a wave of abundance. I took a deep breath, trying hard to calm myself down, but my lips were even harder to control than an AK. After chatting for a while with the store manager Sun Fu in the store, I headed straight to the Jungle Huading community with Sheen Fair. Manager Joe was all smiles as he reported on the work. Mr. Wang, the rental rate for the 120 apartments in your building has reached 90%. I have organized 3 empty houses for you. 3101 and 3002 are both 240 square meters large flats. Sheen Fair was confused again upon hearing this. What is going on? 3 empty apartments in one building, what are they talking about? Sheen Fair only felt her throat was a bit dry, opened her mouth, and looked at me in disbelief. Black, you have a building in this Jungle Huading. I nodded calmly and said, that's right, what's wrong? No, it's nothing. Sheen Fair quickly shook her head, starting to calculate how much a building would actually cost. I smiled and looked at Manager Joe to give me the key to 3101. After arranging Sheen Fair at Junue Huading, I returned home. I casually threw the bottle of wine that Zhang Hai sent into the wine cellar. I've been working hard day and night these past few days, so I need to rest well. The next morning, I was woken up early by the sound of the phone. It was the security office of the villa community calling. Mr. Wang has a lady called Huang Yuan who was said to be your housekeeper coming to take up the position, and she specifically called you to confirm. I was slightly taken aback, remembering that I had asked Sun Fu to help find a steward. That's right, he is my steward, and there will also be a gardener and a nanny coming later. You just need to confirm with Huang Yuan. Before long, I saw Ms. Huang, who was only 30 years old this year and is a graduate of Renmin University. Why didn't she go into administrative management, but instead chose to enter the housekeeping industry? Huang Yuan was slightly taken aback and said with a bitter smile, "To be honest, Mr. Lin, I initially did engage in administrative management. Later, due to some family factors, I had to switch to the housekeeping industry. After all, the annual salary in this industry is considerably higher than that in administrative management." Hearing this, I nodded and said, "Okay, your intended annual salary is 1 million, right? If there are no issues, I'll be counting on you in the future." Huang Yuan nodded and officially started to get busy. I returned to the room and opened the Trillion Subsidies to check the new products. Skill, God-level driving subsidy price. Looking at this product, I can't help but feel a bit frustrated. Well, it's better than nothing. My finger gently descends and clicks to purchase. Congratulations on successfully purchasing the item. The estimated delivery time is 40 minutes. Please wait for your order to arrive. I was scrolling through Douyin, and after 40 minutes, a flood of information suddenly appeared in my mind. It took me a full 5 or 6 minutes to completely digest it. I felt an inexplicable urge in my heart to go racing. At that moment, the door was knocked by Huang Yuan and the boss could have breakfast. I arrived at the lobby on the first floor and found several nannies and gardeners waiting, all of them slightly bowing to me. The boss is ready. I smiled and nodded. Okay, let's all sit down and eat together. One of the nannies spoke up, "No need, boss, we already ate before we came." I saw this and didn't say anything more, casually taking out a card and handing it to Huang Yuan. The yellow card has 1 million as family activity funds. You can use it for now, and if it's not enough later, let me know. Huang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that they weren't afraid of me absconding with the money? Then it dawned on him, if they could afford the number 1 villa in the east suburb, would they really worry about this? The good boss is right. Regarding the grocery shopping vehicle at home, what do you think? I pondered for a moment. You can first use this card to buy a $500,000 car. Huang Yuan is a bit confused. Isn't this a bit extravagant? She originally thought spending around 200,000 to 300,000 would be enough. The nanny next to them also secretly clicked her tongue. While they had certainly seen many people working as nannies in wealthy households, they had never encountered anyone who spent 500,000 on a grocery cart. After having dinner, I went to the underground garage and got into the Pagani, instantly activating my God-level driving skills. As the roar of the engine sounded, I immediately formed a completely new judgment about this car. The vehicle shot out like a rocket. After acquiring God-level driving skills, I clearly felt that my control over this Pagani Huayra had reached its peak. Although I am currently just driving on the road, the speed is still as fast as lightning. 30 minutes later, I got tired of playing, and the car stopped under a building named Moose Group. I walked into a milk tea shop downstairs to buy a cup of Auntie from Magic City. At this moment, Moo Group's president's office was quiet. Nanji had a serious expression. Zhang Hai sat opposite him, casually drinking tea with a relaxed expression. It is precisely this casual appearance that Mu Nanji gritted her teeth. The two have been discussing cooperation for a full 2 hours, but Zhang Hai remains completely unyielding. There's no way around it. The project in the East Sea is worth over $30 billion, and if we want to secure it, we must deal with a piece of land held by Mu Yuan Group. Mr. Jiang, how do you think this piece of land should be handled? Listening to Mu Nanji's words, Zhang Hai immediately smiled, still looking unhurried, and spoke silent. Let's not rush into the land matters, it's almost noon. How about we chat while we eat? What do you think? After these words were spoken, Mu Nanji was almost furious. What a ridiculous lunch. Immediately, with a sudden slap on the table, Director Jiang, filled with a bit of anger, said, "Don't go too far. We've been working on this piece of land for a full 3 months. Our Mu group has already tried our best to show sincerity, but your Mu Yuan group has never demonstrated enough sincerity." Looking at Mu Nanji this angry expression, Zhang Hai smiled faintly. "Are you in such a hurry?" Regarding this matter, our internal board of directors has already discussed it and has also drafted the corresponding cooperation contract. While saying that, the secretary took out a contract. "Mr. Mu, please." Mu Nanji was slightly taken aback, took the contract, and began to flip through it. The more he read, the angrier he became. "It seems a bit excessive to understand this contract of yours. You are asking for $1.3 billion for this piece of land, and you want it paid in one lump sum, which is a 30% premium over the market price." Mu Nanji had a very ugly expression, but he still had to discuss this business. The project in the East Sea is only $30 billion, but it can later be related to the authorities, which is far more valuable than $30 billion. The rivers and seas appear to be unhurried, calmly saying, "Mu always seems anxious to do something. What does this 30% premium and the subsequent benefits amount to in the end?" As soon as these words were spoken, Mu Nanji completely realized that Zhang Hai probably knows the true project of the East Sea, which is why he looks so completely confident about himself. Zhang Hai smiled faintly and got up, preparing to leave this matter. "Mu President, take your time to consider. After all, our Mu Yuan group has plenty of time. It's just that if we sign the contract next time, the premium might not be 30% anymore. After all, this piece of land is quite sought after." After saying that, Zhang Hai stood up and took 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Just as Zhang Hai was about to open the door, Mu Nanji spoke up, "President Jiang, please wait." The corner of Zhang Hai's mouth couldn't help but curve into a smile, his expression filled with disdain. This Mu Nanji may be a strong woman in the Magic City, but her temperament is still too impatient and too young. More than 10 minutes later, at the entrance of the Mu group, Zhang Hai looked as if he were basking in the spring breeze. This collaboration with Mr. Mu was very pleasant, and I hope we can work together more in the future. Mu Nanji had a pale face, gritting her teeth as she spoke, "Definitely." Just as Zhang Hai was about to leave, a somewhat surprised voice came from beside him. "Nanji, what are you doing here?" Mu Nanji turned her head and saw me gulping down a cup of milk tea. "Mr. Wang, how are you here?" The moment Zhang Hai saw me, his face turned pale, and he trembled as he greeted me. He never expected to run into me, the Grim Reaper, here. I naturally noticed Zhang Hai's puzzled expression and asked, "Zhang Hai, what are you doing here?" Zhang Hai was beaming with smiles. "I came here to take care of some matters and really didn't expect to run into you here." Mu Nanji was a bit stunned at the moment. These two clearly knew each other. Moreover, Zhang Hai was being very respectful towards Mr. Wang. "Black, do you know him?" I replied lightly, saying that we had met once, so I suppose we know each other. Hearing this, Zhang Hai let out a sigh of relief. He was really afraid I would expose his little secrets. Mu Nanji looked at Zhang Hai with a face full of suspicion, wondering if this submissive demeanor could really be called a fleeting acquaintance. Zhang Hai reacted in an instant. This Mu Nanji directly called out Mr. Wang's name. "Mr. Wang, do you know Mu as well?" I smiled and nodded. "That's right, my relationship with the male neighbor next door is quite good." This sentence fell into the river and sea, and my legs began to weaken. We shouted to each other, "Xiaoming, can this relationship still be considered good?" Remembering the moment when I signed the contract just now, I certainly didn't hold back on showing off. The head of the river and sea drifts away with endless thoughts if Mu Nanji talks bad about me to Mr. Wang, venting her frustrations, which leads him to have a poor impression of himself. Thinking of Zhujiang Sea, his face turned even paler. Mu Nanji looked at Zhang Hai's expression, her head filled with big question marks. "Is Director Zhang unwell?" Zhang Hai was looking at Mu Nanji, whose face was filled with smiles. "Huh, it's nothing, that Mu President, I thought about it. How about we void our contract and draft a new one?" With this sentence falling, Mu Nanji was taken aback, understanding what you meant. Zhang Hai quickly explained, "Mr. Mu, please don't misunderstand, I just think that the contract from earlier was a bit unreasonable. I think we should lower the price by 50%, and there's no need to rush on the payment, it can be settled within a year." He spoke while pulling out the contract, and with a wave of his hand, he tore it to shreds. Then, a fawning smile immediately appeared on his face. Additionally, I may have offended you with my words in the office just now, so please Mr. Mudon take it to heart. Looking at Jiang Hai's true colors, Mu Nanji was completely shocked. Just a moment ago, he was demanding sky-high prices. How could his attitude change so suddenly? The secretary standing beside was also anxious at this moment. If Chairman Jiang continues like this, it might be problematic. Before the words were finished, Jiang Hai coldly spoke. Why do I no longer have the right to even change a contract? No, Director Jiang is just from the board of directors. Jiang Hai snorted coldly. If you have any dissatisfaction, come to me. I am the chairman of the Mu Yuan Group. Although the contract price has dropped by 20%, there is still a profit to be made. If the board of directors has offended those old guys, so be it, but if they offend this current menace, they might as well consider themselves done for. Thinking of this, Jiang Hai hurriedly urged Muzong, please hurry up, let's quickly sign the contract again. Mu Nanji did not hesitate and immediately called to have the contract prepared. He has figured it out now. Jiang Hai's change in attitude is definitely related to Mr. Wang. Mu Nanji handed the newly prepared contract to Jiang Hai. Jiang. If Dong Ming looks it over and finds no issues, then we will re-sign it. Jiang Hai didn't even glance, picked up the pen and quickly signed his name, took out the official seal, and stamped it down with a bang. The secretary next to him was completely stunned. What happened to the chairman? He didn't even look at the contract, so casual about it. To know that this signature could cost several $100 million in profits. Mu Nanji was so surprised that she didn't know what to say. The whole development of the situation was truly surreal. Jiang Hai immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Wang, if you have no other instructions, then I will take my leave and not disturb you too. Mu Nanji rubbed her eyes. Is this still the arrogant Jiang Hai she knows? Even leaving requires asking for permission. I casually said, it's fine, just go ahead and handle it. Mr. Wang, I will take my leave now. Mu Nanji looked at me with a strange expression. You probably haven't just met him once, have you? I smiled faintly, considering it a fleeting acquaintance. Later Mu Nanji invited me to his office to sit down and talk to me about the ins and outs of the contract matters. Thank you so much today, Black, otherwise I would be afraid to lose a few $100 million. I owe you a favor. I said very sincerely, it's a serious matter, but it's just a small effort. Mu Nanji listening to this, she smiled wryly. It was not an easy task for her. After thinking for a moment, she spoke up, by the way, are you free tomorrow? I raised my eyebrows playfully and asked, are you asking me out on a date? Mu Nanji turned red in the face. What are you talking about? For a moment, I didn't know where to put my hands, and my voice became much quieter. Didn't I tell you last time that my grandfather wanted to meet you? So I wanted to ask if you have time. Tomorrow my grandfather is preparing a banquet at the Jinlu Grand Hotel. If you have time, I would like to invite you to come along. Hearing this, I pondered for a moment and said, all right, I'll be there on time tomorrow. After that, I worked out at the gym for a while and then returned to the villa in the eastern suburbs. A BMW 5 Series has been added to the garage, and the entire villa looks brand new. I have to say Huang Yuan, the work speed is still quite fast. After returning home, Huang Yuan reported to me on today's work progress. I nodded in satisfaction and smiled, saying, not bad, you all worked hard today. Huang Yuan smiled and asked, boss, do you want to take a bath first or eat first? Hearing this, I couldn't help but feel emotional. Having hired a butler is just so refreshing. It quickly became midnight, and I opened the Trillion Subsidies to check for new product updates. 1955 limited edition Mount I 30 bottles subsidized price $0.1. Jinlu Grand Hotel 30% equity subsidy price $0.1. Looking at these two products, I was taken aback. I remember Mu Nanji said the banquet address is this Golden Road Hotel, right? I can't help but smile slightly. This is getting interesting. This Mutai liquor shouldn't lose value if I take it out to give as a gift tomorrow, right? Thinking of this, I lightly tapped to buy both of these items. Congratulations on successfully purchasing the item. The estimated delivery time is 8 hours. Please wait for your order to arrive. I looked at the delivery time in slight surprise, not knowing how these two items would be delivered tomorrow. At 8:30 the next morning, I went downstairs to have breakfast, drinking $2 worth of milk, $0.2 worth of eggs. I really don't understand what some people are thinking. How can a daily food expense of $650 be insufficient when all they eat is an egg and drink some milk? At this moment, Huang Yuan stood up and said, "The boss had 2 packages delivered half an hour ago, and I have already signed for them, placing them in the study." I really didn't expect that this time it would be delivered by express. After eating, I opened it up and found that some parts of this wine were preserved very well. If it weren't for the trillion subsidies, one might really think it was a modern counterfeit. Not much. I received Munan's call. I brought some wine and called Huang Yuan to head straight to the Golden Deer Hotel. Munanji briefly introduced the situation of the banquet to me. This time, the attendees are Mu Group's partners. He led me to the front of the hall and then went to find his grandfather, while I entered the door alone. The crowd that had already entered all turned their gaze towards me. On the other side, in the hotel general manager's office, Manager Zhao Qian looked serious. He just received a call from the chairman, saying that 30% of the hotel's shares have been acquired, but they have very little information about the acquirer. Meanwhile, the phone rang again, and outside President Zhao's office, there was a young lady who claimed to be Mr. Wang's housekeeper wanting to see his daughter. Zhao Qian was very impatient and was about to scold a few words when he suddenly remembered that the person who bought the shares was also called Mr. Wang. Take a deep breath and quickly say, "Hurry up and let them in. They are an esteemed guest, don't let me scold you on their behalf." After Zhao Qian hung up the phone, his expression changed several times. Ultimately, after thinking it over, he still felt something was different and hurriedly ran outside. A few minutes later, in the manager's office, Zhao Qian looked at the shareholder certificate. Did Butler Huang know if Mr. Wang had any instructions for today? Huang Yuan said calmly while drinking tea, "My boss is attending a banquet downstairs." As soon as these words were spoken, Zhao Qian's expression became excited. The yellow steward didn't know which private room Mr. Wang was in. On the other side, in the luxurious private room, everyone looked at me with puzzled expressions as I walked in. The wealthy circle in the Magic City is just this big, the person in front of them is someone they have never seen before. I completely ignored their gazes and found an empty seat to sit down. At the same time, the private room door was opened again. "Uncles and elders, sorry, I was late due to traffic." After this sentence, the young man also noticed that the person who came was indeed my college classmate Li Hongwei. In the past, my relationship with him at school was quite awkward because the girl he, a rich second generation, didn't pay attention to him and instead confessed to me. Since then, he has also come to hate me. After graduation, we originally had no interactions, but unexpectedly ran into each other here. Li Hongwei frowned. He noticed that I was sitting in the seat reserved for him. "Black Wang, what are you doing here? This is not a place for someone like you." The person next to them immediately curiously asked young Master Li, "Do you know this person?" Li Hongwei immediately chuckled and, of course, recognized him. "This person is a college classmate of mine. Their parents run a fish stall in a small county town." As soon as this sentence was spoken, the people around were momentarily stunned, and then their gazes towards me began to turn disdainful. Li Hongwei swaggered up to me, chest out, and said, "Hey, that outfit you're wearing must have cost a lot to rent. I don't care how you got in here, get out right now." I listened to what he said and glanced at him, shaking my head. "It's been so long since we graduated, and you still have such a brainless personality." There was a tone of sarcasm in my words. Li Hongwei was instantly furious. "I'll give you 3 seconds, get out quickly, or I'll call security to throw you out." I listened to his words, lightly shook my head, and sneered coldly in my heart. Li Hongwei was even more furious at my appearance. "It seems you really are refusing the drink offered and opting for the punishment drink instead. You're just a stinky eel, pretending to be something you're not." At that moment, a sound of movement came from behind Li Hongwei. The one speaking is the angry Mu Nanji. Li Hongwei's face immediately broke into a smile. "It's hard to believe you came just in time. A poor kid sneaked in to mooch off our grandfather's banquet, and I was just about to kick him out. Listening to this, Mu Nanji was extremely angry. He originally planned to come down with his grandfather. But suddenly I thought Black and the people here don't know each other, so to avoid conflict, I came down first, but I didn't expect to still be late. Then he sternly reprimanded, "Li Hongwei, what's wrong with your head? He is a distinguished guest invited by my grandfather and me. What do you mean by wanting to drive him away now?" With these words, Li Hongwei was stunned, somewhat bewildered, looking at me in disbelief. Mu Nanji glared at him, quickly walked to my side, and said, "I'm really sorry. Black, I forgot to introduce you to everyone in advance." I waved my hand and didn't pay much attention. Mu Nanji continued to speak, "By the way, Black Grandpa said to let you sit next to him, in this very spot." Everyone present was stunned to hear this. Why should this poor kid sit next to the old man? Everyone present was somewhat unconvinced, but even if they were dissatisfied, this was the old man's decision, and they had to hold back their grievances. Even Li Hongwei, who has always been a bit eccentric, could only stand there with an unconvinced look, staring blankly. Not long after, the door to the private room was pushed open, and everyone stood up to greet. The source is the old man of the Mu family, Mu Jiangwo. The old man smiled and waved his hand, indicating that everyone should sit down and not be overly polite. As he spoke, everyone also sat down. The old man walked up to me with a smile. "This should be Wang Xiaolu." I nodded and smiled in response. "That's right, Elder Mu, I am Nanji's friend." The old man nodded, his gaze filled with appreciation and satisfaction. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a big gold chain happily took a gift. "Elder Mu, I couldn't be there for your birthday last time. You must accept this gift from my Weibo." Saying this, I slowly took out a longevity peach carved from sheep fat jade. The old man played with it in his hand for a while. "Not bad, not bad, you is thoughtful." Meanwhile, a group of people also began to give gifts. When it was Li Hongwei's turn, he took out a wooden box. "I have always heard that Mr. Mu loves good wine, so I specially asked someone to bring you a bottle from the EU, from 1980, please don't dislike it." The old man was somewhat surprised, taking it in his hands to examine it carefully. Not bad, it really is the Kong from the 80s. The Emperor. Magnificent, truly thoughtful. I'll accept this bottle of wine from the old man. The people nearby saw this scene and began to flatter, not expecting Hongwei to get something so impressive after such a long time. With this gift, it put all of ours to shame. Li Hongwei's mouth suddenly curved into a crazy smile, secretly thinking that these 3 million really do whiten. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile as he slowly looked at me. "Isn't it just because Mu Nanji has taken a liking to you? You little pretty boy, just watch how I make you embarrass yourself." Thinking of this, Hongwei smiled and said, "Uncles and elders, you are too polite. Today, everyone is here to see the old man, and naturally, they will bring some gifts, but surely no one would come empty-handed." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's gaze turned to me in unison. Mu Nanji slightly frowned. He also noticed that Li Hongwei was clearly at odds with Black. Although I saw earlier Black really took a black bag, but Uncle suddenly estimated that he probably didn't have much preparation in advance. And I just smiled faintly. I came a bit hurriedly this time, so I only brought a little glass. "Please don't blame me, Mr. Mu." Elder Mu laughed heartily upon hearing this, saying it was impossible. Wang Xiaoyou's arrival is the best gift for the old man. Saying this, I took out 2 bottles of mutai from the bag. I didn't prepare anything special, just brought 2 bottles of white liquor. At the moment the gift was taken out, everyone present was stunned. This mutai looks like it has some years on it, but this golden era mutai is something everyone is seeing for the first time. However, the old gentleman was shocked at the sight of these 2 bottles of wine, and immediately took them in his hands to examine them closely, trying to recall. As for Li Hongwei, he looked at the 2 bottles of wine with a disdainful smirk. "Humph, casually bringing over 2 bottles of worthless old wine, who are you trying to embarrass? Moreover, I've never even seen such ugly mutai in 2 bottles, this is probably just $5 per bottle." As soon as the words fell, Elder Mu showed a hint of annoyance on his face. "Shut up." After a roar of anger, Li Hongwei was startled. A slightly older middle-aged man next to them, upon seeing these 2 bottles of premium Maotai, suddenly had a realization in his heart. The golden bottle cap. This is a bottle of old wine from the 1950s, which inevitably stirs some excitement in the hearts of middle-aged people. Glancing at Li Hongwei, who was standing nearby, he said with a somewhat displeased expression, "If the young man doesn't understand, he shouldn't speak carelessly. If this wine can be obtained for $5, I'll buy as much as you can get." After these words were spoken, Li Hongwei's face turned red. The group of bosses nearby, although unfamiliar with the wine, immediately reacted upon seeing the two's expressions. This bottle of wine before them must have a significant background. Does Lao understand what this wine is all about? The middle-aged man known as Chendong suddenly showed an excited expression. The golden-capped Maotai does indeed exist, but it only existed in the 1950s. I remember that at the Goethe wine auction 10 years ago, a bottle from 1958 was auctioned off, and the auction price reached 1.8 million directly. The condition of that bottle of wine is definitely not as good as these 2 bottles. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at the 2 bottles of wine with a change in expression. Elder Mu said calmly, "Xiao Qian is right, but not completely right." Hearing this, everyone was stunned, even Director Qian was a bit confused. Seeing the puzzled expressions of the crowd, Mr. Mu slowly began to speak. "This bottle of Maotai is not from 1958, but from 1955, and it is a golden wheel label." Everyone listened in confusion, not quite understanding what it meant. When Director Qian heard this number, his eyes widened in disbelief. "This is actually the Mutai from Jinlunbio." Seeing Chairman Qian in such a disarray, the others were also stunned. "Chairman Qian, what happened to the Mutai of the Jinluan bid?" Jin Dong took a deep breath twice to calm his emotions and slowly said, "The Mutai we are familiar with has the 5-star brand and the Flying Fairy brand. But unlike the 1950s, in the 1950s, the Wuxing brand was for domestic sales of Mutai, while the Jianlin brand was for export sales of Mutai. The quantity for export is very rare. In the eyes of collectors, the value of this Mutai far exceeds that of the 5-star brand. I estimate that the auction price for this bottle will definitely not be less than 3.5 million. At the scene, everyone was immediately shocked. Wow, a bottle is estimated to be 3.5 million, which is definitely a sky-high price. The Dong family makes a living from the auction business, and he said 3.5 million, so that should be about right. I was a bit confused when I heard this. It turns out this thing is so valuable. I still have 28 square meters in my study. Elder Mu held these 2 bottles of wine tightly, then coldly glanced at Li Hongwei. "Youth, this world is much more vast than you can imagine. This bottle of wine is far more precious than your bottle of 80s Kongda." After speaking, he casually placed the Kanthi on the nearby table, snorted coldly, and said, "Take your Kanthi and get out. I don't care for this thing, old man." As the words fell, everyone hurriedly stepped aside, as if the grandeur here was just ordinary. Li Hongwei's face was pale at this moment. It was over, completely over. "Why did I just go and mock Black Wang?" Immediately looked at me and said, "Black, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please, for the sake of our old classmate relationship, plead for me with Elder Mu." Upon hearing this, I glanced at him with an indifferent expression and said, "I'm sorry, but there's really nothing I can do about this. Mu, how could a decision made by someone like Elder Mu be influenced by a mere fish seller like me?" A simple sentence fell, plunging Li Hongwei into despair. At this moment Elder Mu snorted coldly and said, "Aren't you going to hurry up and get out?" Hearing this, Li Hongwei could only leave with a look of despair, feeling dejected. Elder Mu smiled and spoke to me. "Wang Xiaoyu, this gift is really a bit too precious. The 1955 gold will Maotai is 2 bottles from the old man at once. I truly feel unworthy of it." I smiled and shook my head upon hearing this. This wine itself is not something valuable. I just grabbed 2 bottles from home in a bit of a rush today. When I came, I was worried that Mr. Mo wouldn't like it, but since you like it, just accept it. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around was stunned. What kind of talk is this? Not too valuable, just casually grabbing 2 bottles. Is your family a wholesale distributor of premium Maotai? Just as everyone was thinking this, I spoke up again, saying that I still have a whole bunch of this stuff at home that I can't finish. Everyone was at a loss for words. They really did have a lot at home. At that moment, the door to the private room was pushed open. The person who entered was Zhao Qian, the general manager of the hotel. Everyone was taken aback. "President Zhao, how did you come here?" Zhao Qian smiled slightly and casually said, "I heard that Mr. Wang, the director of our Jinlu Grand Hotel, and Elder Mu are dining here, so I specially came to deliver a gift from our hotel." The crowd asked in confusion, "Manager Zhao, who is the Mr. Wang you mentioned?" Zhao Qian nodded and directly said, "That's right, it's Black Wang. Mr. Wang is our hotel's second largest shareholder." "Mr. Wang, I didn't know you were coming and couldn't greet you in advance." I waved my hand casually. "It's nothing, I just came today as promised." Listening to me, Manager Zhao let out a sigh of relief and then said, "Mr. Wang Elder Mu, I have instructed the kitchen to prepare a royal dish, 100 birds facing the phoenix, along with a bottle of flying fairy mutai." He waved his hand, signaling the waiter to bring the dishes. After speaking, he respectfully addressed the two, saying, "I won't disturb you any further. Feel free to call me if you need anything." With Zhao Qian's departure, everyone looked at me with increasing shock, not expecting that the young man before them was actually the second largest shareholder of the Golden Road Hotel. You should know that the Golden Road Hotel is quite famous in the Magic City, with an annual net profit of around 100 million. What's even more terrifying is the network of connections behind this hotel. Mu Nanji at this moment, he was also a bit dazed, and he increasingly felt that I was unfathomable. I feel a bit helpless because I never intended to reveal this identity. Feeling the astonished gazes of everyone, I opened the wine and poured a glass for Mr. Mu. "Don't just stand there, hurry up and eat and drink." After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 dishes, Elder Mu looked at me and slowly spoke, "Is Wang Xiaoyu just returning to the Magic City now?" I smiled faintly at this. It wasn't like before, I was just an ordinary student. I have only recently taken over these things and there are many areas I don't understand. I hope the seniors will be more forgiving. I didn't say this was false. My exposure to these things relies entirely on trillion-dollar subsidies. In the ears of others, this statement means something entirely different. In their view, the family power behind me is absolutely terrifying and enormous. Previously, I had no reputation, which must be due to the family's training and magical influence. Now that the family ban has been lifted, they have started to allocate some resources to him. Isn't this Golden Deer Hotel just a way to gain connections? Many people's gazes towards me are becoming increasingly intense. As for those who know part of my information, Mu Nanji and the puppet were also greatly shocked, feeling that the fog around me was getting heavier. Half an hour later, everyone gathered at the hotel entrance, ready to leave. Before long, only I and Elder Mu's family remained. Zhao Qian and the hotel executives were standing nearby. Huang Yuan also walked over and gave me a slight bow. "Boss, the car is ready." I casually nodded and said, "It's hard to tell when you're angry. Do you all want to go together?" Elder Mu pondered for a moment and said, "Then let's go together with Wang Xiaoyu." Meanwhile, Huang Yuan stopped his car in front of us, and a group of executives behind him bowed at a 90-degree angle. Mr. Wang walked slowly, Elder Mu man, walk slowly. This moment can be described as grand and impressive, and the other guests at the hotel entrance were also greatly startled by this spectacle. What does it mean to have flair? This is what it means to have flair. I smiled helplessly at this. The vehicle started and headed straight for the eastern suburbs villa. Inside the villa, Elder Mu and Nanji sat opposite me. After the old man took a sip of tea, he showed a hint of a smile. The taste of the second-generation De Hong Pao is indeed different. I nodded gently and smiled, saying the words that Lao like so much, "From now on, just come here to get it directly after finishing your drink." Hearing this, Mu was slightly shocked, not expecting that I actually still had it in my hand. Although he was very eager to accept this statement, he still chuckled twice and said, "No need, no need. Thank you for your kindness, Wang Xiaoyu. Do you know about the project in the East Sea?" Hearing this, I was a bit confused and hadn't heard what the East Sea project specifically was. Old Lu nodded and continued, "The East Sea project is a resort project that our Mu group is preparing. If this project is completed, the conservative profit will be around 30 Hearing this, my eyes narrowed slightly. Mu is now telling me about this project. Could it be that he is planning to involve me in it as well? Elder Mu smiled faintly, drinking tea quietly, without saying a word. After some consideration, I said, if I join the project, what do I need to contribute? However, Elder Mu shook his head upon hearing this. Wang Xiaoyu doesn't need to invest anything, he just needs to have his name associated with our project. Once the project is completed, we will give you a 10% profit share. As soon as the words fell, both I and Mu Nanji were stunned. What kind of operation is this? It feels like giving away money. I looked at Mu with confusion, not knowing what he wanted to do. Wang Xiaoyu need not worry, the reason I did this is that you helped Nanji when she was in trouble. The profit of this project has significantly increased. What I am doing now is merely repaying a favor. Hearing these words, I felt it was inappropriate to say anything further. Since that's the case, I will respectfully comply. Elder Mu Dan immediately smiled. Wang Xiaoyu readily asked, is there a project banquet tomorrow night, do you have time to attend? Hearing this, I thought for a moment. Since I have nothing to do anyway, I might as well go over and get familiar with it. Elder Mu, I'll go over to take a look together tomorrow. Then tomorrow I'll have Nanji come over to pick up the young friend. Elder Mu finished his tea in one gulp. I won't disturb you any longer, see you tomorrow. Inside Villa number 2, Mu Nanji asked with a puzzled expression, Grandpa, why don't you want Black to invest some funds? Elder Mu smiled faintly and shook his head. Nanji, you are still too young. Wang Xiaoyu's identity may be far more terrifying than you and I can imagine. We Mu family is an outsider family, and our foundation in the Magic City is not particularly stable. The benefits brought by the East Sea project are considerable, and many people will covet us Mu family. Therefore, at this time, it is necessary to bind a big shot to prevent those who covet from acting recklessly. In my opinion, the young friend of the Dharma King must be a young master from a prominent family coming out to undergo trials. At this time, it would be good to befriend him. When he returns to his family, just a little mention will suffice, and what we gain then will be much more than just a few 100 million. Although I am not clear about Elder Mu's true thoughts, I can still guess a rough idea. It quickly became midnight, and I opened the Trillion Subsidies to check the newly listed products. Tianhe Group 15% equity subsidy price $0.1. I couldn't help but frown slightly. I remember that I had already obtained a 10% share during the previous reputation quest. I didn't expect it to refresh again, but let's buy it. Congratulations on successfully purchasing the item. The estimated delivery time is 15 minutes. Please wait for your order. Soon, the equity confirmation letter appeared on my desk, and I couldn't help but smile slightly at the corners of my mouth. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa in the capital, an elderly man is on the phone. Chairman, there has been a significant change in the company's equity. Elder Wang had a serious expression. What's going on? Please explain in detail. During this time, their company is very unstable internally, and the board of directors is in a power struggle. Several other shareholders have united to try to push him out. The changes in shareholding at this moment make the old man even more anxious. A minute ago, Mr. Wang, who previously acquired 10% of the shares, has now purchased an additional 15%, bringing his total ownership to 25%, making him the second largest shareholder in the company. The old man was very surprised to hear this. It should be noted that as the chairman and founder of Tianhe Group, he only held 37.8% of the shares. After the shock, the old man quickly calmed down. Do you have Mr. Wang's information? The other end of the phone quickly responded, we only have some basic information, which has already been sent to your email. Hearing this, the old man quickly checked and shook his head, realizing that the other party's information was all embellished. Alright, you don't need to check anymore. Elder Wang tapped his fingers lightly on the table, are you in the Magic City? Interesting. He then dialed his son Wang Sonson's phone number. At this moment, Wang Sonson, who was playing games in the Bulgari Hotel in the Magic City, suddenly receives a call on his phone. Hey, Dad, you're still not asleep this late? Wang Yingjie snorted coldly and said, I have an important task for you to arrange, you need to go meet someone quickly, and I have sent the information to your email. Wang Songsong opened the email and puzzledly said, "It's not my dad, isn't this just an ordinary person? Why are they contacting him?" Hearing this, Wang Yingjia immediately let out a cold laugh. "Ordinary person, let me tell you, this ordinary person currently holds 25% of Tianhe Group's shares and is our company's second largest shareholder." As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Songsong's pupils immediately constricted. He was not an ordinary rich second generation and naturally understood the meaning behind his father's words. Immediately let out an incredulous exclamation. "What? How is this possible?" Taking a deep breath, I knew I would find him soon. "You better be respectful to the other party. If I weren't tied up right now, I would go there in person." After saying this, the call was hung up. Wang Songsong did not dare to delay for a moment and quickly began messaging his friends in the Magic City to inquire. And at this moment, I know nothing and am lying in bed sound asleep. The next day, I worked out at the gym all day. In the evening, sitting Mu Nanji's Bentley heads straight to the big hotel in Magic City. At the hotel entrance, many familiar guests are greeting each other. "Mr. Jiang didn't expect you to arrive so early." "Ha, it's been a long time since we last saw each other, Chairman Pang." At that moment, everyone saw the slowly approaching stretched Bentley. At the entrance, everyone began to discuss. "Look, this is the car of the president of the Mu Group, Mu Nanji, from the main family." As the vehicle stopped in front of the hotel, everyone gradually quieted down. At the door, Jiang Hai felt a bit anxious inside. "Only saw Mu Nan linking my arm as we got out of the car, and suddenly everyone present was a bit stunned. Who is this person? Why have I never seen them before?" Jiang Hai's expression changed several times. After thinking for a moment, he quickly walked over. He first greeted Mu Nanji and then immediately walked up to me, bowed, and said, "Mr. Wang, you have arrived." Everyone was stunned when they saw Jiang Hai's appearance. Who exactly is this young man? Once again, Mu Nanji got off the car, and once again, Mr. Jiang was bowing and greeting. This identity might be quite extraordinary. Many people started to pay attention to me. The scene before me left me both amused and exasperated. After thinking for a moment, I reached out my hand to help Jiang Hai up. "Mr. Jiang, let's consider that previous matter is something in the past since we are all friends." Jiang Hai didn't dare to take it seriously and quickly said respectfully, that's right, we're all friends." But deep down, it felt as if he had taken a calming pill, and he was all smiles. Speaking, Mu Nanji linked her arm with mine and walked towards the banquet hall. At this time, a handsome man on the second floor of the banquet hall was drinking wine. Across from him, a young man was venting his frustrations. "Old Chen, you have no idea. Last night my dad called and asked me to find someone. I searched all day and couldn't find a single trace." Hearing this, Chenwan smiled gently and said, "Don't worry, Brother Kong. Tonight's banquet is hosted by the Mu family, and basically all the prominent figures from the magic community are here. You should be able to find the person you're looking for tonight." Wang Songsong took a sip of wine, feeling a bit gloomy, and hoped for the best. Seeing this situation, Chenwan couldn't help but feel a bit curious. "Brother Wang, who exactly are you looking for? How could they make Uncle call you overnight to give you a task?" Hearing this, Wang Songsong shook his head and said, "This is a truly significant person. I can't reveal anything to you for now. However, I can tell you that if my dad weren't so busy, he would have come himself a long time ago." With a single sentence, Chenwan felt an overwhelming sense of harm. He never expected that even the old master of the Wang family would want to come in person. When did such a big shot appear in this magic city? Chenwan's thoughts raced like lightning, conjuring up a series of public opinions. Then he raised his glass, took a gentle sip of wine, and instinctively glanced towards the door. Just in time to see Mu Nanji linking her arm with mine, slowly walking into the hall. In an instant, my old face darkened a bit, difficult. Wang Songsong also noticed Chen Wan's unusual expression. "Old Chen, what's wrong?" Chen Wan quickly turned around and smiled, saying, "It's nothing, Songgo saw an acquaintance. You sit here for a while, I'll go down and say hello." Wang Songsong didn't pay much attention and waved his hand. "Alright, you go greet them first." On the other side, Mu Nanji and I walked into the hall and stuck out our tongues. Black, thank you for accompanying me on the red carpet. I just smiled and didn't say anything. At that moment, a cold voice came from behind us. Nanji, I didn't expect you to come. Mu Nanji turned her head to look, and her expression immediately turned cold, filled with a hint of disgust. Chen didn't expect that the representative from the Chen family would actually be you. In response, Chen did not answer, only wearing a cold smile on his face, his eyes looking at me. No wonder you've been avoiding me, it turns out you have a man you fancy. As he spoke, his gaze towards me was full of jealousy. He has been pursuing Mu Nanji for more than a year, but Mu Nanji has always appeared indifferent. And today, she actually came here holding another man's arm. How could he not explode with anger? Listening to Chen Wan's words, Mu Nanji blushed slightly, but then angrily shouted, Chen Wan, don't talk nonsense here. Chen Wan sneered, did I say anything inappropriate? Everyone saw you come in with this wild man. Your behavior, if it gets out, will probably not be good for the reputation of your Mu group, right? As soon as the sentence was spoken, the atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. Many people around noticed this. Who is the man that this scene is always holding on to? Is he the son of some family in the Magic City? I haven't seen him before. Mu Nanji bit her lip and said angrily, Chen Wan, this is a private matter between you and me, you'd better not go too far. Hearing this, Chen Wan raised his eyebrows, and after teasing Wei Yi with a smile, he said, since this is a private matter between you and me, shouldn't we find a more private place to talk? With that, he reached out towards Mu Nanji and grabbed at her. At this moment, a hand from Mu Nanji firmly grabbed Chen Wan's hand from deep behind and swung it away. I stepped forward and blocked Mu Nanji's path, shaking off her wrist. Isn't your approach a bit excessive? A simple sentence falls, and those around are not wrong. Mu Nanji deep down, a sense of security began to grow, and his face turned a bit red. This feeling of being protected made his heart race. Chen Wan was startled by the sudden scene. After all, I had been enhanced by a strengthening potion, and my aura was quite imposing. After a brief moment of distraction, Chen Wan began to scrutinize me, then opened his mouth to say, get out of here with your national essence, you, a stinky loser, think you can learn to be a hero saving the beauty? Hearing this, I frowned, but since tonight's banquet was hosted by the Mu family, I only said in a slightly cold tone, watch your words, or don't blame me for being rude. Regarding the threat, Chen Wan was completely unconcerned, sneering twice before speaking. You're welcome. Let's see how you plan to be rude to me. Just because you dare to threaten me, with someone like you, I could wipe you out with just one finger. Hearing Chen Wan's words, Mu Nanji slightly changed her expression, then showed a look of pity and shook her head. I squinted my eyes, held my patience, and said, I'll give you one last chance to apologize to me here. I'll let this matter go. In an instant, Chen Wan seemed to hear the funniest joke in the world. Ha, ha ha, you want me to apologize to you? Fine, I'll kill you first and then apologize. After saying that, he raised his hand and threw a punch. However, Mu Nanji looked at Chen Wan, who was about to take action, and her expression changed, stop. The words are not finished yet, and Chen Wan is even more angry inside. At this time, he is still protecting this person. But what he doesn't know is, Mu Nanji, this sentence is to remind me to hold back a bit and not to kill someone. After all, he still remembers the scene of breaking the record in bench pressing. The people around watched as Chen Wan made his move, their expressions changing one after another. It should be noted that Chen Wan was an ordinary person who had practiced martial arts since childhood, and no one could get close to him. This young man in front of him was likely in danger. However, before their thoughts could settle, a series of cracking sounds erupted, and everyone was momentarily left speechless. I only saw myself grabbing Chen Wan's wrist with one hand, twisting it forcefully, and immediately his arm bent at a 90-degree angle, the bones cracking and breaking into several pieces. Throughout it all, my foot didn't move at all. In an instant, Chen Wan's piercing scream echoed throughout the venue, sweat continuously dripping from his forehead as he shouted in anger. Do you know who I am? Do you dare to treat me like this? However, before he could finish speaking, I directly slapped him several times, resulting in a series of crisp slapping sounds. Chen Wan's cheeks swelled up high, and he spat out a mouthful of teeth. I casually tossed it on the ground, straightened my suit, and spoke slowly. Has no one at home taught you to speak properly? Is it so hard for you to apologize to me? Do you have to force me to use violence? The thing I dislike the most is violence. A simple sentence sent a chill down everyone's spine. The crowd glanced at Chen Wan, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, and swallowed hard. If you call like that, you don't like violence. At that moment, a voice came from behind, asking what was happening here. Hearing this sound, everyone turned to look behind, while Chen Wan, with a face full of fear, suddenly brightened his eyes. The person who arrived was Wang Song, the eldest son of the Tianhe group. Everyone immediately put on expressions of anticipation for the show. However, Mu Nanji slightly furrowed her brows at this moment, and a sense of unease began to grow in her heart. At the same time, Chen Wan stumbled up from the ground, crying and wailing as he walked over to Wang Song's side. Brother Wang, my good brother Wang, you must stand up for me. At this moment, Chen Wan couldn't articulate his words clearly, his mouth full of gaps. Seeing him in such a sorry state, young Master Wang felt a bit angry inside. Who did this? Although Chen Wan has a generally average relationship with me, after all, this trip is with me. If he doesn't step up in this situation, it would also be a loss of face for him. Hearing Wang Song's words, Chen Wan's eyes lit up, and he quickly raised his hand to point at me and said, Wang Gu is him, it's this guy who beat me up like this. We only had a couple of words, and he just came up and hit me, he knocked out my teeth. Wang Gu, you must stand up for me. Chen Wan's tone sounded very aggrieved. Young Master Wang immediately frowned and looked over at me. In that instant, my heart trembled, it was him. I quickly took out my phone to find the photo my dad sent me yesterday, and after carefully comparing the two, my heart started to race. That's right, it's him. This is Mr. Wang, the second largest shareholder of Tianhe Group at present. Young Master Wang walked over quickly, his expression excited. Seeing this situation, Mu Nanji felt her heart rise to her throat. Although Black has a very mysterious identity, the young Master Wang opposite her is not someone to be trifled with. Mu Nanji was filled with worry and immediately texted her grandfather on her phone, hoping he could come over to protect Black. The people nearby also began to sigh, this young man is finished. Who would have thought that Chen Wan would appear with young Master Wang today? As for Chen Wan being incredibly arrogant at this moment, you actually dare to hit me? Let's see how you continue to act so wildly now. However, just with that one sentence, young Master Wang became furious, turned around, and kicked Chen Wan hard in the stomach. With a bang, Chen Wan fell to the ground again, feeling so wrong that he was about to cry. You say it again to me, who are you insulting? Mr. Wang, is he someone you can insult? While speaking, still feeling angry, he kicked Chen Wan a few more times, then quickly walked in front of me and slightly turned. Mr. Wang, I'm very sorry I didn't recognize you earlier. Please don't take any offense. With a single sentence, everyone gasped in shock. What was going on? The young master of the Tianhe group was being so polite to this young man, which was simply hard to believe. In the mind of Chen Wan, who had already transformed into a giant shrimp, a stormy sea of thoughts surged. Could this person be the big shot that Wang Gu mentioned? How is this possible? There are only a few second-generation heirs in the entire Magic City, and this person has never appeared in the circle. At this moment, fear and despair appeared on Chen Wan's face. As for Mu Nanji, she was even more confused at this moment. Black's identity was becoming increasingly mysterious. At this moment, a noisy sound came from the side, make way, Elder Mu has arrived. Mu looked anxious as well, he had just received a text from his granddaughter saying that Black had a bit of a conflict with young Master Wang. The reason for the conflict is still because of his own granddaughter, which made Elder Mu man unable to sit still, and he hurried over, pondering how to resolve this matter. After all, both sides are not people one can easily offend. At this moment Elder Mu smiled and said, Young Master Wang, when did you arrive? But before the words were finished, I saw young Master Wang and Black being polite to each other, and I was instantly bewildered. Who am I? What the hell is happening here? Didn't we just talk about a conflict? Mu Nanji quickly ran to Mu in front of the old man. Young Master Wang and I were also facing him. Elder Mu nodded slightly, greeting us.
Mu laughed heartily upon hearing this. Young Master Wang, do you know Black Wang?
Wang Song slowly spoke, saying that they didn't really know each other before, but had long admired Mr. Wang's great name.
This time I am here to meet Mr. Wang on behalf of my father. If my father were not busy, he would have come to visit Mr. Wang in person.
As soon as these words were spoken, Mr. Mu and Mu Nanji were even more confused.
The chairman of Tianhe Group wants to meet in person. Elder Mu was immediately puzzled and asked, Young Master Wang, what is going on here? Hearing the question, Wang Song didn't speak but looked at me with a questioning expression. I waved my hand and said, it's nothing, go ahead.
Young Master Wang nodded and began to explain that Mr. Wang had acquired 25% of our Tianhe Group's shares. Currently, my shareholding in the group is second only to my father's, making me the second largest individual shareholder of Tianhe Group. With a single sentence, the entire audience was shocked, and Zhang Hai was completely stunned beside them.
Is it really not a joke? I've actually been dealing with this kind of person all along. In an instant, the river and sea tore apart, and the lightning and sparks were caught by someone. What happened? Doesn't that mean there is a connection with them?
One must find a way to hold onto the other party's thigh tightly and deepen this relationship. Elder Mu and Mu Nanji both swallowed hard. They had considered countless possibilities before, but this was the only one they hadn't thought of. The 25% stake in Tianhe Group is really a bit outrageous. At this moment, Chen Wan felt even more desperate. Thinking that he should slip away before anyone noticed him, he endured the pain and got up from the ground, running towards the door.
Young Master Wang shot him a cold glance and said slightly, You want to run? Do you think you can escape? As soon as the words fell, Chen Wan's body instantly froze in place.
Elder Mu Man's eyes narrowed slightly, and his heart gradually became clear. He understood, and immediately spoke with a cold smile, He, the kid from the Chen family. Prepare a separate room for the young master of the Chen family to rest. I will personally take him home later. I haven't seen the head of the Chen family for a long time and miss him very much, so I might as well have some tea with him. In an instant, Chen Wan's face turned pale, knowing that even if he ran away today, it would be in vain.
But Mo, I am smiling as I look at my friend Wang Gongzi. This isn't the place to talk, let's change to another location. Half an hour later, I was having a very pleasant conversation with young Master Wang in the private room on the second floor.
Young Master Wang asked with a smile, There's something that has been bothering me today, and I would like to consult Mr. Wang about it.
I took a sip of tea and casually poured it. Young Master Wang, are you asking me why I acquired 25% of Tianhe Group's shares?
Wang Song touched his nose, smiled, and nodded. I smiled faintly and said, The reason is simple, I have great confidence in Tianhe Group and believe that Tianhe Group can make a profit. I don't have much ambition, after all, my family doesn't have much money. We're just an ordinary family, and I've grown tired of being poor.
I want to make more money to become wealthy. This remark fell on Wang Song's ears, making his mouth twitch. Ordinary family? Ordinary families can quietly acquire 25% of our family's shares. This is something even ghosts wouldn't believe.
Although I was complaining in my heart, I still nodded my head with a smile.
So that's how it is. What does Mr. Wang think about the recent turmoil within the group regarding the change of chairman?
As soon as this sentence was said, I was instantly confused. Changing the chairman, this matter I had no idea about at all. Young Master Wang looked at my expression in surprise and, filled with puzzled, began to explain. Several shareholders within the group, holding about 10% of the shares, are currently discussing plans to impeach my father and forcibly replace the shareholders. Hearing this, I couldn't help but furrow my brows slightly.
Is there really such a thing? Mr. Wang, don't you know?
I really didn't pay much attention to these. At the time, I just thought the price was reasonable and bought it on a whim. I didn't lie about this, after all, I bought it through reputation tasks and item refreshes $0.1. However, young Master Wang fell into deep thought upon hearing these words.
Wang Song thought to himself that the market value of Tianhe Group is over $5 billion, 25%.
the shares convert to at least over $1,000 million. Now, in his words, it's just 2 words, not expensive.
Young Master Wang swallowed. Just how much wealth does Mr. Wang's family have?
At the same time, I smile faintly and assure you about the shares in my hand. I just want to quietly make a little money.
As long as you Tianhe Group can still make money, I won't create any chaos. A simple sentence put young Master Wang's mind at ease.
After all, this statement has already made his position clear.
So I would like to thank Mr. Wang for his support here. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the Magic City Hotel, young Master Wang smiled and nodded at me. Brother Wang, I'm going to leave first. Let's hang out together when we have some free time in a few days.
I smiled and replied, sure, let's hang out together when we have time.
Then I and Mu Nanji drove to the eastern suburbs villa and sat down by the central lake in the villa area.
Mu Nanji let out a gentle breath. Thank you for what you did at the hotel.
If it weren't for your help, I really wouldn't know what to do.
Although the Chen family and my family are evenly matched in power, and I have always been rejecting him, Chen still shamelessly entangles me.
But from now on, I won't have to be afraid, thanks to you, Black.
As he spoke, he leaned in, and a warm touch was pressed against my lips. This sudden kiss left me bewildered.
I could even see Mu Nanji's eyelashes trembling slightly.
Meanwhile, in the Chen family's hall of the Jiujin Tang Villa area, Elder Mu was sitting in the living room drinking tea.
The landlord Chen Tianhe and his son Chen Shiji had gloomy faces. Brother Jiangwo, are you being a bit too much? What kind of serious mistake did my grandson make to be beaten into this state by you? Elder Mu then calmly took a sip of tea and said, excessive.
Why don't you ask what good deeds your precious grandson has done today? Upon hearing Elder Mu's words, Chen body trembled slightly.
It's done. If Grandpa and Dad find out, then tonight I'm definitely going to get beaten.
The landlord Chen Tianhe saw this scene and had a slight realization in his heart. It seemed that Chen had provoked someone formidable.
Immediately, he coldly reprimanded, bastard, what exactly did you do? With a roar of anger, Chen stammered and said, I have offended the second largest shareholder of Tianhe Group and Wang Tsongtsong. A sentence fell. Chen Tianhe and Chen Shiji were struck as if by lightning.
Although they were mentally prepared, they still underestimated his ability to cause trouble. Although the Chen family is a local power in the Magic City, they usually don't have the time to curry favor with such figures. Chen Tianhe glared at Chen. If it weren't for Elder Mu still being around, he really wanted to tie this ungrateful son to a tree and hang him up. As for Mu, he smiled and finished the tea in his cup.
It's getting late, so I won't disturb you any longer.
Chen Shiji stood up and Elder Mu walked towards the door. Brother Jiangwo, please stay, please help the Chen family. Please let me know this shareholder's address so I can visit and apologize tomorrow morning.
Hearing this, Elder Mu chuckled lightly. East Suburb number 1 Villa. 6 simple words fell, once again shocking the two.
Old Chen slightly cupped his fist towards Elder Mu, thanking Brother Jiangwo. Just at the moment when Elder Mu stepped out of the villa door, a piercing scream echoed behind him. Laozi will beat you to death, you unfilial child, you who are more likely to fail than succeed. On the other side, I have returned to the East Suburb Villa. I really didn't expect Mu Nanji to be so proactive today. Although I have charm and the max cards bonus already has the potential to become a scumbag, I still want to be an upright person. Qin Feier and Xie Yuma themselves don't care, but the relationship with Mu Nanji is really difficult to handle.
Forget it, let it be.
The next morning, I opened my phone to check the trillion subsidies, and today 3 new products were refreshed, which made me pause in surprise. Squirrel Grape 10-piece tea set made by Gu Jingzhou, subsidized price $0.1. Subsidized price of Golden Silk Nanmu tea tray $0.1. Lichen Supercars subsidy price $0.1. Without much hesitation, I directly purchased the 3 items.
Congratulations on successfully purchasing the item. The estimated delivery time is 10 minutes.
Please wait for your order. Although I don't know the specifics about the tea set, both the Golden Silk Nanmo and the Lichen are of mismatched value.
10 minutes later, Huang Yuan knocked on my door. The boss has a package and has already signed for it.
I went downstairs and saw a huge golden silk Nanmo tea tray placed in front of me. Moreover, it is not ordinary golden silk Nanmu, but rather purple-red golden silk Nanmu sinker wood. Wow, this tea tray is amazing. Then I looked at the squirrel grape tea set. The texture looks quite realistic, but this set of purple clay teapots feels pretty ordinary. I shook my head while softly saying, Butler Huang asked someone to clean this set of tea utensils and tray, and later, use this to brew me some tea. The words are not finished yet. Huang Yuan stared at the whole piece of golden silk Nanmu, his expression stiffening. This was a symbol of imperial use in ancient times. It should be placed in a museum and not used. But just now, the boss said to wash it and brew some tea. Huang Yuan only felt a bit of a blockage in his throat and couldn't speak for a moment. Boss, are you sure? More than 10 minutes later, the doorbell of the villa rang. When Huang Yan opened the door, he saw an elderly man standing there. Excuse me, is this Mr. Wang's house? Huang Yuan said with a puzzled expression, may I ask who you are? Chen Tianhe did not dare to show the slightest disrespect. Although the other party was just a steward, he was here to apologize today. The old man is from the Chen family Chen Tianhe. Hearing this, Huang Yuan was shocked in her heart. She had been a housekeeper for the Chen family Chen Tianhe. Huang Yuan naturally knew this. I didn't expect such a big shot to personally visit our boss. Moreover, there was a young man with a bruised face behind him, holding a gift. Noticing Huang Yuan's gaze, Chen Tianhe smiled awkwardly and said, last night, my useless grandson offended Mr. Wang quite a bit at the banquet. Today I specifically brought him to apologize to Mr. Wang. With these words, Huang Yuan was even more surprised about what kind of identity his boss really had. It actually allowed the head of the Chen family to come and apologize in person with the next head of the Jia family. Please wait a moment, I will go report to the boss. I was slightly taken aback by what Huang Yuan said, and then I waved my hand and nodded, saying, let them in. I didn't expect that as soon as I walked in, Chen Tianhe bowed to me. I didn't say anything about it, but wanted to see what they were preparing to do. Chen Tianhe saw this and, gritting his teeth, kicked Chen Wan. You scoundrel, why don't you hurry up and kneel down to apologize to Mr. Wang? Chen Wan's expression changed, and just as he was about to say something, he met his grandfather's gaze and instantly wilted. Gritting his teeth, he knelt down on the ground. Mr. Wang, I sincerely apologize, my child was inconsiderate and bumped into you last night. Hearing this, I raised my eyes and said, now you know how to speak like a human. Hearing this, Chen Wan felt awkward, no longer having the arrogance of yesterday. I looked at him and snorted coldly, Mu Nanji is my friend, do you understand? Chen Wan quickly nodded, replying, yes, yes, yes. From now on, I will absolutely not appear in the same place as Miss Mu. Hearing this, I nodded slightly and said, alright, let's serve the tea. At this moment, Chen Tianhe let out a complete sigh of relief and sat across from me. Meanwhile, the tea tray was brought up and placed on the tea table. Chen Tianhe was just about to say something when the corner of his mouth suddenly twitched. Looking at this huge golden silk Nanmu tea tray, I was taken aback. How much money must one have to be so recklessly extravagant? With a piece of golden silk Nanmu darkwood tea tray in hand, not only is it not properly preserved, but it is actually being used as a tea tray. If a fervent collector found out, it would be a life and death struggle at the door. Mr. Wang, your tea tray is really nice. Chen Tianhe chuckled, feeling a bit awkward in his words. I calmly said, it's just an ordinary tea tray, not worth much. Let's drink tea together. Chen Tianhe smiled with a stiff expression as she picked up the teacup, took a sip, and her gaze fell on the squirrel and grape design on the purple clay teacup. With just one glance, the whole person began to breathe heavily. Mr. Wang, this tea set of yours was crafted by Master Guing Zhou. I thought about it, and it seems that this name is correct. 2 words came out. Chen Tianhe's hand holding the teacup started to tremble. He originally thought it was outrageous to use golden silk Nanmu as a tea tray, but he didn't expect this set of tea utensils to be even more outrageous. It is worth noting that in 2015 during the autumn auction special event, this set of tea utensils fetched a sky-high price of 92 million. At this point, reaching over 100 million is not impossible. The key issue is that Mr. Wang doesn't treat this thing as a treasure at all, he uses it like a teapot. Mr. Wang's identity is probably not just that of a shareholder in Tianhe Group. If this weren't at Mr. Wang's home, he would really want to tie this unfilial son to a tree and give him a good beating. Chen Tianhe had originally prepared an antique worth $1 million as a gift, but now it is indeed difficult to present it. Mr. Wang, who gritted his teeth and spoke the next moment, said, "This is a small gift we brought for you. Although it's not of high value, please accept it." Speaking and laughing, he took out a blue and white porcelain cup. This is a Yuan dynasty blue and white cup with a hidden dragon pattern. A small gift hat does not convey respect. Hearing this, Huang Yuan grimaced, "This is a $1 million level collectible. Are all these rich people small gifts of this level?" I nodded lightly and said, "It's not bad." Seeing this situation, Chen Tianhe felt a sinking feeling in his heart and gritted his teeth. In addition, there is also a card worth 50 million here that Mr. Wang must accept. 50 million may not be a lot, but it's enough. Chen Tianhe felt a pang of pain. I couldn't help but smile slightly. Although I have a large number of shares in my hands, it will still be a long time before the dividends from each company are distributed. This 50 million is still very appealing to me. Alright, let's have some tea. Chen Tianhe immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After finishing a cup of tea, he stood up and prepared to leave. I didn't chat too much, I just had Huang Yuan help escort the guests. Time unknowingly arrived at 11 a.m., Mu Nanji carried a small pot to Villa number 1. "Black, thank you for helping me last night. This morning, I specially made a pot of black-bone chicken, ginseng, and seahorse soup for you." Looking at the unknown black liquid in the pot, I froze in my chair. I swallowed, trembling. I asked, "Is this thing chicken soup?" Mu Nanji held her head high with a proud expression. "What is this thing? I've been working on it all morning. The ingredients inside are all air-freighted, and there are many precious medicinal herbs. I can guarantee that if you take a bite, it will definitely be very nourishing, and you might even look several years younger." Hearing this, my expression stiffened. Can one sip really make you several years younger? I'm afraid that one sip might just send you straight to the afterlife. I tugged at the corner of my mouth and asked, "Has anyone tried this soup?" Mu Nanji shook her head and said, "Not yet." I originally planned to ask Uncle Fu to try it, but he said he had a stomachache, so I didn't let him drink it. I twitched my mouth again. This is definitely Sun Fu making excuses for not daring to drink by saying his stomach hurts. Immediately, I took a deep breath and said with difficulty, "Nan Zia." In fact, cooking is something that requires talent, and besides, every profession has its own expertise. You don't need to be too hard on yourself. As soon as these words were spoken, Mu Nanji was taken aback for a moment, then quickly reacted, looking all puffed up. "Do you think the soup I made tastes bad?" I cautiously replied, "At least you have some self-awareness." Suddenly, Mu Nanji was so angry that she couldn't speak. "Fine, just don't rush to drink later." After saying that, Mu Nanji picked up the spoon and took a big gulp. The moment it entered her mouth, her little face turned pale. She quickly covered her mouth and ran to the bathroom. A moment later, she walked out of the bathroom with a pale face. Mu Nanji looked at the small pot on the table, appearing somewhat apprehensive. "This soup really feels like it could take your life." I shook my head and smiled faintly. "Alright, you can sit here for a while. We'll have lunch together later." Mu Nanji nodded in realization. Huang Yuan immediately spoke up, "Boss, I'm instructing someone right now to start cooking." I waved my hand and chuckled, saying, "No need, I'll cook for myself today." Mu Nanji, slightly stunned, looked at me curiously, "Can you still cook?" In the past, I really couldn't cook, but I had obtained god-level cooking skills in a reputation quest, so today I'm going to try and see just how impressive it is. As I spoke, I began to enter the kitchen to cook. Mu Nanji was sitting on the sofa looking at the recipe, her face full of confusion. "It shouldn't be, I just added a few ingredients to the recipe. How could the soup turn out so bad?" Huang Yuan glanced at Mu Nanji the recipe on her phone. It would be strange if there were no issues. Adding so many tonics into it. Half an hour later, the kitchen door was opened, and a variety of dishes were served on the dining table. Mu Nanji looked at me in surprise, asking if all these dishes were made by me. I said lightly, what else could it be?
Alright, let's hurry and eat, it will get cold soon.
Mu Nanji made a sound of agreement and immediately began to feast heartily. Half an hour later, Mu Nanji slumped in the chair, rubbing her belly, completely losing her composure.
Black, your cooking is really too delicious, this is completely not what one would call a little understanding.
Suddenly, Mu Nanji seemed to remember something, her eyes shining as she spoke to me.
By the way, Black, since you are so good at cooking, could you teach me how to cook?
To be honest, she is somewhat unconvinced and still wants to simmer another pot of chicken soup. Hearing this, I thought for a moment and said, if you want to learn, I can teach you step by step and guarantee to share everything with you.
Mu Nanji brightened her eyes, feeling a bit eager. Can you teach me today?
I'm afraid I can't today, I have something to take care of at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Mu Nanji let out a sigh, appearing somewhat dejected. At 2:30 in the afternoon, I picked up the car keys and walked outside.
The security guard at the entrance greeted me warmly.
I sat in the fiery red supercar, feeling the roar of the engine, and with one push of the gas pedal, I shot out without even noticing the security guard was getting ready to take a photo with his phone. The security team leader who went out on patrol has returned. They looked at the photos of the supercar taken earlier, and when they searched online, they were surprised to find out that it was Lycan Supercar. The security captain was instantly dumbfounded.
The security guard looked puzzled at his captain. What is Lycan? Captain.
The security captain cleared his throat and said in a hushed voice, it says here that there are only 7 of these cars in the world, and there was only one in the country before, with a price tag of 66 million. With a single sentence, the security team member was taken aback, looking at the photos on the phone, unable to help but show an envious expression. Mr. Wang truly lives up to his name, he can get his hands on such a car.
When will I be as handsome as Mr. Wang?
I parked the car in the auditorium parking lot where Xie Yumao was performing, and unexpectedly ran into an acquaintance here. It is the young leader of the wealthy second-generation playboy, Zhao Ciyuan.
Zhao Ciyuan chuckled and greeted enthusiastically. Black, I didn't expect to run into you here again.
I nodded and smiled, looking at the middle-aged person next to him with a hint of confusion. Zhao Village laughed and said, look at my memory, I forgot to introduce myself.
This is Mr. Wu Zhang, the vice president of Dousha Group.
Today's performance by Moses has invited Dousha United for a simultaneous live broadcast. Hearing this, I was a bit confused, I didn't expect that today's joint live streaming platform would actually be Dousha. Wu Zhang, standing to the side, felt puzzled seeing Zhao Village like this. The more he looked, the more he felt that the person in front of him looked somewhat familiar. Meanwhile, Zhao Village spoke to him, President Wu, this is my good big brother, Mr. Black Wang. However, before he could finish speaking, Wu Zhang suddenly froze in place, his expression extremely frustrated.
What did you just say this gentleman's name is?
Wu Zhang suddenly remembered why he looked familiar.
Isn't this Mr. Wang, the new second-largest shareholder mentioned in the document issued by our chairman a few days ago?
In the next moment, Wu Zhang's body began to tremble as he spoke,
You are Director Wang. As soon as the words were spoken, Zhao Ciyuan was stunned and instinctively asked, President Wu, which Director Wang?
Wu Zhang swallowed and replied, Young Master Zhao, this is our Dousha Group's newly appointed second-largest director. With these words, Zhao Village was completely dumbfounded, and the expression on their faces turned to disbelief as they looked at me.
Black, you still have this layer of identity, huh? I casually nodded in response.
Well, I recently acquired a small amount of shares, not too many, not worth much. As soon as the words were spoken, Zhao Ciyuan and Wu Zhang both twitched their lips.
This was way too Versailles, wasn't it?
$1,500 or $1,600 million worth of shares became worthless in his mouth. Just as Wu Zhang was about to say something else, a slightly surprised voice came from behind him.
Mr. Wang, you are here too.
I turned my head and found the young Master Wang Songtsong walking towards us. I also showed a bit of surprise and said, Young Master Wang, I didn't expect you to be here too. Zhao Ciyuan and Wang Songtsong greeted me and said, Black, you still know young Master Wang, huh?
I calmly nodded, as if to say I recognized it.
I asked, curiously looking at young Master Wang. Why did you come to Emoshi today?
Wang Songsong chuckled and said, the sponsor of today's performance is our Tianha group.
Originally, Moses wanted me to be a judge, but since you are here, Mr. Wang, you are more qualified to represent us in Tianha as a judge.
As soon as the words fell, they instantly piqued the curiosity of Zhao Village and Wu Zhang. Young Master Wang, what do you mean by that?
In the eyes of the two, Wang Songsong is the Grand Princess of the Tianha and also holds 1% of the shares in the Tianha Group.
But he said that Mr. Wang is more qualified to represent Tianha Group. How can this not leave them puzzled? Hearing the questions from the two, Wang Songsong was also a bit confused. Don't you know?
Mr. Wang, but we are the second largest shareholder of Tianha, holding 25% of the shares in Tianha Group. After the conversation ended, the two were completely stunned. What a terrifying identity this is, and what terrifying assets. In an instant, both of them recalled the earlier remark about casually acquiring a small amount of Dosha shares not being a big deal. At that time, I thought it was pure Versailles, but looking back now, it might really just be a little bit in their eyes, not much at all. I smiled at the two people with their mouths wide open and said, no need, since young Master Wang has invited you, you should be the judge. I came today to watch my younger sister perform, and it's not really appropriate for me to be a judge. This sentence fell, and Wu Zhang suddenly became alert, not knowing which contestant Mr. Wang's sister was. Coincidentally, I am also a judge, so I can slightly take care of her during the performance. Wu Zhang was worried about not having a place to flatter others. How could he easily let go of such a flattering opportunity? I smiled slightly and said, it's a little girl named Xia Yuma. I will trouble Mr. Wu to help take care of her. Wu Zhang. Hearing this, he immediately broke into a big smile, saying, not a bother at all, it's my honor to help Mr. Lin. Wang Songsong beside him quickly said, don't worry, brother Wang, with me here, I won't let sister-in-law be wronged. Seeing that both of them said so, I also smiled slightly. Then the two of them walked towards the backstage, leaving only Zhao Ciyuan and me together. At this moment, Zhao Village was as cautious as a young bride. About 7 or 8 minutes later, Xia Yuma walked into the auditorium, and after seeing me, ran over excitedly and sweetly said, brother, you're here. I smiled and looked at Xia Yuma. How about it, do you have confidence to take first place? Xia Yuma nodded vigorously, it's a must. I was just about to say something when a mocking voice behind me said, you still dare to dream of taking first place. Hearing this sound, Xia Yuma frowned and said, Wang Yali, what do you mean by this? Wang Yali is Xia Yuma's competitor. All along, their scores in the performance class have been neck and neck. Wang Yali smirked slightly and said coldly, I'll tell you the truth, you definitely won't win the championship this time. Xia Yuma's brows furrowed even more. Listening to the conversation between the two, I squinted my eyes slightly and said with a smile, don't worry, the champion will definitely be yours later. Wang Yali raised her eyebrows and glanced over at me, and a hint of envy and jealousy flashed in her eyes. She could tell at a glance that my outfit and watch were expensive, and thus concluded that I was a rich second generation. Recalling the 50-year-old, fat-headed, and big-eared real estate developer who supported her, she couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea. Wang Yali said with a sense of imbalance, let's wait and see. With Wang Yali's departure, Xia Yuma spoke with a complex expression. It is rumored that the boss who supports Wang Yali is a judge in this competition. I always thought it was false, but it seems very likely to be true this time. Hearing this, I smiled slightly. How many judges do you have for this competition? Xia Yuma said dejectedly. There are a total of 5 3-partner judges and 2 professional judges. In my heart, I thought it was obvious that the organizers set up 3 cooperative judges to recoup their money. Alright, don't worry about that guy. Just perform well, and I believe the first place will definitely be yours. If you win the championship, I'll prepare a reward for you. Xia Yuma listened to this and felt delighted. After a moment, the performances began one after another. Performances are accompanied by rounds of eliminations, followed by regrouping to continue the show. The competition quickly reached the 3rd round, and only 5 people were left in this round. The Qingyalian stage has a strong presence, clearly exuding an air of confidence as if victory is assured. Seayuma's performance was quite standard, completely resembling a textbook style of acting. Two professional judges gave their scores. Judge number 1 scored, Wang Yali 98 points, Seayuma 97 points. Judge number 2 scored, Wang Yali 97 points, Seayuma 98 points. Once the score was released, many people began to feel anxious. Wang Yali had a pitiful look on her face as she turned to the third judge, who was the portly real estate boss. The middle-aged man smiled and gave his own rating. Judge number 3 scored Wang Yali 100 points and Seayuma 70 points. For a moment, the host was stunned. This scoring was truly a bit too unexpected. The scene began to be filled with constant noise, and many people started to discuss among themselves. At this moment, Seayuma also completely understood. The third judge was Wang Yali's financial backer. The scoring was clearly intentional. Seayuma whispered in despair, "It's over, there's no hope left." Meanwhile, Wang Yali looked like an old hen ready to fight, glancing at me in the stands with a look of disdain. I maintained a calm demeanor, with the corners of my mouth slightly raised. Next, the real show was about to begin. Zhao Village glanced at Wang Yali on stage, his expression full of pity. As for young Master Wang and Wu Zhang on the judging panel, they exchanged a glance, both understanding what was going on, and then directly pressed their scores and revealed them. In an instant, the host was stunned, but still immediately read it out loud. Judge number 4 scored, Wang Yali 60 points, Seayuma 100 points. Judge number 5 scored, Wang Yali 60 points, Seayuma 100 points. This analysis was like a thunderclap on a clear day, and the scene erupted immediately. Wang Yali was completely stunned, her eyes wide open in disbelief. Why did these two judges give her 60 points and Seayuma 100? She took 2 steps back and almost fell off the stage. The chubby judge also never expected this, and soon his forehead began to sweat coldly, a very ominous premonition rising in his heart. The host quickly announced the winner. The winner of this competition is Seayuma, with a total score of 465 points. She will have the audition opportunity for the movie Rebirth, My Name is Lu Ruyan, directed by the latest night tour director. As soon as the words fell, the scene erupted in cheers. "Seayuma, I love you." After the event, Seayuma excitedly ran to my side. "Brother, I got first place." I smiled faintly and said, "Not bad, not bad. Do you want to go eat something later?" Not far away, young Master Wang and Wu Zhang walked over and nodded at me. Seayuma looked at me with a puzzled expression, while I smiled and exchanged pleasantries with the two of them, thanking them for their help just now. Young Master Wang quickly spoke up, "It's just a matter of raising a hand, and besides, sister-in-law, she deserves this championship." After these words were spoken, Seayuma's face turned slightly red. She finally understood why the situation had turned around in the end. It was all thanks to Black. At that moment, the real estate boss approached with Wang Yali, bowing and nodding to Wang Songsong and the other two. "Young Master Wang does not know who this gentleman is." Young Master Wang said with a cold smile, "Is this person?" He is the second largest director of Do Sha Group, and also the second largest director of our Tianhe Group. As soon as the words were spoken, with a thud, the real estate boss collapsed to the ground. The real estate boss didn't expect the identity of the person in front of him to be so terrifying. Wang Yali, who was beside her, was also completely flustered. She opened her mouth to say something but couldn't utter a single word. As for the real estate boss, he quickly spoke up, "Please, I beg you, show mercy. I was wrong, I really didn't know this lady was yours." I merely cast a faint glance at the real estate boss and said, "Don't say that about me, I don't have a little brother like you." Wang Songsong immediately said coldly, "Get out of here right now. Additionally, your company is Kaiyang Construction. I remember that your company has several collaborative projects with us. Regarding this matter, I will discuss it with my father again." Zhao Village also quickly spoke up, "I remember my family had previously contracted a few projects to this company, but it seems that this cooperation needs to be reconsidered now." As the two finished speaking, the fat boss felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. The company's performance has not been good recently. If we lose these projects, bankruptcy will not be far away. The real estate boss was truly panicking at the thought. Young Master Wang, young Master Zhao, I beg you to give me another chance.
I was wrong, I really know I was wrong.
The two showed no mercy in this regard. After all, they still needed to cling to the big leg. Wang Songsong said coldly, get lost, I don't want to say it a third time. Seeing this, the local landlord was completely desperate, with a hint of regret in his eyes, looking at Wang Yali.
If it weren't for this woman, how could she have offended such a big shot?
Immediately walked up to Wang Yali, slapped her hard, and shouted, you troublemaker, I have really run into bad luck meeting you.
Wang Yali was completely stunned.
Coming to her senses, she quickly ran to Xiaoyuma.
Rain Inc., please, help me. Aren't we the best of sisters?
I'm sorry, but I don't have the ability to help you. At this moment, Xiaoyuma was actually overjoyed. She knew that from now on, Wang Yali would no longer compete with her at school.
And all of this was because Black was there. I didn't even glance at Wang Yali and said to Xiaoyuma, let's go eat.
As soon as these words were spoken, Zhao Village chuckled. Black, I know there's a nice restaurant nearby, I'll recommend it to you. Saying this, he was ready to take his leave.
Wait a minute, let's go eat together. The three of them pondered for a moment and eventually came with me to the parking lot.
Wang Songsong was instantly stunned upon seeing the fiery red Lycan hypercar.
Mr. Wang is impressive, you can also get this car. I've been eyeing this car for a long time. I laughed. It was just luck. Young Master Wang certainly wouldn't believe this. How could it possibly be luck?
After all, there are only 7 of these hypercars available globally, and they are either rich or noble. Even though he is the Tianhe Group's young master, it doesn't help, so he has always been very envious. Zhao Village also said, wow, Black, your car changing speed is too fast, and each one is a top luxury car in the world. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Songsong immediately became interested.
Could it be that Mr. Wang has more than just this supercar? That's not how it is.
Zhao Village's tone clearly became excited.
Light, I know. Black in hand, there is a Porsche 911 GT 198 and a Pagani Zonda Imola.
These two are top supercars of the same level as the Lycan. After these words were spoken, Wang Songsong wanted to shout out loud, Black, you are awesome. Every car that has emerged from Zhao Village cannot simply be bought with money, it requires a significant identity and status to obtain. 20 minutes later, we arrived at the restaurant's private room, and after just an hour, the three of us had eaten quite a bit, and all of us very tactfully left early.
Xiaoyuma and I strolled to the parking lot.
I suddenly remembered the watch I had prepared for Xiaoyuma earlier. When Xiaoyuma saw it, she covered her small mouth in surprise, her face filled with joy and shock.
Then, nervously asking, brother, is this a Patek Philippe watch?
I smiled slightly and said, that's right, this is a championship gift for you.
How do you like it? Xiaoyuma nodded heavily and said, yes, I really like it. Saying this, Xiaoyuma quickly tiptoed and kissed me on the lips.
I was momentarily taken aback and couldn't help but think, why do these girls like to launch surprise attacks so much? Later, Xiaoyuma and I booked a room at a nearby hotel. A few hours later, I helped Xiaoyuma lie on the bed contentedly. In a couple of days, I'll buy you a house near your school. Xiaoyuma listened to these words, and her eyes became moist.
To be honest, she really didn't expect Black to be this good.
I can't help but feel a sense of happiness at the thought of buying a house for myself. I immediately picked up my phone and edited my moments, feeling very happy that I saw my brother again today. Attached are 9 photos, including the restaurant, hotel and that Patek Philippe watch. Next their social circle exploded. Oh my, 37 million for a Patek Philippe, that's enough for a down payment on a house in our county, right? Xiaoyuma looked at the reply, also shocked, and didn't expect this watch to be 370,000. The way he looked at me became increasingly complicated.
Then, after another round of in-depth and friendly communication, we fell into a deep sleep.
The next morning, I sent Xiaoyuma back to school and then opened the Trillion Subsidies to check for new product updates. Subsidized price for 100% shares of the Eastern Sports Center Management Company $0.1. I was a bit confused about this product. I know this gym, as it usually hosts some commercial performances and events.
But what does this management company mean?
I then looked into it in detail and found out that this sports venue cannot be privately owned. The management company behind it has the rights to undertake a series of activities such as events, performances, and conferences. The profits behind this are also quite substantial each year. I decisively pressed down with my finger.
Congratulations on your successful purchase. The delivery time is 15 minutes, please wait for your order. I opened the navigation and headed straight to the sports center, but I didn't expect the route to pass through the Junuahuading community. I smiled slightly, thinking it was just the right time to go see Chin Fair. I directly sent 10 gifts to Chin Fair's live streaming room downstairs. Chin Fair looked at the messages on the public screen, quickly went to the window, and when she looked down, she happened to see a red supercar and someone standing beside it black. The whole person was beating with a thump, and then hurriedly returned to the camera. The streamer has some matters to attend to today, so I'm signing off for now. Bye, everyone.
Speaking, disregarding the pleas of the viewers, she picked up a makeup mirror and started touching up her makeup. After an hour of streaming, her makeup still wasn't done.
He ran all the way downstairs and excitedly said to me, "Why do you have time to come see me today?"
I smiled gently and happened to pass by someone who accompanied me to play tennis. Chin Fair was taken aback. "I don't have sportswear, and wearing this is really a bit inconvenient."
"It's fine, once we arrive, I'll just buy you a set." Saying this, we headed straight to the Oriental Sports Center. I didn't reveal my identity and directly bought 2 tickets.
"You go pick out a sports outfit first, and I'll go buy 2 cups of milk tea at the entrance."
Chin Fair nodded and walked into the nearby sportswear store.
Just as she was picking, a surprised voice came from behind, Phil."
Chin Fair turned her head to take a look and tentatively said, "You are Shuairan." The person in front of me, if I remember correctly, is my college classmate Shuairan.
Shuairan said with a smile. "I didn't expect that Fair, the university top student, actually remembers me.
I'm here to play ball with my husband. By the way, Fair, what are you doing now?" Chin Fair also didn't plan to hide. "I've been doing live streaming recently." As soon as these words were spoken, Shuairan clearly became disdainful. "Oh, I didn't expect you, Fair, to actually start live streaming. These days, doing live streaming without a financial backer, Fair, you can't get up, can you? How about this, I'll introduce you to a few wealthy sponsors later." For this, Chin Fair frowned and said unhappily, "No need, I already have a boyfriend." As soon as these words were spoken, Shuairan was also slightly taken aback. Having a boyfriend, how old is he and does he have money? Shuairan already had her own thoughts. If this Chin Fair's boyfriend is a tall, rich, and handsome guy, then she must do whatever it takes to snatch him away. If it's a poor ghost, then naturally there will be a lot of cold sarcasm. As for Shuairan's thoughts, Chin Fair was very clear in her heart, and then she sneered repeatedly, saying, "Whether my boyfriend has money seems to have nothing to do with you." With a single sentence, Shuairan was directly choked up. She didn't expect Chin Fair to be so straightforward, and then she smiled and spoke up. "Oh dear, Chin Fair, I'm just worried about you, aren't I? Just think about it, there are so many scammers in society now. If you were to be cheated out of money and your body, that would be such a waste. The bag I have in my hand is the latest Gucci model worth 38,000, and the watch is also a Cartier Ballon Bleu. Moreover, my husband said he is planning to buy me an 80 square meter apartment soon." Chin Fair had a strange expression as she looked at her buying a bag for 38,000, which is quite expensive. She remembers that Black bought herself a bunch of Hermes items and also a Patek Philippe watch. Chin Fair shook her head and smiled, not having clicked on it, "So I really congratulate you. In the Magic City, one must have their own house." In an instant, Shuairan's heart became increasingly proud, and she looked at Chin Fair with growing disdain. What's wrong with being a top student? After graduation, they still ended up as a small streamer. Thinking of this, Shuairan immediately pretended to be an experienced person. "So Chin Fair is not an explanation, you know, what we women value most is that we don't need to spend time on those broke men in these years. You see, sister, I just chose the right person, look at all the things I've gained in just a year." Chin Fair kept responding with "You're right.
Regarding Shui Ran's words, she didn't care, and at the same time felt lucky. Her black. Compared to this Shui Ran so-called husband, it's much better.
At the same time, a voice sounded not far away. A middle-aged man in his 50s was slowly walking over from not far away.
And Shui Ran quickly rushed up, saying in a delicate voice, "Honey, why are you out?" At this moment, Qin Feier felt a wave of nausea. She didn't expect that the husband Shui Ran mentioned would actually be a middle-aged man, who looked old enough to be Shui Ran's father.
This middle-aged man was looking up and down at Qin Feier and asked, "Is this your friend? Why not give me a proper introduction?"
Hearing this, Shui Ran felt a surge of resentment in her heart. You see a woman more beautiful than me and can't move on.
That Qin Feier, that vixen, what is she pretending for?
But she still had a smile on her face and said, "This is my university classmate, named Qin Feier." The middle-aged man chuckled and said, "Oh, it's Miss Qin. My name is Li Qiutao, and I am the Deputy General Manager of the Sports Management Center."
"Are you here to play basketball, Miss Qin? Would you like to join us inside for a game?"
Hearing this, Qin Feier slightly frowned and said, "It's not necessary, I'm here with my boyfriend." At that moment, I bought the drinks and walked over, and I immediately saw the two people entangled around Qin Feier.
"Feier, what happened?"
Speaking of which, Qin Feier quickly hugged my arm. "It's nothing, just ran into my old classmate and her husband."
When Qin Feier said the word husband, she deliberately emphasized it. In that moment, I understood the meaning behind it.
And Shui Ran's gaze at me was almost glaring. He was just too handsome. To be honest, if Li Qiutao wasn't still by his side, he would have leaned in to compete with Qin Feier for the man.
Li Qiutao was somewhat furious.
In his view, a stunning beauty like Qin Feier should only be possessed by successful people like him. What right does this beautiful woman have to throw herself at her, just because of this pretty boy's looks?
Can that be eaten as food?
Immediately, he looked me over and said, "Hello, young man. I am Li Qiutao, the Deputy General Manager of the Oriental Sports Center Management Company. You are here to have fun today, right?" At this moment, a faint smile involuntarily appeared on my face. This is getting interesting, and I hope the other party can be perceptive.
Li Qiutao asked with a smile, "Then I wish you both a great time here. Would you like to apply for a VIP card? May I ask where you both work?" This is Li Qiutao's main purpose.
After this was said, I couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. I am just an unemployed drifter after all. Li Qiutao felt puzzled. Perhaps the person was a rich second generation.
But what does the little brother's family do?
I continued to smile casually and said that my parents were just doing a small business in a small county. With those words, Li Qiutao formed a rough judgment in his mind that this young man probably came from a family with a few million, a small wealthy second generation. For a moment, there were no more reservations in my heart, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of my mouth.
Is that so?
Then I'll be honest, how much do you want to leave your girlfriend for me?
Hearing this, my expression instantly turned cold. Say it again.
Li Qiutao still had a smile on his face. He had long anticipated this reaction. I'll give you 500,000, and by the way, I can arrange a job for you with a monthly salary of 10,000.
How about that?
This offer is already quite good. Beside him, Shui Ran had an extremely ugly expression at this moment. This old man had spent only over 200,000 on himself in more than a year. I didn't expect that she would actually spend 500,000 for Qin Feier without hesitation. How could she not feel jealous and angry? As for Qin Feier's expression, it was quite spectacular. She looked at Li Qiutao with eyes as if she were looking at an old lecher and stood there with a look of enjoying the show. I coldly said, "You can casually arrange a job for me with a monthly salary of 10,000 at this Oriental Sports Center." Li Qiutao had a proud look on his face. "As I am the vice president of this company, arranging a job is naturally easy."
I squinted my eyes and said with a faint cold smile, "You're the vice president, right?" "Not anymore from now on." A simple sentence left Li Qiutao completely bewildered, and he immediately laughed mockingly, saying, "Who do you think you are? You think you can fire me?"
I didn't waste much time talking to him and directly made a phone call, which was quickly answered.
"Hello, Chairman, may I ask what instructions you have?" The general manager in the office building of the management company is nervously answering the phone.
5 minutes ago, he received news that someone was acquiring 100% of the company's shares, and he was just about to make a call to check in. I give you 5 minutes, come to the entrance on the first floor of the gym right now.
After saying this, I hung up the phone.
Li Chiotao had a cold smile on his face.
I'll give you 5 minutes. I want to see who you can bring. If no one comes after 5 minutes, let's see how you plan to end this. I had a relaxed expression on my face as I casually handed Qin Feier a cup of milk tea. Qin Feier asked curiously, "Black, are you the owner of this Eastern Sports Center?"
I smiled faintly. I just bought it this morning. The space at home for exercising is too small, and there's no place to play tennis, so I just bought it here.
Suddenly, Qin Feier's mouth twitched. Is this even human language?
There's no place to play tennis at home, so just buy a stadium. At that moment, the sound of footsteps came from not far away. Li Chiotao looked at the person in the lead, who was running over, and his pupils suddenly constricted, his face turning pale.
Li Chiotao said tremulously, "Manager Lu, what brings you here?" However, General Lu didn't even glance at Li Chiotao and quickly said, "Chairman Wang.
I'm really sorry for being late, and I keep bowing repeatedly as I say this." At this moment, Li Chiotao was completely bewildered as a wave of despair surged over him.
It's over, this time it's really over. I actually just shouted at my new boss.
I nodded slightly. It wasn't too late, at least I arrived within 5 minutes. Upon hearing this, General Lu felt a sense of relief and quickly introduced himself, saying, "I am Lu Quan, the general manager of this Oriental Sports Center management company.
The people behind me are the heads of various venues in the company." As the words fell, everyone behind me bowed and said loudly, "Hello, boss."
There's no way around it, this new leader was directly parachuted in, and they are completely unaware of the new boss's temperament and character. If you accidentally offend an AI, you'll be doomed for 8 lifetimes. Mr. Lu looked at the boss's gloomy face and cautiously spoke up.
"Chairman, did something happen here just now?" I gave a cold smile and looked at Li Chiotao beside me. "Deputy General Li, do you need me to say it again for you?"
As the words fell, everyone looked at Li Chiotao, and there was a hint of coldness in General Lu's eyes.
"Li Chiotao, what good deed have you done for me?"
Li Chiotao hesitated for a long time before finally repeating it. As the last word fell, his entire face turned ashen. After listening to the account, Mr. Lu gritted his teeth, feeling like he could strangle Li Chiotao right then and there. Usually acting like a tyrant, showing off is one thing, but today they actually brought their arrogance to the new boss's head, and even dragged everyone down with them.
Manager Lu immediately wanted to give a lesson to Li Chiotao.
Before the words were finished, I interrupted.
"Alright, this is a gym, noisy and chaotic. What kind of decorum is this?"
Manager Lu nodded in agreement upon hearing this, stating that a pest like the chairman should be directly dismissed. I let out a cold laugh and slowly said, "Before expelling him, check him from head to toe and see where the accounts don't match, and where there are issues, report it to me directly and file a lawsuit. If someone is shielding them or if there's a place you haven't investigated, then there are plenty of people who want to take your position as general manager, Lu Quan." As soon as the words fell, General Lu broke out in a cold sweat. His hatred for Li Chiotao had reached its peak at this moment. Li Chiotao fell to the ground with a thud. "It's over. If it were just being fired, it wouldn't be so bad. After all, he has accumulated quite a bit of wealth over the years. But now this approach is clearly going to lead to one's own ruin. After all, the bad things I've done over the years are not just 1 or 2. If it were to be thoroughly investigated, losing everything would be the least of it. It's very likely that one would have to spend 5 to 10 years in prison." Meanwhile, standing aside, Shui Ran was already dumbfounded. He didn't expect the person in front of him to have such a noble identity. Recalling the previous boastfulness, my face felt hot, but at the same time, my eyes revealed a look of surprise.
Young and wealthy, good-looking as well. If I could climb up to this, would I ever have to worry in this life?
"Hey there, so you are the owner of this Oriental Sports Center." Saying that, he was about to reach out and grab my arm. Qin Feier stepped in front of her.
"Shui Ran, do you have anything else to say?" Shui Ran looked a bit awkward at this scene and then explained with a light laugh, Fair, why are you so nervous?
I'm just trying to get to know your boyfriend a little. Sheen Fair looked unfazed, saying that if we know each other, there's no need for further conversation, we are about to go in and play tennis. At that moment, I casually spoke to Lu Quan. By the way, Lu Quan, I don't want to see anything related to Li Chiodao in this gym in the future.
So throw some things away for me. In a word, Lu Quan immediately understood. This lady, please show your ticket. Shui Ran directly deceived him. He came in through Li Chiodao, so where are the tickets? I was just about to say something when Lu Quan spoke again, saying that if you don't have a ticket, please leave immediately, otherwise, I'll have to call security to escort you out. Shui Ran listened to this and stomped his foot angrily. What kind of person are you? But Lu Quan smiled, completely unfazed. Shui Ran saw this and had no choice but to grit his teeth and run away in a hurry. After all, if it were to get out in the end, it would be too embarrassing. Soon, Sheen Fair and I entered the VIP area to start playing tennis. Throughout the process, Sheen Fair was constantly serving and picking up the balls. 20 minutes later, Sheen Fair threw her tennis racket to the ground, saying she wasn't going to play anymore. My chest feels too heavy, I can't run anymore. Hearing this, the corners of my mouth twitched. Sheen Fair is not wrong in saying this, after all, the weight of this matter is evident. Let's find a place to eat. Sheen Fair nodded, and we left the gym. While waiting for the dishes to be served, Sheen Fair's phone rang, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. I glanced over and asked lightly, "What's wrong?" Sheen Fair showed a hint of emotion on her face. One of my close friends is getting married in a couple of days and has invited me to be her bridesmaid. I don't know how the man is doing, as I gaze at my best friend in a wedding dress on my phone, revealing a hint of longing. I replied lightly, "Anyway, in a few days you'll be the bridesmaid, and you'll see her then." Sheen Fair nodded, eating her meal while chatting with me. At that moment, a table of guests in front was getting ready to leave. One of the men noticed Sheen Fair. The boss quickly looked at that girl. Is she pretty? As soon as this sentence was spoken, the other two looked over at us, their eyes wide open in an instant. The three of them boldly scrutinized Sheen Fair. Sheen Fair noticed this scene, frowned, and immediately glared back, asking what they were looking at. Sheen Fair's voice was filled with anger and was naturally loud, attracting quite a few people to turn their heads to look at the three of them. Seeing so many people watching, they felt a bit guilty and quickly left the restaurant. These guys are really annoying. I smiled faintly at this. There's no need to pay too much attention to such people, as they forget who they are after a couple of drinks. After finishing our meal, we were about to head to the parking lot. Just as we walked out the door, I realized I had left my car keys in the restaurant. Fair, you go to the car first, and I'll go to the restaurant to get the keys. Sheen Fair nodded and walked towards the parking lot. Just a short distance away, a Mercedes G-Class stopped in front of her. A beautiful woman gets in the car, and the brothers will take you out to have fun. It's those three young men from the restaurant earlier. Sheen Fair's face darkened, and she immediately said angrily, "Get lost, a bunch of perverts." Being choked like this, the three of them were even more delighted. Whistling, they continued to harass, saying that the young ladies had quite a strong personality, but I like that. There's a saying that goes, if you're going to get angry, get as angry as you can. Upon hearing this, the three of them burst into laughter. At this moment, Sheen Fair's expression had darkened to freezing point. The next moment, she took off her high heels and fiercely threw them at the giant car's headlights, making a muffled sound as the headlights shattered. The three guys were completely dumbfounded. They hadn't even warmed the seats of the car they just mentioned. What do you mean? If you dare to break my car light, don't think you can leave today. Unless you come with us and make us feel comfortable, you better pay me. After these words, the three of them showed wicked smiles. Sheen Fair looked at these three pieces of trash with a cold expression on her face. Bang, 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 several muffled sounds came again, and a few more large dents appeared on the car's hood. The three of them immediately gasped in shock and were about to take action against Sheen Fair. Many onlookers nearby immediately spoke up. You gentlemen are still planning to hit that young girl? I warn you, I have it all recorded. Some people sighed and said that this little girl was too impulsive. It won't be resolved without at least 200,000 or 300,000. What's wrong with Phil coming from behind while everyone is discussing? Those three losers immediately recognized me. You little brat are with him, right? If you don't compensate at least 100,000 or 80,000 today, don't even think about leaving. Sheen Fair quickly walked up to me. They were teasing me, so I smashed the car. Hearing this, I was unconvinced. If it gets smashed, it gets smashed. A Mercedes isn't worth that much money. A few bucks. A simple sentence left the onlookers in disbelief. Is this even human language? This young person looks like they just graduated. It's really unfortunate to encounter such a situation right away. If you don't have the strength, you shouldn't look for overly beautiful women. Beauty can bring disaster. Many people are expressing their thoughts, one after another. Those three young men, upon hearing this, couldn't help but sneer repeatedly. The kid talks big, but it's easy to trip over his own words. This Mercedes costs over 2 million, so you at least have to compensate me 250,000 today. Hearing this, I laughed. 2 million, right? I'll give you 2 million to smash this car completely. The leading young man was clearly a bit angry. Are you treating me like a monkey? To be honest, I don't need this little bit of money. Today, either you drive the car over for me to smash, or you quickly give me some money to settle it. Hearing this, I gave the three of them a strange look. What will you do if you don't dare to smash it after I drive the car over? As soon as the three of them heard it, they laughed. I wouldn't dare to smash you. Today I just drove over in a Porsche. Lamborghini, I would smash it too. My lips curled into a playful smile for a moment. Alright, if you don't smash it later, you're a grandson. After speaking, I looked at Sheen Fair and said, you wait here while I bring the car over. Sheen Fair looked at the three people with a sound of pity. After 5 or 6 minutes, the three of them gradually lost their patience. Your man wouldn't have left you and run off by himself, would he? Sheen Fair did not think so, secretly sneering in her heart. Let's see what faces you will show later. At that moment, a violent roar of an engine erupted, and everyone turned to look behind them. I go, what brand is this supercar? It's simply too cool. I parked the car in front of Dajuan amidst the envious exclamations of the crowd. In an instant, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect the young man before them to be so powerful. I got out of the car holding a baseball bat, casually handed it to three young men, and said, go ahead, I was afraid you didn't have anything handy, so I bought a baseball bat. The faces of the three people instantly turned red. What's wrong? If you don't dare to smash it, then kneel down and call me Grandpa. As soon as these words were spoken, anger began to surge in the young man's heart. It's just a broken supercar, right? What would happen if I smashed it? With that, he picked up a baseball bat, raised it high, and prepared to bring it down. At that moment, another young man grabbed him and said, Big brother, you can't smash it. The baseball youth shouted angrily, you brat, don't stop me. If a broken supercar gets smashed, then so be it, it's not like I can't afford it. The younger brother heard this and said with a mournful face, Brother, we really can't afford to pay for it. This car is a Laken supercar, and there are only 7 in the world. The initial domestic price was 66 million, and now it's a small target at the very least. With these words, the surroundings fell into a deathly silence. A crisp sound rang out as the baseball bat in the young man's hand dropped to the ground. The whole person was so shocked that their eyes widened. You ask how much? 100 million. Ah, big brother, this Lycan supercar is extremely rare. It is said that there was only one in the country before, so I didn't recognize it at first. The onlookers nearby were instantly in an uproar. My goodness, if some paint comes off, it could cost several million in damages. This young man. Hearing the flattery from those around me, I remain indifferent. If you're a man, then fulfill your promise, if not, hurry up and kneel down to call me Grandpa. In an instant, the young man's face flushed red, and he said, You shouldn't go too far, kid. I couldn't help but laugh when I heard that. I'm bullying you, what can you do about it? When you were teasing my woman, why didn't you say it was too much? At this point, my words are filled with coldness. The young man gritted his teeth, his expression shifting, as he wrestled internally, hesitating. I picked up the baseball bat and walked over.
Boss, let's just accept our losses this time since we were the ones who provoked them first. Hearing this, the young man still felt unwilling. If I really do this, how will I survive in the Magic City? Hearing this, the younger brother tried to persuade again, but can an ordinary person afford to drive this car? Such people could easily wipe us out with just a move, and it might even involve our parents. Hearing these words, the young man immediately wilted. There was nothing wrong with what was said. Under the greatest struggle, the ordinary person knelt down. Grandpa. Seeing this, I glanced at them lightly and thought they should be more perceptive in the future, not relying on their little bit of money to bully others. The other two younger brothers quickly spoke up, saying that they would definitely correct their mistakes as you instructed. Hearing this, I nodded in satisfaction, taking Chinfair into the car, stepping on the gas and driving away. The onlookers were filled with envy at that moment. They originally thought he was just a bronze player, but unexpectedly, he turned out to be a champion. Chinfair and I headed straight to Junuehuading community. Chinfair looked at me with admiration on her face of black. You were so handsome just now, so manly. I smiled faintly, it was just basic operation. Immediately after that was an in-depth and friendly conversation. After having dinner around 6 o'clock, Chinfair and I prepared to go home. The garage at home is almost full now, so I should have Huang Yuan help me renovate the garage. On the other side, the Wang family's villa in the capital, Wang Yingjia was listening to her son's report. Did Mr. Wang really say that? Wang Songson was right to nod. Mr. Wang has no interest in competing for power among the shareholders. Wang Yingjia smiled slightly and said, Son, you must remember that our Wang family is indeed considered a big family across the country, but that's only on the surface. There are also families like Xinhua that have been passed down secretly for thousands of years. Wang Songson nodded respectfully upon hearing this. I understand, father. Wang Ying continued, saying that since the other party has no intention of seizing power, we should find a way to get along with them. At this moment, Wang Songsong had a thought. This time, Mr. Wang's companion won the Moses Performance Championship and is qualified to participate in the latest film by the night tour director. Why don't we invest a bit and completely secure her for this role? Upon hearing this, Wang Yingjia nodded and said, let's set a small goal first. Wang Songsong nodded and pondered, Father. Moreover, this Mr. Wang has an unusual relationship with Mu Nanji. Are you talking about the Mu family in the Magic City? That's interesting. I remember the Mu family in the Magic City and the Mu family in Sunan have a strained relationship. If that's the case, then we. The words are not finished. Wang Yingjia smiled and said, don't get involved in this matter for now. The next morning, I opened my phone and found several messages from my college classmate Su Shan. My relationship with him is actually quite good. In the past, when I had conflicts with others and got into fights, Su Shan always helped me out. Out of curiosity, I opened the message. Black in a couple of days, I'm getting married. Do you have time to come and be my best man? For a moment, I was a bit stunned. Chinfair's best friend is also getting married today. What an auspicious day this is. I didn't think too much and replied with a message, sure, I'll be your best man. You didn't even mention you were getting married. How about we get together for lunch today? In less than half a minute, the message came back, okay, see you at the usual place. After replying to the message, it was still early, so I opened the Trillion Subsidies to check today's product updates. Yongda Holdings Group 10% share subsidy price $0.1. I couldn't help but smile slightly. Yongda Group is a local enterprise in the Magic City, a comprehensive trade service group. The main focus is on the automotive sales industry, with a rough market value estimated at $27 billion approximately. 10% of the shares, which translates to about $1 or $200 million. Thinking of this, I decisively made the purchase. Congratulations on successfully purchasing the product. The estimated delivery time is 30 minutes. Please wait for your order. After buying, I drove to the restaurant I often went to when I was in school. Su Shan was a little surprised as soon as he walked in. I went to a big place. This outfit must have cost quite a bit, right? I smiled slightly. It's necessary for work, the dish is ready, hurry up and taste it, see if the flavor has changed. While eating, I started gossiping and I have to say, today's college students are really wealthy.
Did you see that Kiranen parked at the entrance?
I really don't know if I'll ever have the chance to ride in one in my lifetime.
I couldn't help but laugh for a moment. Don't worry, there will definitely be opportunities. It's only been a little over a year since graduation. How did you suddenly get married?
Sushan chuckled. He hadn't planned to get married so early, but the woman's family was urging them.
By the way, let me show you. Is your sister-in-law pretty?
I stared at the photo on Sushan's phone, my expression strange.
Isn't this Chin Feier that showed me her best friend yesterday?
Not bad, you two are quite a match. Sushan smiled with a face full of happiness upon hearing this. My wife is from the local area of Magic City and has 3 houses here.
So they didn't ask me for a car.
Instead, his parents prepared a wedding fund of 500,000 for us.
Hearing this, I couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Your father-in-law is quite impressive, isn't he? How come I didn't notice you had this ability back in school?
Just as Sushan was about to share his experience with me, the phone rang.
He glanced at the caller ID and answered it. Hello, Mr. Su. We are Tianquan Car Rental. Unfortunately, we no longer have the Audi S6 you reserved for tomorrow. We sincerely apologize for this. Hearing this, Sushan was instantly filled with rage. What's going on? I'm getting married tomorrow, and you tell me the car is gone? Are you asking me to ride you to pick up the bride tomorrow? The manager on the other end of the phone hesitantly said, How about this, Mr. Su? We currently have 12 Santana cars in our store. How does that sound?
As soon as these words were spoken, Sushan's eyes widened. The pre-arranged 8 Carsa 6 were agreed upon after several days of discussion with the woman, mainly because this price was within their budget and wouldn't cause the woman to lose face during the wedding procession.
If they really used Santana's words, it would undoubtedly be a slap in the face for the woman.
It is estimated that tomorrow at the wedding scene, it will be very unpleasant.
Thinking about this, Sushan argued strongly, How could you do this?
You told me the day before the wedding that there was no car. The words were not finished when the manager interrupted us.
There was no other way. If you don't want to use it, we will refund your deposit. Wishing you a pleasant life. After saying this, the call was directly hung up.
In an instant, Sushan angrily slammed his phone down on the table.
Damn it!
I learned about this from Sushan and immediately thought of the company that acquired shares this morning. It's nothing, bro, I'll take care of the wedding car for you.
Sushan was momentarily taken aback. Black, are you sure?
I need to get at least 8 Audi 6s tomorrow.
Don't worry, I'll make a call.
I took out my phone and dialed the number of the general manager of Youngda Group.
Inside the group building on the other side, General Manager Zhang Yaohua's phone was left in the office.
The secretary was taking it to the meeting for Mr. Zhang. At that moment, the phone suddenly rang. The secretary hesitated for a moment when she saw the unfamiliar number, but still answered.
Hello, Youngda Group, this is Secretary Zhang. General Manager Kai Wei is currently in a meeting. How can I help you?
I said slightly I want him to help me prepare some cars, tomorrow as a wedding car. As soon as these words were spoken, Kai Wen's face darkened. I'm sorry, this is the phone of our group's general manager. If you want to rent a car, please call the customer service hotline, we are not responsible for rental services. After saying that, he just hung up the phone. I really don't know how to get Zhang's phone number, and I'm even asking Zhang to rent a car, it's really ridiculous. I heard the hang-up tone on the other end of the phone, frowned, and then called again. The secretary over there was about to hand the phone to the general manager when she saw that the call was from this number. Without thinking, she just pressed the hang-up button. Watching this scene, the general manager felt very angry inside. The only people who could call him were some big shots, yet the secretary just hung up like that.
Unfortunately, he was in a meeting and couldn't get angry. Xiaokai, you can't do this, you just hang up without even answering the phone.
The secretary quickly explained upon seeing this. It's like this, Mr. Zhang has someone who doesn't know where he got your number, and he immediately said he wanted to rent a car. I told him to call the customer service hotline, but unexpectedly, he called again.
Mr. Zhang nodded upon hearing this, and his expression softened a bit.
However, the next moment he felt something was off. There were only a few people who knew his number, so who could be calling to rent a car from him? Thinking of this, he opened his phone to check the caller ID, and in an instant, his face changed dramatically.
Wasn't this number the contact information for the new shareholder?
Seeing that Secretary Zhang was so furious he looked like he wanted to kill someone, he still decided to call back first. I am also filled with rage here. During the first call, I managed to say something, but during the second call, they didn't even let me speak.
The Yangda group is truly very good, extremely good.
I glanced at Sushan and said, let's do this Sushan, you come with me to the company. Seeing that my calls were hung up twice, Sushan hesitated for a moment and thought, let's just forget it, Black, I'll think of another way on my end.
Just as I was about to say something more, the phone rang.
I picked it up directly and answered with an annoyed hello. On the other end of the phone, Mr. Zhang's anxious voice came through, Chairman Wang, I'm really sorry, my secretary didn't know this was your call.
I don't intend to say much.
With a cold snort, I said, I need some vehicles as wedding cars tomorrow. You prepare them first, I'll be at the company in 20 minutes for inspection.
After saying that, I hung up the phone directly.
I immediately called Su Shan to go to the company with me. When he saw me unlock the Cullinan at the door with a couple of beeps, Su Shan was completely stunned.
Black, I was just saying whose car this was.
I didn't expect you to start working at the car rental company, no wonder you could help me get a car. I smiled and didn't say much. After all, if you round it off, Su Shan was right. Then the two of us drove straight to the company. On the other side, General Manager Zhang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Director Wang did not vent his anger on him. But the secretary next to her was not so calm. She understood everything just now, her expression showing a hint of panic. Zhang Zong came to his senses and angrily stared at the secretary, shouting, "Do you have any idea what kind of trouble you've caused? You can go handle your resignation procedures yourself." This sentence fell, and the secretary was really flustered. Being able to achieve a salary of 500,000 this year is entirely because I am the secretary to the group general manager. Once I step out of this door, it would truly be over. At this moment, General Zhang was extremely angry. If he hadn't checked the phone number again, today would have turned into a big mess, and he would have been in serious trouble. Faced with the secretary's pleas and explanations, he naturally wouldn't listen and quickly told me to get lost, not wanting to repeat himself.
20 minutes later, a Cullinan stopped downstairs at the company.
General Manager Zhang, along with several senior executives, had been waiting at the door and quickly ran over to help open the car door. Immediately after, everyone bowed and shouted in unison, "Welcome, Director Wang, to the company for inspection. The 18 Rolls-Royce Phantoms you requested have been prepared for you." Hearing these words of the tiger and wolf, Su Shan was directly shocked.
What's going on? This is Chairman Wang inspecting the Rolls-Royce Phantom.
Su Shan widened his eyes, looking at me with a head full of question marks. I smiled and nodded. I also work here, but I am a shareholder of this company. In an instant, Su Shan was completely dumbfounded. He really couldn't associate these words with Black. In his impression, when they were in school, both of them were just eating steamed buns with pickles. How did it suddenly become shareholders?
Laughing, Su Shan explained, after graduation, my second uncle passed away, and this is the inheritance he left behind.
Su Shan was still a bit confused after hearing this. He had never heard of you having such a wealthy uncle before. I didn't know before that he had no children when it came to inheriting the estate, so it could only be passed on to me. Hearing me say this, Su Shan finally came to his senses and immediately said excitedly, "Wow, Black, you've hit the jackpot. Now you don't have to worry about not being able to afford a house anymore. You could have 8 kids without any problem." I smiled and said, "You're the pig."
The reason I don't tell the truth is that even if I do, he won't believe me and will instead take me to the hospital to check my brain.
Then I asked General Zhang to arrange for the wedding car driver, and I would drive the lead car myself. After all, it was my good brother's wedding. After handling all of this, Su Shan was full of gratitude. it was his own brother who helped him save face. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have had anywhere to find a car at the last minute. Black, thank you. I waved my hand and laughed, saying, we're brothers, no need to mention that. Just treat me to a drink later. In the evening, after having dinner with Su Shan, I was preparing to go home. Since I had drunk quite a bit, I could only call a driver. I didn't expect that when the driver arrived, he immediately panicked and said, boss, your car is too expensive, I dare not drive it. After saying that, he cancelled the order and ran away in a hurry. Just when I was considering whether to call again, Mu Nanji's voice came from behind me, why do you smell so strongly of alcohol? I chuckled and explained to him again, in that case, I won't have Uncle Fu come to pick me up. I'll drive you back. Then we drove towards the east suburb villa. I don't know if it was because I drank alcohol, but I fell asleep shortly after getting in the car. Mu Nanji looked at me as I slept, her expression complicated. She sighed and murmured, let's talk to him later. Actually, he came here today because the Mu family in Sunan is preparing a marriage alliance. This Sunan Mu family was originally the main branch of the Mu family in the Magic City. 30 years ago, the two families split. Elder Mu took root in the Magic City, but if they don't want to be affected by this marriage alliance, they must quickly strengthen the Mu family's industry in the Magic City. I was woken up by the alarm clock at 5 o'clock the next morning, and it seems I was called by Nanji to be carried up. The convoy has been parked downstairs for a long time, and I drove the lead car straight to Shushan's neighborhood. As the phantom convoy appeared, many elderly people began to point and discuss Su Shan's parents. Although they didn't understand cars, they knew what kind of car this was. Listen, uncle and aunt, you say a word and I say a word. What Su Shan has become successful. I've been watching this child since he was little, and other words of praise. The uncles and aunts are also smiling and very happy. Half an hour later, we arrived at the neighborhood where the bride lived, and many neighbors were gathered together discussing. Today is the day that old Tian's family marries off their daughter. What a big occasion this is. It seems they have found a good son-in-law. On the other side, Xin Feier, who was with the bride, noticed the car wheels downstairs and couldn't help but ask curiously, Tian, is someone getting married today? A pair of Rolls-Royce cars was surprisingly parked downstairs. As soon as this sentence was spoken, everyone was taken aback, but they could clearly see that the newcomer was indeed from their convoy. Suddenly, the room erupted in chaos. The bride Tian is also pretending to be angry. Didn't we agree to use A6 already? Sue this prodigal son Shan, just wait until the wedding is over, and see how I deal with you. Suddenly, a love-struck voice rang out again, look at how handsome the driver of the lead car is. I'm going to ask that guy for his phone number later. Xin Feier also cast her gaze over Black, how could he come to be the best man? Then, looking at my sister's infatuated remarks, I secretly thought, sister, I've already taken the lead, you all can slowly argue about it here. Half an hour later, we received the bride at the hotel. Former class monitor Wang Rui saw me with a malicious look and began to mock me coldly. I just smiled faintly and said nothing. Soon, the wedding ceremony was completed. Shu Shan ran over to toast and thanked me again for helping her with the car issue. When others learned that the car was mine, their expressions instantly became extraordinary. Wang Rui and those who had just mocked me turned even redder. Immediately followed by a round of compliments. I have become accustomed to this and couldn't help but smile inwardly. How many years has it been, and why can't they change their habit of looking down on others? Wang Rui quickly found an excuse and felt embarrassed to stay. After finishing the wedding banquet, I returned to the villa in the eastern suburbs. Xia Yuma sent a message inviting me to her celebration party in the evening. After replying to the message, I opened the Trillion Subsidy to check for new product updates. Magic Hands Subsidy price $0.1. Looking at this product, I'm a bit confused. What on earth is this thing useful for? Forget it, I'll just buy it. I can have some fun teasing Xiaoyuma and the others. The moment I successfully pressed the purchase button, information about magic tricks appeared in my mind. I smiled slightly and thought to myself, it seems it's not useless after all, at least it's a cool weapon. At 6 o'clock in the evening, I arrived at the restaurant on time, and then a girl walked in with several men. I looked up and my expression immediately brightened. Among these men, I recognized one. It was Wang Rui, who had left the wedding banquet early today. However, it is clear that he is here today to be a follower. Standing in front of him is a man dressed in designer clothes, looking very arrogant.
Xia Yuma's expression didn't look good after seeing this person. "Xinhao, how did you come here?" The young man said with a wicked smile, "Isn't this just the perfect time to run into Shaoli? So I came uninvited to celebrate with you." Hearing this, Xia Yuma couldn't get angry.
The young man glanced at the table and then smirked.
"Since we're celebrating, we definitely have to drink alcohol, right? What kind of beverage is that?"
Saying this, I don't know where I found a bottle of wine and poured a glass. Xia Yuma looked at the glass of wine being handed over, frowned, and said, "Sorry, I don't want to drink today."
The friend named Shaoli advised UMO, "This is a drink offered to you by young Master Keen as a toast. If you're going to follow him, what's the point of staying in the entertainment industry? Hurry up and drink it." Xia Yuma listened to this and looked very unhappy. "Shaoli, if you want to drink so badly, you can drink it yourself." And I slowly opened my mouth to say, "Xinhao, right? Our Yuma is not interested in drinking with you. If you have nothing else, just leave."
Hearing this, Xinhao felt a surge of anger inside. The three followers behind him also noticed me.
In an instant, Wang Rui looked as if he had seen a ghost, his face turning pale. The other two lackeys shouted at me, "How dare you talk to young Master Qin like that?"
Xinhao waved his hand, his eyes revealing a hint of cold indifference.
"I wonder who this brother is." Xia Yuma glanced at him and said slightly, "Mr. Wang."
Seeing Xia Yuma's slightly flushed face, a surge of anger rose in Xinhao's heart.
"So it's Mr. Wang. I wonder what Mr. Wang's family does."
I smiled faintly and thought about doing a small business at home in the countryside. As these words fell, Xinhao's heart grew increasingly disdainful, and he soon spoke with ill intent. "Since Mr. Wang has Yuma a good relationship, feel free to come to me for help if you encounter any difficulties in the Magic City in the future."
Hearing this, I smiled slightly, knowing he was deliberately mocking me. So it seems Mr. Qin is quite impressive in this magical city. A follower behind immediately answered arrogantly, "Who in the Magic City doesn't know about our Qin Xiao's Gone Yuan jewelry? We have already opened our 10th store."
Little Li's eyes suddenly lit up. Qin Xiao is really getting more impressive.
The Qin family must be the biggest in the entire jewelry industry of Magic City.
Another follower also had a proud look on his face. After all, this was the 10th store of the natural brand, personally managed by our young Master Qin. With these words, a smile spread across Xinhao's face. "That's right, this 10th store is on the 3rd floor of the I-5 building. If you go to buy jewelry, mention my name, and I will give you all a 20% discount." When Xiaoli heard this, she instantly cheered with joy. Xin Xiao is really too generous. I just happened to want to buy a necklace recently, so I will definitely go support Qin Xiao's business then. Xia Yuma's other friends were indifferent, always wearing a faint smile on their faces. As for Wang Rui, who stood at the back, his expression became stiff. Watching this group of people praise Xinhao, he really didn't know what to say. This old classmate of mine is worth $2 to $3 billion, such strength can completely crush the entire Qin family.
When I heard the name of Building M, I couldn't help but laugh. Isn't this exactly my own property?
At this moment, Xinhao turned his gaze back to me, wondering where Mr. Wang is currently employed. It's not worth mentioning, I made a little money before and did some investing in financial management on my own.
Hearing this, Xinhao laughed even more recklessly. "Speaking of financial management, I remember that your family, Wang Rui, is in the financial management business, right?" Wang Rui's face was pale. "Wang Rui, what happened to you?" "It's nothing, it's just that I'm feeling a bit unwell today."
Xinhao didn't pay much attention and continued to speak to himself. "Xiao Wang, Wang Rui's family financial company has some weight in Mo. Do if you find him, it will definitely help you make a fortune."
I have a somewhat amused smile on my face because of this, don't I?
Seeing my attitude, Xinhao's face turned cold and he felt a bit embarrassed.
"I said Black Wan isn't this not how one should behave? Since you want to ask Wang Rui's family for help, at least you should get up and offer them a drink. If you don't even understand this basic etiquette, how can you navigate society?"
As soon as these words were spoken, Xiaoli next to her also joined in the mockery, thinking that just because she made a little money, she could look down on others? I really don't understand what she's doing with that guy Mo Dai. Faced with the mockery of the two, I had no reaction. Instead, Wang Rui nearly fell off his chair. The whole person is sweating profusely and flowing out, no need to toast. Seeing this, Xin Hao became increasingly puzzled and thought, Wang Rui, what are you up to? Wang Rui immediately showed a smile that was uglier than crying. I'm not feeling well today, I took cephalosporin, so I can't drink. Seeing Wang Rui like this, although Xin Hao still had some doubts, he did not pursue it further. Wang Rui breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this, thinking why this guy had to drag him into his own demise, letting Black Wang toast to him. It's really surprising that he could think of that. If you drink this wine yourself, can you expect good results? Xin Hao chuckled and said, by the way, let me introduce the magician Mo Ping who is next to me. He can be said to be the most promising magician in the country at present, having appeared on the Spring Festival Gala 3 times at just 21 years old, and is even a disciple of the Magic Master Guild. As soon as the words were spoken, several close friends showed a hint of surprise on their faces. Is it Jerd, one of the top 10 magicians in the world? Is he that amazing? I can't wait. At this moment, Mo Ping also had a smile on his face, very happy to participate in this celebration banquet. Next, I will perform a little magic for everyone. At this point, Mo Ping opened his hands to the crowd. After everyone confirmed that there was nothing in his hands, he suddenly shook his palms, and in an instant, a small cloth pouch appeared in his hand. The crowd gasped in surprise, oh my god, how is this possible? However, all of this seems a bit lacking in my eyes, as I possess god-level magical skills. Mo Ping smiled and said, what I have in my hand is a magic bag, it connects to an alternate dimension, and anything put inside will disappear without a trace. With that one sentence, everyone showed their astonishment. How could this be possible? There must be something in that bag. As soon as the words fell, a smile appeared on Mo Ping's face. You can rest assured about this, if you don't believe it, you can check this bag of mine. As he spoke, he handed the bag in his hand to Xie Yuma. Xie Yuma turned the bag inside out to check its structure but found not a single opening. Mo Ping's smile became even brighter. Now I need a volunteer from the audience to cooperate. As he spoke, he scanned the crowd with a punch. When his gaze fell on me, Xin Hao subtly nodded. In an instant, Mo Ping said, then next, may I invite Mr. Wang to cooperate with me for the performance, okay? Hearing this, I couldn't help but sneer inwardly, they were preparing to team up to trick me. I wanted to see who would end up tricking whom this time. Thinking of this, I stood up and walked forward to watch Mo run. Alright, I'll cooperate with you, but you don't know how I need to cooperate with you, do you? Mo Ping glanced at me and said, why don't you put the watch on your wrist into my pocket? A strange expression suddenly appeared on my face. Are you sure? This watch of mine isn't cheap, and if it gets lost, it will cost you a pretty penny. With these words, Xin Hao showed a look of disdain on his face. Isn't it just a high-quality replica of a Roger Dubuis? If you really lose it, compensating for one is all that's needed. In Xin Hao's view, I am just an ordinary person with a bit of money. I definitely can't afford the Roger Dubuis King Series watches. Little Lee on the side also sneered, not expecting it to be a high imitation. This vanity is too much, isn't it? Listening to the mockery, my smile grows even wider. Are you sure? If this watch gets lost, you'll pay for it. Xin Hao scoffed at this, saying, your watch is indeed a good imitation, but the total price won't exceed 5,000. If you lose it, I'll compensate you according to the price. I nodded and took off the watch and handed it to Mo Ping. This is what you said. Mo Ping took the watch and pretended to throw it into the lid, then quickly tightened the cloth bag and gave it a sharp shake. However, in that moment I activated my divine-level magic hand and quickly transformed into a shadow, taking the watch from Mo Ping's sleeve and then smoothly putting it back into my own pocket. Mo Ping was naturally unaware of all this and continued to show off his empty pockets. I looked ready to watch a good show and calmly said, alright, you can give me my watch back now. Xin Hao shook his head disdainfully, it's just a few $1,000s watch, look at how anxious you are.
Mo Pang, change it back for him.
Mo Pang nodded and pretended to cast a spell. This was the moment to witness a miracle. Before he could finish speaking, he froze in place. I touched my sleeve and found that the watch had completely disappeared. Such a large watch was just on me a moment ago, how could it vanish in the blink of an eye? Looking at Mo Pang like this, Xin Hao frowned. What's going on? At this moment, Xin Hao felt something was off. After boasting so much earlier, if Mo Pang messed up, wouldn't that be slapping his own face? Mo Pang turned his head, wearing a ghostly expression. Young Master Qin, their port is missing. I have a calm and unhurried expression. I remember you said that if the table is lost, you would compensate at the original price, right? Hearing this, Xin Hao had a look of disdain. Yes, isn't it just $5,000? I'll pay you. I chuckled and shook my head. Who told you this watch of mine is $5,000? As soon as these words were spoken, Xin Hao's expression changed immediately. What do you mean? Are you planning to extort someone? Do you really think a broken fake watch is worth anything? I said lightly, that watch is real. When the words were spoken, everyone was stunned. You need to provide evidence when you speak. Just because you say it's true doesn't make it true. Of course there is evidence. You can call Manager Zhou at the Roger Dubois store and ask him if I bought this watch. Listening to my flat tone, Xin Hao vaguely felt that something was off, constantly murmuring in his heart, impossible, he definitely can't afford this level of watch, this guy must be bluffing. Immediately, my gaze began to firm up. I don't know how you know that Manager Roger Dubois' last name is Zhou, but with your height, do you really think you can bluff your way past me? Hearing this, Xin Hao quickly called Manager Zhou, planning to expose Miley's as a fraud. Xin Hao nodded, sneering as he took out his phone, then dialed Manager Zhou's number and switched to speakerphone. After the phone rang twice, Manager Zhou's voice followed. May I ask who was this? Xin Hao quickly showed a smile on his face. Manager Zhou, I am Xin Hao. Manager Zhou was taken aback when he heard the name, and after thinking for a moment, he realized it was young Master Qin. What a pleasure to meet you. Are you calling today to reserve a watch? Store manager Zhou thought to himself that although Qin Hao hadn't bought many watches, his family still had some money. If he could make him happy, perhaps this second-generation heir would buy a watch worth hundreds of thousands from him. Qin Hao was yawning and asking, Manager Zhou, has the store recently sold a Wangzhe series Rebecca 0406? When these words were spoken, Manager Zhou was taken aback for a moment, but then he opened his mouth and said, that's right. Anyway, this is not a big secret in the watch circle, so he openly admitted it. Now it was Qin Hao's turn to be stunned, and he trembled as he spoke. Is the person who bought the watch called Black Wang? Suddenly, Manager Zhou became a bit excited. How did you know? Manager Zhou seemed a bit nervous. After all, Mr. Wang is a VIP in the store, and such information is classified. Could it be that the information about their own VIP has been leaked? In an instant, the private room erupted, and Qin Hao and the others were completely stunned. He began to feel a bit panicked. At this moment, Xia Yuma said slightly, let me introduce this Mr. Wang, who is the brother I mentioned in my previous social media post. As soon as this sentence was spoken, Xiaoli felt a wave of dizziness. What a joke, the person she had been mocking all along turned out to be the super god on Xia Yuma's stick. How? In an instant, Xiaoli regretted it so much that she wished she could slap herself a few times. I got up and picked up Qin Hao's phone. Manager Zhou, it's me. Your client information hasn't been leaked, it's just that Qin Hao thinks my watch is fake, so I asked him to make a call to let you verify it. This week, the store manager let out a sigh of relief, so that's how it is. Then I'll be a witness for Mr. Wang. This watch was personally delivered by me, and it is definitely genuine. As soon as Qin Hao heard this, he swallowed hard and forced a smile. Mr. Wang might indeed be a misunderstanding, but his heart was already filled with anger. It was obvious that Black Wang was just setting him up. Is it a misunderstanding? Let's talk about it later. I bought this watch for 4.2 million, so I asked Qin Hao to compensate me at the original price. Qin Hao gritted his teeth and glared at Mo Pang, hurry up and find it for me. Mo Pang, being clever, turned himself inside out, but in the end, he revealed a bitter expression, unable to find it. I let out a cold laugh.
watching him unable to find it, so he should compensate. I think young Master Qin isn't short of this 4 million or so.
Qin Hao was really panicking this time. If it were just a few 100,000, he could accept the loss, but over 4.2 million would definitely require him to ask his family for money. Once this matter got out to his family, he would be finished. I stared sharply at Qin Hao. From the very beginning, I warned myself that you can't afford this watch. To be honest, if you ask Wang Rui behind you, you would know whether this watch is real or fake. As soon as these words were spoken, Qin Hao suddenly looked at Wang Rui, his expression as if he could eat someone. At that moment, Wang Rui's body trembled like a sieve, and he spoke softly. Qin Xiao, he is my university classmate and also a shareholder of Yongda Holdings. At this moment, Qin Hao's face turned completely pale. His family's dry yuan jewelry was just a younger brother. The anger he originally felt vanished without a trace, as he knew that the other party was definitely not someone a second generation like him could provoke.
Mr. Wang, I really can't take out this money right now. How about I make a call to my family? What do you think?
Originally, Qin Hao didn't intend to cause trouble for his parents, but now that the situation has come to this, it's hard not to let them know.
I waved my hand.
Hurry up, I still need to continue hosting a celebration banquet for Yuma. After a forced smile, Qin Hao immediately dialed the phone at home. As soon as Qin Hao's parents heard, their expressions changed instantly, and they stopped being verbose, immediately driving over. I then quietly sat at the table eating after sending Huang Yuan a message. A quarter of an hour later, a middle-aged man with a big belly walked in with a wealthy woman. After looking around, he burst into laughter and said, "Mr. Wang, I've heard so much about you.
It's hard for me to express my feelings."
He quickly walked up to me and extended his hand. I continued to eat calmly, and for a moment, the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Qin Nanshan's face also showed some difficulty in maintaining composure. Even if you are a shareholder of Yongda, being so arrogant and disregarding others is not very good, right? In an instant, Qin Nanshan's expression darkened. I said slight, your son said he would compensate me for my watch, so you can just compensate me at the original price of 4.2 million.
Qin Nantian immediately revealed an unpleasant smile.
It should be noted that his business is not doing well right now. Just a few days ago, he invested funds to acquire a store in M Mall, and currently, the cash available is only around 10 million. If he really loses this, the Qin family, with 4.2 million at stake, will be in a very difficult position. Qin Nantian said with a smile, Mr. Wang was just talking nonsense like a child. As for the compensation issue, let's discuss it further. Hearing this, my eyes narrowed slightly, and at the same time, on my phone Huang Yuan's message also came through, detailing the current financial situation of the Qin family.
Looking at the information, I sneered and said again.
This is the last time, 4.2 million, not a penny more, not a penny less.
At this moment, the noblewoman behind was getting angry. Black Wang, right? Isn't it just a small shareholder of the group?
Coming here is just to give you face. Do you really think our Qin family is afraid of you?
Today we are leaving directly. Who dares to stop us? The noblewoman's tone was full of disdain. Qin Nantian also sneered, my wife's attitude is my attitude. So we can either have a good talk, or I can only say I'm sorry. Hearing the two of them like this, I chuckled softly. It seems there's nothing to discuss.
Saying this, I took out my phone and called Huang Yuan, asking the M Mall side to terminate the rental contract with Ganyuan Jewelry.
As soon as this sentence was spoken, the noblewoman immediately mocked, who do you think you are? Terminating the contract? Do you think alliance is your family's? Truly ridiculous.
Just at the moment she finished saying this, a text message came to Qin Nanshan's phone, and he looked at me in disbelief. I'm sorry, you were right, this mall is indeed run by my family. The wealthy woman was directly stunned. Just as she was about to say something, she noticed Qin Nanshan's phone drop to the ground with a thud. Qin Nanshan's entire face was extremely pale, his throat rolled, and he couldn't utter a single word. He originally thought that the person in front of him was just an ordinary shareholder of a large group, so offending him was no big deal. Unexpectedly, the other party turned out to be the owner of the M Mall. You should know that losing this store would result in a loss of at least tens of millions. Mr. Wang has just offended you, please forgive him. I sneered and looked at Qin Nantian.
Didn't Director Qin just say that your wife's attitude is your attitude? Qin Nantian's smile became increasingly stiff. It's a misunderstanding, Director Wang.
My old lady speaks without thinking, so please, Mr. Wang, you must forgive us.
We will definitely gather the compensation as soon as possible.
I waved my hand and said, that's enough, just take care of your son and don't let him harass pretty little girls.
After saying this, I looked at Xie Yuma.
There's not much meaning here anymore, let's change places and continue the celebration. After we left the private room, Qin Hao spoke up, trembling.
Qin Nantian looked at himself angrily, son, don't call me dad, you are my father. I'll beat you to death.
You are nothing but a failure at accomplishing things and a master at ruining them. Speaking, he took out his belt and began to pack up Qin Hao. Immediately, a series of screams began to rise and fall in the private room of the restaurant.
Not long after leaving the private room, my phone rang with a notification sound.
The debit card transfer income of Mingwei number 0325 is $4.2 million. Looking at this number, I couldn't help but smile lightly. The Qin family's response speed is quite fast. I then sent Huang Yuan a message, no longer making things difficult for them.
Xia Yuma let out a sigh at this moment.
Although the loss of money has been compensated, it is impossible to buy an identical piece now.
Black, I'm sorry.
Hearing this, I smiled slightly, and with a flick of my wrist, there was the Roger Dubious watch on my wrist.
Xia Yuma's mouth was wide open in disbelief. What is going on?
They are preparing to team up to trick me with magic, but these little tricks are not enough to impress me. Xia Yuma immediately had a slightly resentful expression, so bad. I thought the book was really lost.
I chuckled and teased, do you want me to perform a magic trick that makes things grow and shrink?
Then, a scream erupted, and the room was filled with a chorus of sounds. Early the next morning, I returned to the east suburb villa, and as soon as I entered, I saw Mu Nanji. I learned a new dish from my aunt today, and I'll make it for you to eat later. Hearing this, I was startled and didn't know what dark dish he had come up with again.
Black, I want to invite you to the art exhibition tomorrow. I wonder if you are free. Can I take your slight smile as an invitation for you to ask me out?
As soon as these words were spoken, Mu Nanji blushed, do as you like. If you have time, come pick me up at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Nunanji. After she left, time quickly reached 12 o'clock, and I opened my phone to check the new products refreshed by the trillion subsidies.
Stock market future prediction card subsidy price $0.1.
God level chemical subsidy price $0.1. Looking at these two items, I felt a bit confused. The name predicting the stock market seems quite complex. Without much hesitation, I gently pressed my finger down and decisively made the purchase. Congratulations on successfully purchasing the item. The estimated delivery time is 5 hours.
Please wait for your order. The next morning, I felt a bit lightheaded as a flood of advanced chemical techniques surged into my mind. I smiled slightly and continued to open the trillion subsidy interface, clicking on the attribute introduction of the stock market prediction card. The validity period of the stock market prediction card is 15 minutes. After use, please enter the securities trading market to check if it is in immediate use.
No.
The moment I pressed the confirm button, the stock market trend for the next 4 months appeared on my phone, and no one could have imagined that the stock market could be so unpredictable. In 15 minutes, I called Huang Yuan, the housekeeper. Huang, to help me buy this stock when the market opens tomorrow morning, let's invest $300 million first. Huang Yuan took the note I handed over, glanced at it, and in an instant, his expression became very strange.
Boss of Corning Battery ST, are you sure?
Although I shouldn't question your judgment, this is a C stock, which is at risk of delisting at any time, and doing this could very likely cause all of your $300 million to go down the drain. Hearing this, I was slightly surprised. I didn't expect you to understand stocks. Huang Yuan smiled shyly. I took a finance elective when I was in college. Very good, just do as I said tomorrow. It doesn't matter whether you make a profit or a loss.
If you believe me, you can also buy a little. Huang Yuan didn't say much more.
The reason for choosing this stock is that it is expected to have the highest increase in the next 4 months. The stock price rose directly from $1.8 per share to $378.5 per share, the reason being that the company developed the latest battery technology 2 days later, completely transforming the market for the new energy vehicle industry. I was the one who finished explaining the stocks and went to the second villa to pick up Munanji.
About 40 minutes later, we arrived at the Magic City Art Museum. Black, have you ever attended an art exhibition?
I had no interest in conversations when I was in school, I never participated in them.
Munanji smiled gently as she approached a spring landscape painting. Let me introduce it to you today.
This spring landscape painting is the proud work of Master Zhao Xinzhong, who is an associate professor at the Shanghai Academy of Fine Arts. It is said that a wealthy businessman once offered 1.2 million to buy it, but the old man never sold it and kept it in his own home. Hearing this, I curled my lip. In Munanji says, this was a painting worth millions. But after I acquired god-level painting skills, this painting appeared to me to have all sorts of flaws, and it seemed to have form but no spirit.
Munanji also noticed how I looked. Black?
I shook my head. It's nothing, it's better not to say these words for now. After all, Munanji looks so cheerful, it wouldn't be nice to dampen her spirits. Unknowingly, we have come before a painting of a fine horse, Munanji showing a hint of respect in her eyes. This piece is the work of Mr. Wang Qingyan, the president of the Shanghai Art Association. When I was in college, I received guidance from him, so Mr. Wang can be considered half of my mentor.
His skill in painting horses can be described as extraordinary.
Hearing this, I nodded gently. This painting is indeed good, but the horse's expression still has a few shortcomings.
As soon as these words were spoken, Munanji was taken aback. At that moment, a dissatisfied voice sounded from behind. Talking so confidently, not afraid of tripping over one's own tongue, and lacking in demeanor. If you don't understand art, don't ramble on here.
Hearing this sound, we both turned around and saw an old man looking at you with a face full of disdain.
Munanji quickly said, Senior Tang, you have arrived.
Tang Changchao nodded, greeted Munanji and then spoke, Young man, you really are shameless.
Even a national painting master like Zhang Xianshang would praise this painting endlessly. What qualifications do you, an ignorant pretender, have to speak recklessly? I immediately shook my head. Really?
It seems that your so-called master of traditional Chinese painting isn't that great at appreciation either.
This remark nearly drove Tang Changchao to the brink of anger.
Munanji quickly spoke up to smooth things over. Senior Tang, I'm really sorry, my friend doesn't pay much attention to art, so please forgive him. Hearing this, Tang Changchao couldn't get angry anymore, and with a cold snort, he said, Young man, don't be too arrogant. If you don't understand, don't speak carelessly. I know, continuing to talk would just be a waste of breath. Shaking my head, I smiled at Munanji and said, Forget it, Nanji, let's go. At that moment, a group of old men came marching in, led by the author of this doc, Wang Qingyang Nanji.
Is this a date at the art museum with a boyfriend? Munanji immediately blushed slightly. Please don't tease me, we are just normal friends.
In an instant, everyone burst into laughter. And Tang Changchao made a neutral comment, but Miss Mu's taste is indeed lacking, as she has taken a liking to an ignorant and arrogant guy. Just now, she even said that the chairman's painting of the steed lacks spirit. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed, and immediately a group of old men began to criticize me harshly. This audacious young brat is truly speaking recklessly. You, who are ignorant of the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth, dare to comment that the chairman's words lack charm. Even the branches of the curtain were also educated by a lesson. Admire that rascal girl, it's better for you to stay away from her. Mu Nanji at this moment, he is really anxious, not as you think. Tang Changchao had an attitude of not letting go once he had the upper hand.
I just heard it with my own ears. My mouth twitched, realizing that this group of old men is indeed not easy to deal with.
Forget it, Nanji, there's no need to explain too much to these guys, a bunch of fame seekers. Just as the old men were about to continue their complaints, Wang Qingyang stepped forward and waved to stop them, revealing a smile.
Young man, what do you think is lacking in my painting?
I nodded and calmly said, this painting's atmosphere lacks a bit of the right intensity.
Wang Qingyang's face instantly lost its composure.
This painting was his painstakingly crafted masterpiece, at least ranking in the top 5 in today's Chinese painting world.
How could it be said to be lacking in maturity?
His face turned ashen, and he slowly spoke up.
Hearing what the young man said, he must have a deep understanding of traditional Chinese painting. Why not show us a bit here and broaden our horizons?
I hadn't even spoken yet when a group of old men started mocking this guy for not knowing how many schools of traditional Chinese painting there are. The sound of the cowhide blowing is deafening. I see that even B doesn't know how to handle it. Listening to the mocking voices around me, I didn't react much. Mu Nanji was feeling extremely awkward.
Black, why don't we apologize?
I said lightly, well, since you insist on humiliating yourselves, I can only reluctantly slap each of you in the face. I was surrounded by the old men as I made my way to the center of the exhibition hall, where a piece of rice paper was spread out. I stepped forward confidently, exuding a strong presence. In an instant, it was as if he were master with many years of enlightenment. At the moment of picking up the pen, an air of greatness naturally emerged. In an instant, everyone present couldn't help but feel a chill. This guy's aura was truly terrifying. An old man stroked his beard and scoffed, "Humph, just putting on a show." No matter how fierce the momentum, it ultimately depends on the words. As the momentum of my pen danced like a dragon and fell like a startled swan, the mocking voices gradually diminished, and each person's expression was one of utter astonishment. As for Chairman Wang Qingyang, he was completely stunned. Among those present, he had the strongest painting skills. Therefore, after putting brush to paper, he realized that this person's abilities were extraordinary, and he remained in a daze until the very end. At this moment, on the Xian paper, a horse with its head down grazing seemed to come to life under the brush of the artist, not just a lifeless object. Looking at this painting, everyone fell into dead silence, and looking at my expression was as if they were looking at a monster.
This painting is really too good.
No wonder this guy dared to be so arrogant before, so young, so capable. He really has the capital to be arrogant. But recalling what this person said before, several old men began to mock again. No matter how good the painting is, what use is it? With such disrespectful behavior, no matter how skilled, it's all in vain. That's right, speaking without virtue, talented but lacking in morality. Faced with ridicule, I shook my head. These guys lack the ability to see the subtlety in these words. This also indirectly indicates that their talent has reached its limit. A group of frogs at the bottom of a well. Nanzi, let's go.
As I said this, Mu Nanji left amidst the mocking voices and walked out.
At this moment, someone finally noticed Wang Qingyang, who was still in a daze.
Chairman, why have you been staring at this painting for so long? Hearing this, Wang Qingyang finally came to his senses. Where is the young man who was just painting here? Everyone looked puzzled and said, that arrogant little brat left a long time ago. Chairman, why do you care so much about him?
Hearing the discussions of the old men, Wang Qingyang felt a bitter expression. You really are a group of frogs at the bottom of a well.
What that? Elder Wang just said has already reached a state of perfection, returning to simplicity.
It can be said that this is not a painting at all, but a horse that is full of life and vividly alive. Only someone from the royal family can achieve this level, in my eyes. That senior Wang just now is indeed from the royal family.
In an instant, the old men exploded. What happened?
They had just been mocking a master-level figure and were so enthusiastic about it. Many people's expressions have begun to show despair, feeling that their future in the art career is shrouded in darkness. Just then, Wang Qingyang jogged out to catch up, wanting to bring back a group of old men who had followed out of the art museum. But by that time, I had already driven to the villa in the eastern suburbs. However, Wang Qingyang is not in a hurry. After all, having Anji as a connection still provides an opportunity to show goodwill. At the same time, he took a photo of the painting from earlier and sent it to his senior brother. In just 2 minutes, my senior brother called.
Dear mother, where did you get this painting? This is definitely an authentic piece by a master. On the other end of the phone was a trembling and anxious voice. I never expected that after living for 78 years, I would actually get to see a master-level Chinese painting in my lifetime. Hearing the excited voice of his senior brother, Wang Qingyang felt cold sweat pouring down,
and then he recounted the whole story. Soon after, he heard an enraged voice coming from the other end of the phone.
Before you set out, what did your master say to you about being humble and not getting too arrogant? Is this how you listen to your master's words? Wang Qingyang was immediately reprimanded to the point where he couldn't lift his head. What his senior brother said was a warning. 5 minutes later, Brother Baihai finally finished his scolding and said slowly, "If you go to apologize in person now, the other party will definitely not see you." Wang Qingyang was also anxious upon hearing this. In his view, if he couldn't obtain forgiveness, his position as the president of the art association would come to an end. So what should he do? Senior brother? On the other end of the phone, Baihai said with a smile, "How about this, you contact the other party and help me ask for 4 paintings. Don't ask too many questions, just do as I say first." On the other side, inside Villa number 1 in the eastern suburbs, Mu Nanji looked at me with resentment, saying, "You previously lied to me about not being interested in traditional Chinese painting, making me worry for nothing." I smiled gently. "Whether I talk or not is a different matter." Mu Nanji with a sigh, she said, "However, this time, you might have offended the Shanghai Art Association, and it could lead to some small troubles." Hearing this, I smiled and shook my head. If that old man from earlier were sensible, he would probably call me himself before long. "Listen to me." Mu Nanji had a look of disdain, and just as she was about to say something, the phone rang. In an instant, Mu Nanji was filled with surprise. "Nanjia, is that senior who was just with you still with you now?" Listening to Wang Qingyang's tone, Mu Nanji was completely confused. "Grandpa Wang, Blackie's by my side." After the sentence was finished, it was clear that the person on the other end of the phone let out a sigh of relief, followed by a burst of hearty laughter. "Since Senior Wang is present, I wonder if you could help me tell him that I would like to request a painting from him." "Mu Nanji, what did you say with your mouth wide open?" Mu Nanji felt like she was going crazy. Asking for help just meant she thought her skills were not as good as the other person's. "Grandpa Wang, you're not joking with me, are you?" Wang Qingyang said without hesitation, "How could I possibly be joking with you?" "Nanji, just don't worry about it, you can directly ask for me." "Wang Senior, that would be good." Mu Nanji covered the phone receiver and looked at me, saying, "Black Grandpa Wang's call, he said he wants to ask you for a painting." I smiled slightly and took a sip of tea. "Asking for a painting, you tell him 10 million for one." Mu Nanji was so surprised that her little mouth formed an O shape. "Isn't this price a bit high? You Black, Grandpa Wang is considered half of my master no matter what he says." I tilted my head and smiled faintly. "I think it's fine if you just tell him directly." Mu Nanji looked at my attitude and didn't respond well. After saying that, she immediately relayed it to Wang Qingyang over the phone. "Nanji, are you sure you're not joking with Grandpa Wang? You should know that this price is even higher than that of some popular national painting masters." Mu Nanji shook his head in confusion, "Not joking." "Grandpa Wang," Black said, "it's just this price." Wang Qingyang felt a surge of anger in his heart. 10 million for a painting, isn't this an outrageous price? This is simply taking advantage of the situation. Due to Wang Qingyang being too excited, I could even hear his voice. I chuckled without hesitation. "Since that's the case, you tell him the price has increased by $50 million. Do you want love or not?" Mu Nanji stared wide-eyed, in disbelief. This time it wasn't just sky-high prices, this was a lion opening its mouth wide. Wang Qingyang's face turned red from holding back. Even the most famous national painting master in the country, worth 50 million, couldn't reach this level. After holding it in for half a day, Wang Qingyang finally uttered a sentence, "Nanjio, tell him not to go too far." Mu Nanji let out a forced smile as she opened her mouth. "Just now," Black said, "it's this price, buy it if you like." Before he finished speaking, the call was hung up. On the other end of the line, Wang Qingyang was already so angry that his face turned red, and he immediately dialed his senior brother's number. On the other side, Wang Qingyang's senior brother is observing the master-level traditional Chinese painting that was sent earlier, but unfortunately, there are only photos. If it's a genuine work, perhaps my skills could improve several times. The senior brother became more and more excited as he looked, murmuring to himself. "However, once that kid Qingyang brings me a piece, I should be able to break through the bottleneck and reach the master level."
Just then, Wang Qingyang's phone rang, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he started to vent his frustrations, intending to make his senior brother give up on seeking painting.
Senior brother frowned and said coldly, "Are you the senior brother or am I the senior brother? Is 50 million too expensive? Do you know what price such a person's painting could sell for in the future?" As soon as this sentence was spoken, Wang Qingyang was taken aback.
Indeed, investing in an unknown master at his age, with future hype around him as a young master or genius painter, it's not impossible for the price to reach 70 to 80 million at auction. Thinking of this, Wang Qingyang quickly spoke up, "Senior brother, I understand now.
I'll call again right away."
On the other side, Mu Nanji looked at the caller ID and began to feel uneasy. In her view, this must be a call to seek revenge. "I didn't expect that answering the phone would lead to a soft whisper. Nanji, please apologize to your friend for me, it was my fault just now." Mu Nanji listened to this and was stunned again, and was even more directly scared by what was said next. "Nanji, you told your friend that I bought a painting for 50 million.
Mu Nanji had a look of disbelief.
Although he didn't know the specific prices of calligraphy and paintings on the market now, this price was definitely high.
"Grandpa Wang, you're not joking with me, are you?" Wang Qingyang nodded calmly, "Definitely not.
In addition, I need to buy 6 paintings, 4 of which are for my senior brother, and the other 2 he plans to keep for himself."
Mu Nanji took a deep breath, feeling a bit dizzy, and then said tremulously, "May I ask why you want to buy so many?"
After all, this painting costs 50 million. Wang Qingyang paused for a moment and said, "I can only say that this painting for 50 million, I still got a bargain."
Mu Nanji, what a surprise face. What simplicity. What is going on here? Wang Qingyang's expression was bitter because Black Wang, he is a master of traditional Chinese painting.
A sentence fell Mu Nanji completely understood. Immediately, she looked at me, who was playing on my phone, with wide eyes of shock, swallowed, and continued speaking.
"But I feel Black and the conversation between you is no different. How did he become a master of traditional Chinese painting?"
Wang Qingyang had a bitter smile on his face and shook his head, saying, "Silly girl, that's because your realm is not enough. The gap in painting skills between me and him is still very large. If your realm is sufficient, you will find that Senior Wang's horse seems to have come to life, while my horse merely has its form, but lacks spirit."
Mu Nanji nodded, as if she understood. "I got it, Grandpa Wang, I'll go ask for you right now."
After hanging up the phone, Mu Nanji seriously came in front of me. I was startled by her appearance.
"South Branch, what are you doing? Grandpa Wang told me that you are a master of national painting, and you actually lied to me before saying you didn't understand art." Hearing this, I felt a bit awkward. Was that old man planning to buy the painting?
Munanji Barabara recounted it to me, and I realized this old man really knows how to take advantage. In less than an hour, $300 million were transferred to my account. With a wave of my hand, before long, on 6 sheets of rice paper, there were 6 galloping horses of varying sizes and expressions. Mu Nanji looked at these words and let out a long sigh, wishing that I could have such skills in traditional Chinese painting. I could tell that something was bothering him. He had a worried and troubled expression. Mu Nanji shook her head helplessly. "My family gave me a task to earn $8 billion in 4 months.
Hearing this, I was also a bit surprised that it took only 4 months to earn $80 billion.
6 months is generally enough time, but 4 months is almost impossible.
The company is operating at full capacity and can earn a maximum of $5.7 billion, still $2.3 billion short of the target." I pondered for a moment and asked, "How much money do you have left in your account that you can use?"
Mu Nanji hesitated for a moment. "There is almost $100 million. I thought for a moment. A friend recommended a stock to me, and I think you could give it a try.
It might help you complete your task. I recommend Mu Nanji the Corning battery.
This stock can be said to rise crazily in the next 4 months, not to mention making up for losses. It's also possible to earn tens or hundreds of millions of dollars again."
Mu Nanji nodded slightly, noted down the stock name, and then went home.
On the other side, Wang Qingyang looked at the 6 paintings that had been sent over, his expression appearing somewhat strange, while his senior brother beside him was full of excitement.
"Truly a master-level painter, the artwork is excellent. Wang Qingyang, on the other hand, was unhappy with a dark expression. Senior brother, isn't this a bit too much?
We spent $300 million, and yet he sent over each piece with only one horse.
Isn't this clearly bullying us?
When the senior brother heard this, he frowned and could not be rude. On the surface, it looks like 6 horses, but in reality, it is 1 horse, with each horse containing the master's painting skills.
This painting is simply too stunning.
Wang Qingyang was clearly taken aback when he heard his senior brother say this, and then he began to scrutinize carefully, starting to ponder. Inside East Suburb Villa number 2 on the other side, Mu Nanji is making a call to her stock trader. The trader's son Zhang said with a conflicted expression, "Miss Mu, are you sure you want to buy this stock?"
Mu Nanji responded lightly, is there a problem?
Sun Yaozhong pondered for a moment before continuing, "Miss Mu, the stock you are interested in is really not suitable for purchase. Based on the current data, it is very likely to be delisted and restructured at any time. There is a high possibility that it will happen this year. So I suggest you consider other stocks."
Sun Yaozhong's tone was very firm.
In his view, this is definitely a junk stock, even the worst of the worst. However, he believes that under his professional explanation, Miss Mu should not buy it. Mu Nanji nodded, as if thinking about something, "So that's how it is, then buy me 10 million first."
With this sentence, Sun Yaozhong instinctively nodded. A good Kongning battery costs 10 million. Before he could finish speaking, he was stunned again. How much should he buy? 10 million. Sun Yaozhong is confused. I've made it so clear, how can he still buy so much? Miss Mu, are you sure? Mu Nanji, is there a problem with my calm expression?
Hearing this tone, Sun Yaozhong furrowed his brows.
Although I shouldn't ask too many questions, why are you so determined to buy shares of Corning Battery?
After all, it really isn't a profitable stock. At the moment these words were spoken, the framework of the Corning Battery strangely rose $0.1.
Mu Nanji smiling gently, "See, hasn't this risen?"
Sun Yaozhong immediately began to check and then explained, "Miss Mu, this is because someone is aggressively buying stocks, resulting in a false rise. It won't be long before it falls back down.
Nguyen probably has a judgment in mind. The person who is making such a large acquisition must be black."
With this thought, he became even more confident in this stock. "Alright, let's not buy the 10 million for now, buy 50 million of this stock for me." Sun Yaozhong had a look as if he had seen a ghost, but he didn't know what else to say, so he agreed and promised to comply.
He then hung up the phone. At this moment, another trader leaned over and asked, "What's wrong?" Brother Sun looked like he was sighing heavily. "You just closed a big deal, didn't you?" Sun Yaozhong let out a forced smile and began to recount the events. There was no other choice, entrusted by others, it was a matter of loyalty. "Wow, you really got taken advantage of. I'm afraid people in the circle will laugh at you for quite a while." Just at that moment, they discovered that someone in the market was buying up a large amount of this stock. It must be said, this is indeed a bit unusual. It's not just the two of them who are confused. On the other side, in the Kongding Battery conference room, the chairman also looks bewildered. They themselves believe that this is someone with money burning it, knowing that the shareholders of their own company want to sell quickly, but now there has been a big turnaround. The chairman stared at his secretary and said, "Is there any new progress on Wang Mi's new type of blade battery? We have reached the most critical step, but we are stuck in a bottleneck. This project is the result of their company's all-or-nothing gamble. If it fails, they will go bankrupt." Chairman Fong Lin felt a pang in his heart. What are the chances of success? Secretary Wang said with a serious expression, "Only 25%. A simple sentence made the atmosphere in the conference room heavy again and further strengthened the other shareholders' belief that they must sell their shares as soon as possible. Corning Battery is bound to go bankrupt. On the other hand, I was also pondering that the news of the experiment's success would be released in 2 days. If someone sells their shares in these 2 days, it would undoubtedly be the best buying opportunity. Thinking of this, I sent a message to Huang Yuan to inform him about this matter. The next morning, I opened the Trillion Subsidy to check for new product updates. Subsidized price for 100% equity of Ming Xian Pavilion Restaurant $0.1. Looking at this product, I was taken aback. This restaurant is a Michelin restaurant in the Magic City, and both the taste and the environment are top-notch. Thinking of this, I made the decision to purchase it. Congratulations on your successful purchase. The estimated delivery time is 30 minutes. Please wait for your order. I went downstairs to prepare for breakfast, and after washing up, I realized I hadn't brought my phone down. Just as I was about to go back up, I felt a heaviness in my pants. I took it out and saw that it was indeed my phone. Could it be that this phone appears in front of me automatically? Does that mean it can't be destroyed either? I started experimenting with a fruit knife. With my strength, I couldn't leave a scratch. It seems to be the result of trillion subsidies. After having dinner and with nothing else to do, I called Sheen Fair to prepare to go to the Oriental Sports Center for a round of fun. At this moment, Zhao Village was frowning at the entrance of the gym, when a younger brother spoke up.
Xiao Ge, what's going on? Wasn't the racetrack booked?
Zhao Village's expression suddenly became a bit unpleasant. He had already paid the deposit, but now the venue was unexpectedly occupied by a variety show, and the other party wanted to drive them away.
This undoubtedly made Zhao Village lose face in front of his subordinates.
The manager next to him replied awkwardly, "Mr. Zhao, I'm really sorry about this.
We completely forgot to notify you. How about we reschedule?
I took the liberty of offering you a 30% discount."
With this statement, Zhao Village was indeed amused. A 30% discount? Do we look like a bunch of brothers who are short on money?
Today I tell you that no one can take away what I said at this racetrack, and you must give me a reasonable explanation.
Zhao Village's tone was very firm.
Manager Shang's expression was very bitter. After all, this decision was not made by him. He was just a worker, only able to carry out the leader's wishes. At that moment, the variety show director also came to the door, asking what was still unresolved. He then walked over and looked at Zhao Cun with a slight frown, saying, "Your Zhao family is in foreign trade, right?"
Zhao Village frowned upon hearing this.
"What do you want to say?" "It's nothing, just letting you know, we are the guardians of the Magic City vision at this racetrack. We need you to change your position, otherwise, you will bear the consequences."
The director's tone was filled with threats.
The expression on Zhao Village's face instantly turned extremely ugly.
When had he ever been humiliated like this?
But unfortunately, he really had no way out. After all, this Magic City satellite TV was far beyond what the Zhao family could afford to offend.
At that moment, a faint voice sounded, "Is it the Magic City satellite TV?
Sorry, we are no longer renting this racetrack." Zhao Village turned around and saw me with a look of surprised black. "Why are you here?" Director Song Gu hearing this, he immediately became furious, wondering who was talking nonsense. He then saw me and my general manager Lu Quan behind me and immediately started to scold us.
"Mr. Lu, is this the quality of your employees at the Oriental Sports Center? Also, this racetrack has been reserved for our program, and I don't want to see any irrelevant people here."
After saying that, he deliberately glanced at Zhao Village and the others. The general manager, Lu Quan, said slightly, "Director Song is really embarrassed, so please leave this place, program team." As soon as this sentence was spoken, Song Gu clearly became flustered.
"General Lu, what do you mean by that?"
"It's nothing special, it's just that our racetrack has decided, after discussion, not to rent to you." Director Song looked incredulous and immediately threatened with a cold face, "Mr. Lu, I hope you can think this through.
Do you know how much loss this will cause you? You should know that our program has considerable influence."
In response, Lu Quan still looked indifferent and joked, "My boss has already said not to rent to you, and as a worker, I naturally have to follow my boss's orders. Please leave." As soon as the words fell, Song Gu turned pale. "I want to see your boss and have him come out. I don't believe he would agree to such a ridiculous decision from you." In his view, as long as the boss cares about profits, he definitely won't let their crew leave the racetrack, and might even offer it to them for free. After all, as long as they promote the show a little, the profits generated could definitely be in the hundreds of millions. Lu Quan let out a cold laugh and said, "Sorry, this is our boss's order, and you have already met him.
This is Mr. Wang, the owner of our Oriental Sports Center."
As soon as these words were spoken,
the entire venue fell silent. Zhao Village and the group of second-generation members were all dumbfounded. Director Song had a look of disbelief, but he had no way to respond. Soon, a cold expression appeared on his face. "Fine, this time you win, we'll withdraw." Zhao Village looks at you with admiration. "Black, this is also your territory." I smiled slightly and nodded, saying that I bought it casually since I had no place to play basketball a while ago. Zhao Village's mouth twitched for a moment. "You really have to see Black." What he said really makes people want to hit him. However, one of the second representatives looks a bit nervous. "Black, so this means we have offended Song-gu to death." I just smiled and waved my hand. "It's nothing, just a mere Magic City's satellite TV, that's all." Zhao Village also started to blow and collide. "This is nothing in front of me, Black." "By the way, Black, do you want to join us for a couple of laps on the track?" As soon as I heard that, I became interested. After all, I haven't been on the racetrack since acquiring my god-level driving skills, so today I'm going to race with you all. I drove the wind god onto the sports arena track. In an instant, the rich kids started to blow away at the car. Zhao Village smiled at me and said, "Black, have you run on this track before?" I shook my head when I heard that. "I haven't run before, this is my first time on the track." Hearing this, Zhao Cun laughed and said, "How about I be your navigator and take you for a run?" Black. Zhao Cun has been eyeing this car for a long time. He doesn't even expect to drive it, just sitting in it for a lap would make him very happy. I also have a good impression of Zhao Village, and I immediately said, "Get in the car, you lead me for a run once." Zhao Village heard this and immediately became excited. "Great, Black, I've run this track 5 or 6 times, it's simply familiar to me." The car roared and began to speed along the track, navigating several bends under Zhao Village's direction. As I became more familiar with the track, the speed of the car gradually began to increase wildly. Zhao Village looked at the bend ahead and me, who hadn't turned the steering wheel yet, and suddenly panicked. "Black, hurry up and turn the steering wheel to slow down." Under the terrified expression of Zhao Village, I pulled the handbrake, slammed the steering wheel, and the car roared as it swung out in a perfect arc. Zhao Village finally came to its senses, excitement written all over their face. A Black, wow, was that a tail whip drift just now? At the same time, I effortlessly drifted through a few corners, and Zhao Village made me even more excited. I go, "Black, your moves are comparable to a professional player." Zhao Village can be considered an old hand on the track, having even placed in amateur competitions. However, he believes that the way he just effortlessly and gracefully took the turn is something he could never achieve. After the car was parked, a group of rich second-generation kids surrounded me and praised me enthusiastically. I smiled and spoke up. "My driving skills are just average, so let's run a lap together next." More than 10 minutes later, everyone was ready to start the official competition. This time, Xin Feier sat in the passenger seat next to me. Due to my god-level driving skills, I completely crushed them, undoubtedly dominating everyone. After a few laps, Xin Feier sat in the audience with a pale face. I handed a cup of water to Xin Feier, and it seems that next time I go on the track, I'll have to find someone else to sit in the passenger seat. Xin Feier listened to this and immediately tightened her small face. "No way, next time you go on the track I can still sit." I deliberately joked with her, smiling as I looked at her. "Can't you handle this speed? This is for your own good." Xin Feier immediately said loudly, "I can do it." Then we prepared to go to the restaurant to eat something. But when we arrived in front of Ming Xian Pavilion, everyone was dumbfounded. What's going on with this restaurant? Why is there not even a doorman at this hour? Black, how about we switch to another one? I frowned and said, "We're eating at this place today, you all find a spot to sit for now." After waiting for a long time, no waiter came to greet us. After looking around, I found a waiter playing with his phone and grinning foolishly. "Hello," I gently called out to the waiter, "we would like to order." But the waiter couldn't even be bothered to lift his head. Didn't he see that I was busy? Hearing this, I raised my eyebrows. What does this mean? The security guard has disappeared, and the front desk is indifferent. It seems that the restaurant featured in this flash sale is quite interesting. Is this how your restaurant receives guests?
The woman impatiently put down her phone. Is it annoying? Can't you see I have something to do? If you want to eat, eat, if not, just leave. As soon as these words were spoken, my expression immediately turned cold, and I grabbed the waiter, asking, "Is this how you treat your guests?" The waitress was momentarily flustered and said, "What do you want to do? There are cameras here. I warn you not to act recklessly." I said coldly, word by word. "Order now. Right away." The waitress was immediately frightened and trembled. "No problem, what would you like to eat?" At the same time, she pressed a button under the table with her finger. I stared fixedly at her eyes. The woman was completely confused. "Actually, our store is not open now, and we are not serving customers." Listening to the waitress, I raised my eyebrows slightly and asked, "So can you tell me what exactly is going on?" Before the waitress could respond, a voice came from behind. "Who dares to cause trouble here?" I turned around and saw several middle-aged men holding kitchen knives. The waitress's eyes lit up, and she immediately ran behind the middle-aged man, feeling wronged. He is her brother. I slightly frowned and said slowly, "I suggest you better not point your kitchen knife at me again." The man had a look of disdain on his face. "And I'm pointing at you, what are you going to do about it?" I stopped wasting words, casually pinched the kitchen knife with my fingers, and then, amidst the terrified gazes of everyone, with a snap, the knife was forcibly broken by me. The middle-aged man looked at the kitchen knife in disbelief, momentarily so shocked that he couldn't even speak. I calmly glanced at the others, asking, "Are you all still preparing to point your knives at me?" With the fall of this sentence, all the kitchen knives in the venue were thrown to the ground with a clatter. Just kidding, what kind of monster can snap a kitchen knife with their fingers? Now can you tell me what exactly happened? I then learned from them that the former owner of the restaurant lost $30 million in high-interest gambling debts and, seeing that he couldn't pay it back, sold the restaurant and ran away. Hearing this, I couldn't help but raise my eyebrows. "So you are still here? Are you waiting for him to come back?" The middle-aged man said slightly, "It wasn't him, but anyone with a normal brain wouldn't come back. The new owner of the restaurant we are in has previously used this restaurant as collateral for us. Now, if the new owner wants to open for business, they need to ask if our company agrees." After these words were spoken, I sneered inwardly. This group of people turned out to be debt collectors from a loan company. The former boss had run away, and since they couldn't find him, they decided to extort some money from the new boss. If someone else had taken over this restaurant, there might really be no way. But for now, I plan to have some fun with them. Everyone, hand over your phones to me and then go to the back kitchen and find a corner to squat in. However, the crowd here remained indifferent. I punched the wall, and the tiles immediately shattered with a loud crash. Didn't hear it, did you? Don't make me say it a second time. In an instant, everyone's eyes widened. The man at the front obediently handed over his phone, then took small steps to the back kitchen and started squatting down. After all, he still has some discernment. He knows in his heart that such a person is not someone they can provoke. After dealing with everyone, I took out my phone and called Zhao Qian, the general manager of the Jinlu Hotel. Bring several head chefs from the hotel and some security personnel to Mingxian Pavilion restaurant now. Zhao Qian was suddenly startled and immediately rushed towards Mingxian Pavilion with his people at the fastest speed. In less than 10 minutes, the crowd arrived at the scene. I smiled slightly and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Use the best ingredients to prepare a Cantonese meal here. Also, there are a group of people in the kitchen that I need the security to keep an eye on, not a single one can be let go." Zhao Qian quickly nodded, and Director Wang promised to complete the task. After the explanation, I smiled and returned to the hall, apologizing for the wait. "I've already ordered the dishes." Everyone burst into laughter. "It's nothing black. Today I really want to taste the flavors of Mingxian Pavilion." At this moment, I am contemplating how to handle this matter later. A few minutes later, Zhao Qian walked up with a drink. When Zhao Ciyuan saw Zhao Qian, he was taken aback. Wasn't this General Manager Zhao from the Jinlu Grand Hotel? How did General Manager Zhao end up here? The other second-generation members also looked puzzled, staring at Zhao Qian, and I thought, wow, it really is President Zhao.
I wondered why he looked so familiar. Listening to the discussions, Zhao Qian nodded and smiled. Today, it was Director Wang who asked me to come over. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was taken aback.
Chairman Wang, are you referring to Black?
Zhao Qian looked at me and smiled, saying, "That's right, it's Mr. Wang." The people present gasped in shock again. "Black, this Golden Land Hotel is also yours." I smiled faintly and said, "I can't really say that. I only hold some shares, so I can barely be considered the second largest shareholder."
Hearing this, the Erden's mouths all twitched. "This is Black, not much different from yours. Wait a moment." Black called the people from the Golden Road Hotel. Did something happen to the Shuanga?
When they asked me like that, I had no intention of hiding anything, so I immediately told them about what had happened before. The Erden were immediately unhappy after hearing this.
Am I really that arrogant? Tonight, I'll have my dad check out this lending company. I smiled and waved my hand. "It's nothing, this is not a big deal. If they stop bothering me, then that's fine, but if they dare to come again, I have my ways to deal with them."
At this point, my gaze became sharp.
The second generation instantly fell into a cold war.
What was just said was a bit frightening. Zhao Village began to silently mourn for this lending company. Of all the people to offend, they had to offend this big demon.
After having dinner, everyone left the restaurant one after another.
I asked Qin Feier to wait for me for a while to handle some matters in the kitchen. At this moment, the leading middle-aged man was already a bit desperate, casually mobilizing more than a dozen security guards and even a chef. Who exactly are these people? The security captain saw me walk in and began to report. "Mr. Wang, those 8 guys were about to escape, but my brothers and I subdued them." Hearing this, I smiled and nodded. "Well done, after we go back, each person will get $8,000 as a bonus." The security team members were instantly excited. $8,000, this amount is already quite a lot, almost matching their salary for more than
half a month.
In an instant, everyone bowed and loudly said, "Thank you, Director Wang."
Director Wang's generosity is like that of an elder sister.
I smiled and threw the phone in front of the person squatting. "Calling your boss means the new owner of Xian Pavilion has arrived." The man at the forefront suddenly understood. The person in front of him was actually the new boss they had been eagerly waiting for. A cold smile appeared in his heart. "Kid, you brought this on yourself, so don't blame me when my brother arrives."
"You'll be in for it then."
With that thought, the man began to make a phone call.
20 minutes later, the back kitchen door was kicked open, and a guy with a big gold chain, a social brother, walked in with his little brothers. The man squatting on the ground saw the big brother coming and immediately pointed at me, shouting, "Brother Long is him." He was about to stand up from the ground, but was pushed back down by the security guard. Watching this scene, the man with the big gold chain slightly furrowed his brows and then began to look me up and down with his eyes. "Young, too young." Then he looked at the group of security guards behind him, and his heart sank suddenly. He quickly put on a smile and said, "The little brother is the new boss of this Shuanga, right? My name is Wang Long, nice to meet you." Facing Wang Long, who was full of smiles, "I didn't even lift my head and gave you 5 minutes to explain why you made people squat on my mat and smash the sign in my shop." After this sentence was spoken, Wang Long's expression darkened, seeing that the other party did not intend to delete this matter. As soon as the words were spoken, Wang Long's little brother couldn't sit still. "What's your attitude? Our brother Long is talking to you, and you're getting arrogant." At the same time, the security guards behind me stepped forward and instantly blocked my way. The security personnel at the Golden Land Hotel are all professionally trained, and some of them are even veterans, so when they stand out like this, they exude a strong presence. The little thug beside Wang Long had never seen such a scene and immediately wilted. "You have 3 minutes left, understand?" Wang Long's expression became increasingly unpleasant, but considering the disparity in numbers between the two sides and the complete lack of understanding about the other's background, fighting would bring him no benefits at all. Immediately putting on a smile, I said, "It's not good to be fighting and killing. The people under me are all rough types and don't really understand the rules. I feel quite embarrassed." Speaking, he picked up the briefcase beside him and took out a document.
What I have in my hand is the debt agreement from the former boss, which still owes over 28 million.
According to the agreement, this restaurant now belongs to us, not you. Either you help him pay back 28 million, or the restaurant will give it to us. Wang Long's words were full of righteous indignation. Hearing this, I immediately laughed. It's yours now, but to me, it's just a joke. Mr. Wang pointed at the contract on the table and said loudly, "What do you mean? This contract is clearly written in black and white."
I picked up the contract on the table, glanced at it, curled my lips, and then casually threw it on the floor.
It's really funny, isn't it?
You a bunch of loan sharks are now talking to me about contracts.
Don't you think what you're saying is extremely ridiculous? Wang Long was choked by this sentence, and his expression was extremely unpleasant.
I sneered and continued, "This contract has no legal validity at all. The loan amount and interest rate are unclear, and proving that Xuanga can transfer ownership to me indicates that he has no issues with the property rights. With your limited skills, you still want to learn from others to engage in usury." Wang Long's face had already begun to look ferocious at this moment.
"Kid, don't be too arrogant." I shook my head and retorted, "Am I arrogant, or do you think too highly of yourself? Isn't it good to honestly lie down? Why do you have to come out and cause trouble?"
Saying this, I took a sip of tea and gently placed the teacup on the table.
Wang Long's eyes widened in fury, almost spitting fire.
A group of younger brothers also began to seethe with anger.
"How do you speak? Do you really think we are afraid of you? Not."
The words weren't finished, and the security guards behind me all looked at them. The little brothers cleared their throats and obediently closed their mouths. I gripped the stainless steel table leg with my palm and twisted it hard, only to see the corner of the table crumple into a mess. Watching this scene, the group of younger brothers turned pale, swallowed hard, and began to step back half a step.
Wang Long watched the scene, completely bewildered.
At that moment, I walked towards him step by step. A look of fear appeared on Wang Long's face.
"What do you want to do? Don't come over here."
In Wang Long's eyes, the person in front of him was a monster, crushing the corner of the table with one hand. If a fight broke out, who could withstand his punch? To be honest, he was really starting to feel scared. I coldly stared into his eyes, now knowing fear. "Take your and get out.
If you dare come near this restaurant again, consider yourself on standby." Wang Long quickly nodded in agreement. I sternly reprimanded, "Haven't you eaten? Speak up."
At that moment, Wang Long was almost scared to the ground, shouting loudly, "I won't dare again." Then he and his little brother scrambled out of the restaurant. Looking at Wang Long's departing figure, Zhao Qian approached and asked, "Boss, you let him leave like that?
Aren't you afraid of retaliation from him?"
I smiled faintly. "If he dares to take revenge, I'll be here waiting for him." After the words were spoken, Zhao Qian nodded thoughtfully. "All right, Zhao Qian, I will need your help with Mingxian Pavilion these next couple of days. Please help me bring over 2 Cantonese chefs, and also assist in recruiting some waitstaff and cooks."
Zhao Qian quickly nodded and replied, "No problem, boss, leave it to me."
Meanwhile, on the other side, in the Li Duo lending company, Wang Long was with a group of younger brothers, chattering away, feeling really frustrated. The chairman sitting in the boss's chair turned around and stared at Wang Long.
"What's wrong with Along?" Wang Long took a deep drag on his cigarette and began to recount the events.
Brother Li, sitting in the boss's chair, let out a cold laugh.
"Interesting, this kid seems to have an extraordinary background, but so what?
I think this kid should be preparing to reopen tomorrow. You should go over tomorrow and bring people to give him a big gift."
Hearing this, Wang Long hesitated a bit, wondering if Brother Li should check this kid's background first.
Li Goi, however, curled his lip. "I know all the second-generation rich in the Magic City, and this guy is probably just some little rich second generation who popped up from nowhere.
Besides, don't forget what my surname means." Listening to Brother Li's words, Wang Long no longer hesitated and immediately nodded. Wang Long is very clear about his identity as his boss. He is the illegitimate son of the third son of the Mu family in the Magic City. That's why he dares to engage in this kind of debt collection business.
Early the next morning, inside Villa Number 2 in the eastern suburbs, Mu Nanji's operator Sun Yaozhong was wearing a forced smile. "Miss Mu, this is just a stock, it lost 200,000 in just one day. I suggest you sell it off quickly." Mu Nanji had a calm expression. "Alright, you don't need to persuade me anymore, I trust my friend."
Upon hearing this, Sun Yaozhong turned pale. What kind of friend would recommend such a junk stock? This Mu Nanji must have had her head caught in the door? Complaining is one thing, but I still sigh and say, well, let's wait for the market to open and see. However, you need to be mentally prepared. Additionally, I want to let you know that I have decided not to take responsibility for this stock. Mu Nanji nodded and said, okay. As soon as the words fell, a scream suddenly rang out. My God, how is this possible? Sun Yaozhong frowned and quickly asked, what's wrong?
Brother Sun has risen, and Corning's battery has risen.
Sun Yaozhong looked confused. What kind of joke is this? How could such a junk stock be found? He quickly took the tablet and started looking at it, and just at a glance, his mouth was so surprised that it could fit a fist. The K-line on the screen is violently and crazily rising at a 90-degree angle. What's going on? This can't be happening. This is clearly a stock that is about to be delisted. How did it suddenly come back to life? At that moment, a news report was being broadcast on the phone, announcing the press conference for the latest technology developed by Corning Battery. Seeing this, Sun Yaozhong felt a wave of fear in his heart. Just now, he had urged others to sell quickly. If they really did that, how much would they lose? This time he was completely embarrassed to stay here, and quickly ran away in a hurry. Mu Nanji looked at this scene, skimming his mouth, to see you still dare to come up with ideas. On the other side, in Villa Number 1, Huang Yuan also looked bewildered. He had made tens of millions in just this short hour. Recalling the boss's earnest appearance, Huang Yuan couldn't help but speculate that he must have received some insider information. Just as he was about to say something to me, the doorbell rang. The person who came was none other than the excited Mu Nanji. Black, you really helped me a lot. Saying this, their mouth quickly pressed against mine, landing on my lips. I was completely taken aback by his sudden move, and then I started to respond to Mu Nanji's enthusiasm. 2 or 3 minutes later, Mu Nanji blushed and gently tapped my shoulder. Listening to her playful complaint, I couldn't help but smile gently, the corners of my mouth starting to rise. Just when the atmosphere was ambiguous, the phone suddenly rang. I looked, and it was Zhao Qian who quickly answered it. Hey, the thugs came looking for trouble again yesterday, boss. In an instant, my face turned cold. Mu Nanji asked in surprise, what happened? Black? I told him about the Mingxian Pavilion restaurant. Mu Nanji listened with gritted teeth. It's too much, I really didn't expect there are still people like this now, and then they insisted on going with me. My name is Shang Huang Yuan. Driving straight to Mingxian Pavilion restaurant, I glanced at the newly refreshed products from the Trillion Subsidy. Subsidy price for 100% equity of Blackwater Security Company $0.1. I smiled slightly at this product, without any hesitation, and clicked to purchase directly. Purchase successful, estimated delivery time is 15 minutes, please wait for your order. We quickly arrived at the restaurant, and I asked Mu Nanji to wait in the car. Zhao Qian saw me and ran straight over. A couple of people from the boss's group came and took up a table, ordered some peanuts, and asked for some beer. Now, more than half of the restaurant is occupied by them. Hearing this, a cold smile appeared at the corner of my mouth. It was obvious that they were looking for trouble. As I spoke, I stepped into the hall. Seeing this, Wang Long approached with a smile. Oh, Boss Wang is here. I told you yesterday that you would have to bear the consequences after getting close to this store, but it seems you took my words lightly. Wang Long smiled with a carefree demeanor and said, you can't say that. I'm here with my brothers today mainly to support your business, right? I glanced at my phone and slowly said, I'll give you 5 more minutes. You'd better take them away immediately, or you'll face the consequences. Wan Long was completely unfazed, with an expression that showed no signs of being moved. I nodded and left the restaurant with Zhao Qian. You immediately had the security guards and chefs leave quietly, and then destroyed all the surveillance cameras here. Zhao Qian felt very hesitant upon hearing this. Boss, what are you trying to do?
I waved my hand and said, just do as I say, I have my own way to deal with these people.
Zhao Qian said no more, nodded, and jogged all the way to the control room. I directly dialed the phone number of the Blackwater Security Company.
Immediately, a respectful voice came on the line.
Boss, do you have any instructions?
Bring 3 teams of people to Mingxian Pavilion.
No one should wear company uniforms or drive company cars.
Wear masks and enter through the back door, and take care of everyone inside. The security manager at Heishui on the other end of the phone immediately laughed. Don't worry, boss, we will do it thoroughly.
I hung up the phone and returned to the car. In the restaurant, a young man spoke up. Brother Long, if we stay here, will anything happen? Wang Long replied disdainfully, what could possibly happen? Even if the officials come, what can they do to us?
I tell you, our boss behind us is not an ordinary person. In the Magic City, he has connections everywhere.
In Wang Long's view, the restaurant owner is just a little rich second generation, who was just threatening to leave in 5 minutes. Now 10 minutes have passed, and he doesn't even dare to let out a fart. Soon, all the waiters in the restaurant left, and only Wang Long and his group remained. Longge, the atmosphere seems a bit off.
Wang Long was also a bit puzzled, and just at that moment, a group of 30 or 40 people suddenly rushed out, all dressed in black and wearing black masks. In an instant, Wang Long felt that something was very wrong.
Who are you?
The men in black ignored him and lit the torches in unison. The next moment, screams echoed from the restaurant. It's hard to get into the library outside, and I'm calmly playing on my phone. Mu Nanji and Huang Yuan look very nervous.
Black, will this cause any trouble?
I smiled faintly, not caring at all that this group of people didn't know how to be gentle. About 5 or 6 minutes later, the screams in the restaurant gradually diminished significantly.
I entered the restaurant again through the back door at a leisurely pace.
At this moment, Wang Long and his little brothers were all lying on the ground, with no obvious injuries on their bodies, but they were in so much pain that they couldn't move at all. Seeing me appear, Wang Long's expression was very unpleasant. You stammered for a long time without being able to say a complete sentence. I should have said that if you don't get out in 5 minutes, you will face the consequences, in a voice devoid of any emotion. Wang Long's face was almost twisted together, yet he didn't dare to say anything more and was directly beaten up. This was even more brutal than their group. It can be said that they were completely intimidated by this operation. The most crucial thing is that this group acted very prudently, choosing positions that were all confusing without causing any harm. At a glance, they were clearly well-trained individuals. I calmly looked at Wang Long and said, tell me your company's address, I know you are not the boss. Wang Long gritted his teeth, fully aware that he was not enough to cut down Li Duoduo's company on the 17th floor of the Oriental building. I got the answer, turned around and left, knowing in my heart that these guys had already been scared out of their wits yesterday, and this time there must be a mastermind behind it. On the road, Mu Nanji was momentarily stunned upon hearing the name of this company. This name sounds so familiar to me.
Wait a moment, I'll ask Uncle Fu to help me look it up. I nodded and said, alright, I'll go up first.
In the office, Li Duoduo sat in the boss's chair, and this Ming Xian Pavilion's boss actually came to me.
I said, what's going on?
Wang Long and his group haven't made a move for a long time.
Although there are doubts, when I think about it, this is my territory. Even if he had 8 heads, he couldn't turn the world upside down. Let him in.
Then the receptionist took me into the office, and I confidently sat down on the sofa.
It seems that Wang Long didn't tell you my warning yesterday.
On the other side, Mu Nanji answered the phone with a strange expression. Okay, I got it, I'll hang up first.
He never expected this Li Duoduo was his uncle's illegitimate child.
Now that Grandpa knows, and Uncle is on his way, things are going to get lively. Saying this, he quickly walked towards the elevator, heading straight to the company upstairs.
In the office, Li Duoduo was momentarily stunned by my words.
I took a gentle sip of tea, frowned, and thought it was garbage tea leaves.
Li Duoduo's temples bulged as he was directly picked up.
This matter is a bit too arrogant for the moment, completely disregarding himself. I told you yesterday to keep your people away from my store, otherwise the consequences are on you.
It seems they didn't make it clear to you.
As soon as these words were spoken, Li Duo immediately felt something was wrong and quickly dialed Wang Long's number. However, after the phone rang for a while, no one picked up.
What happened to Wang Long and the others?
I smiled lightly at him. Don't worry, as long as he's not dead, he just needs to lie down for a while. Li Duo slammed the table suddenly, instantly furious, but then a smile appeared on her face. You really have some nerve coming back to me after hurting me. It seems you truly don't know how to write the word death. After he finished speaking, he suddenly slammed the teacup onto the floor. The people outside heard the noise and rushed in, instantly surrounding me so tightly that not a drop of water could escape.
The kid who hurt me, Li Duo, in the Magic City, you are the first. I glanced at him lightly, is that so? Li Duo had a fierce expression on his face. I give you two choices, either let my brothers send you to the hospital, or you leave 50 million and then get lost. Hearing this, I couldn't help but laugh. Li Duo frowned in confusion and asked, what the hell are you laughing at?
It's nothing, I just find it funny that your frame isn't big, but your appetite is quite large.
Li Duo's face twisted in anger, you little brat, are you looking for death?
I, on the other hand, wore a calm and carefree expression, not taking him seriously at all.
Li Duo felt a surge of anger. Where did this guy get the confidence to be so bold?
A younger brother nearby saw his boss's intention and immediately walked over, ready to take action.
Get the hell out of here.
Seeing this action, I frowned slightly, grabbed the other person's hair, and with a sudden force, there was a loud crash as the glass coffee table shattered, and the little brother was pinned on top of the table. I coldly said goodbye without making any moves. The people present were directly stunned. Because the previous action was too fast, no one could see how it was done. But Li Duo quickly came to his senses and dared to act. If anyone got hurt, it would be my responsibility. As soon as these words were spoken, a roar came from outside the door, and I want to see who dares to touch Mr. Wang. Then, a stern man with a square face walked in with someone. Li Duo looked at this person and immediately became furious. Before he could react, the middle-aged man was already in a hurry. Mr. Wang, I'm really sorry for being late. Are you okay? I replied casually, it's nothing. At the same time, looking at Munanji, while Munanji gave me a look as if she was watching a good show. The middle-aged man let out a sigh of relief after hearing me say it was nothing, but the next moment he stormed up to Li Duo and kicked him hard. You ungrateful child, who gave you the courage to provoke Mr. Wang? Do you know that Mr. Wang is a distinguished guest of the old master? After a bout of output, Li Duo was left dumbfounded, as if experiencing a barrage of attacks weighing tons in her heart. Mu kicked Lianshan hard again and said, hurry up and apologize to Mr. Wang. Li Duo was instantly filled with panic and hurried over. Mr. Wang, it's a misunderstanding. I really didn't know you were an esteemed guest of the old master. Please have mercy and forgive me this time. At this moment, the younger brothers looked utterly stunned. Their boss, who usually commands power in the Magic City, was now kneeling before a young man in his 20s, begging for forgiveness. This was something that was hard to digest all at once. I am too feeling strange looking at Li Duo. Could it be that this guy is from the Mu family? I then sneer and shake head. I thought you told me you could either take me to the hospital today or you'd get $50 million, right? With that, I stood up and looked at him from above. Li Duo's forehead became even sweatier. It was all a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. I don't think that's a misunderstanding. I now give you two choices, either I take you to the hospital to lie there for a year and a half, or you spend $500 million to avoid suffering yourself. When I say this, my tone is filled with malice. The face of Mu Lianshan on one side turned pale. No matter how he chooses between these two, it will cost him half his life. He knew that there was no way to go today, others might still give themselves some face, but Mr. Wang was someone the old man was trying very hard to win over. Mr. Wang, I, this unfilial son, have offended you, and I hope you can forgive me. However, this $500 million is really too much. I kindly ask you to grant me 2 more days, and I will personally deliver it to your residence. I nodded and walked straight outside Nanji. Let's go. Mu Nanji nodded and quickly followed. Third uncle, I'm leaving first. Mu Lianshan smiled but couldn't keep up, the pace on the road slowed down.
After we leave, Mu Lianshan's fists are getting tighter and tighter.
I told you before, there are always people better than you, and if you don't do something serious, this $500 million needs to be gathered quickly, otherwise if they get angry, I won't be able to protect you either. Li Duo looked surprised, realizing that his father wasn't trying to scare him.
Who was that person just now?
Mu Lianshan's tone gradually softened, and I wasn't very clear either, only knowing that there was some connection with the Tianhe Wang family. Li Duo was so scared that his face turned pale upon hearing this. Tianhe Wang family is not something a mere illegitimate child like him can afford to offend. On the other side, I learned the specifics from Mu Nanji's mouth, and I couldn't help but smile. It turns out he is your third uncle's illegitimate child. Mu Nanji responded with a sound of acknowledgement, and then said, by the way, there's an auction tomorrow, let's not go together.
I'm a bit curious about what kind of auction it is.
There is a charity auction at the Magic City Grand Hotel tomorrow noon, and I have been invited to represent the Mu family.
Would you like to go with me?
I pondered for a moment, nodded, and said, all right, then call me when the time comes.
But since it's a charity auction, you can donate a painting on my behalf.
Mu Nanji was taken aback for a moment, and her eyes immediately lit up. Great, but with your strength, donating a painting would surely fetch a price of 60 to 70 million, right? I smiled and waved my hand, considering it a charitable act.
After returning home, I immediately started painting. Before long, a freehand flower and bird painting was completed. Mu Nanji couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. This statement is simply amazing. What should we name it? I pondered for a moment and said, let's call it a cuckoo.
Then I handed the conversation over to Mu Nanji to take to the auction house, while I started exercising at home. At 11 o'clock in the second point, I and Mu Nanji arrived at the Magic City Grand Hotel to attend the auction. Looking at the photo booklet, Mu Nanji stuck out her tongue in surprise.
Good boy Black, your painting actually is 20 million.
Hearing this, I felt a bit wrong too. I didn't expect this painting to be valued so highly.
Isn't this price a bit too high?
At that moment, a silver bell-like laughter rang out behind me.
This starting price is definitely not expensive.
A friend of mine told me that this was from a master, and according to his valuation, the price should be around 80 to 90 million. Hearing this, I was slightly surprised, then paused in confusion.
Who is lying? Curiously, I turned my head and saw a woman standing to the side. Mu Nanji ran over in surprise. Huan, you came too.
Of course, I came for this painting.
Then, Zhou smiled at me and said, is this your little boyfriend? Listening to the teasing, Mu Nanji blushed. Huan, don't talk nonsense, I'm not in black that kind of relationship yet.
The two continued to play around, and Zhou spoke up. Let me tell you, this painting is definitely the pinnacle of expressive flower and bird paintings.
I feel like 80 million is a steal. This time, no matter what, I must buy it back.
Listening to her, I had a strange expression on my face. After all, this was just something I drew in half an hour.
I then coughed and said, is what you said really that impressive? Zhou expression was very determined.
Of course, that kind of beautiful artistic conception and the feeling of flowers and birds blooming is absolutely top-notch.
Forget it.
You wouldn't understand even if I explained the calligraphy and painting, so I'm going to take this master-level artwork for myself.
With this painting by Huan, I have made up my mind.
I and Mu Nanji exchanged a strange glance.
The author of this master-level flower and bird painting of the cuckoo was right in front of you, yet he says he doesn't understand calligraphy and paintings.
Mu Nanji was about to say something else when a voice sounded from not far away.
Juju, oh, Nanji is here too.
I saw a man in a bright blue suit walking over. Two people immediately showed a look of disgust in their eyes.
It seems that you are not familiar with Nanzai and me, right?
Please address us by our full names when you call us. Wu Sansi felt a bit awkward and suddenly noticed who I was.
Mu Nanji said coldly, this is my friend.
So it was Nanji's friend. Mu Nanji became even colder. Wu Xiao, please be more respectful and address me by my full name. Wu Sansi wanted to say a few more words, but I interrupted him.
You're Wu Xiao, right? Do you not understand human language, or did you just not hear? Nanji, when he asks you to shout, show some respect. Munan Zai had a slightly flushed face. He didn't mind my address at all, instead, he leaned a bit closer to me. Wu Sansi was almost furious watching this scene. Why was it that when he called Nansai was not allowed, but this kid could call out? Wu Sansi's face darkened completely. Kid, what do you mean? It's nothing much, just curious whether there's something wrong with your brain or your ears. But it seems now that your ears should be fine. As this sentence fell, Mu Nanji and Huan Huan chuckled, looking at Wu Sansi with a hint of amusement. Wu San's thoughts were about to erupt, but he glanced around and could only helplessly suppress them. At that moment, he suddenly saw the azalea album in Huan Huan's hands. It seems you have your eyes on this rhododendron painting. Just wait, you definitely won't get this painting today. After saying this, Wu Sansi walked away without looking back. I and Mu Nanji had indifferent expressions, while Huan Huan looked somewhat worried. Nanji, what should we do? Originally, she was determined to get this azalea, but now it might be a bit difficult to capture it. Mu Nanji, after a slight pause, she looked at me and said, "Don't be in such a hurry. You don't need to take this painting too seriously, it's just a flower and bird painting." Huan Huan suddenly felt a bit incredulous. It's not Nanji that this painting belongs to the top tier. In the next 10 years, her boyfriend could rival this flower and bird painting. Hearing this, Mu Nanji smiled and said, "If you believe what I say, just listen to me. Later, when I stop this painting, you don't need to follow anymore." Huan Huan thought for a moment and chose to trust her best friend. As she spoke, we walked towards an empty seat, and I realized that Mu Nanji wanted to set up a scheme involving Wu Sansi. After more than an hour of auctioning, the bidding for this painting finally began. The details of the painting appeared on the big screen. This rhododendron painting is a new work by a master and has been authenticated by the chairman of the Shanghai Art Association, praised as the pinnacle of modern freehand flower and bird painting, with a starting price of 20 million, and each subsequent bid must not be less than 1 million. As the words fell, the auction officially began. The hall was bustling with excitement. 21 million, 23, 28 million. After a series of bids, the auction price quickly reached 60 million. Suddenly, a voice rang out, 70 million. The scene instantly fell into a dead silence. Who was so arrogant? Everyone turned their heads to look. However, after seeing Zhou Wan, I felt relieved. The Zhou family is considered a prestigious family in the Magic City, and the young lady of the Zhou family is famously fond of self-promotion, so a price of 10 million is not impossible. Just when everyone thought this price had reached its peak, a faint voice suddenly sounded, 75 million. Many people exclaimed in surprise, who dares to compete with the eldest daughter of the Zhou family? Wow, it turns out to be Wu Sansi. Wu Sansi put down the brand in his hand and looked at us with a hint of pride. Mu Nanji was already smiling from ear to ear. This Wu Sansi has indeed taken the bait. Wan Wan gritted her teeth and continued to quote 77,080,830,090,000,000. Wu Sansi smiled calmly and said, "You won't be able to take this painting today." Juju's eyes turned red with anger, and she still wanted to raise the price. Mu Nanji then spoke up, "Don't follow him, he will soon regret buying this painting." Wan Wan gave a wry smile and ultimately gave up on the bidding. After that, Wu Sansi took the painting and swaggered in front of us, saying, "I don't like this painting at all, I just don't want you to have it." "What can you do about it?" Wu Sansi's expression was full of arrogance. I smiled faintly. It seems that Wu Xiao is quite pleased with himself now. However, in my opinion, this painting is not worth that price at all, and it might even depreciate significantly. When Wu Sansi heard this, he laughed heartily, greatly devaluing it. "This is simply hilarious. Although I don't understand the words, I at least know this is a pinnacle of modern art. Are you living in a dream?" At that moment, Wang Xingyang was hurrying over. "Senior Wang didn't expect you to come. If I had known, I would have come out to greet you." As soon as this sentence was spoken, the scene fell silent. "What is going on?" Wu Sansi said with a somewhat stiff expression, "Chairman Wang, what qualifications does this kid have to be called your senior?" Wang Qing raised his eyebrows and said, "Wu Xiao, please be cautious with your words. Isn't this guy Chairman Wang who previously boasted that the master painting I bought would soon depreciate? He completely doesn't understand calligraphy and painting. What qualifications does such a person have to be called a senior by you?
Wang Qingyang was immediately enraged upon hearing this. Enough is enough, Wu Xiao. Do you know that the azalea you photographed is Senior Wang's work? In an instant, everyone was dumbfounded.
This can't be a joke, right?
Huan stared blankly at me as my face gradually turned red. After all, she clearly remembered saying I didn't understand calligraphy, and Huan just wanted to find a crack in the ground to quickly hide in.
But Wu Sansi was directly flustered. Chairman Wang, you're not joking anymore, are you? Wang Qingyang sneered and ignored him. Senior Wang, do you have time tonight?
If you do, I'll set a table at the Magic City Grand Hotel to properly apologize to you for what happened last time. Wang Qingyang rubbed his hands together, his face full of flattering smiles.
I calmly waved my hand and said it wasn't necessary. I have other things to do tonight. Beside him, Wu Sansi was even more flustered, as Wang Qingyang's behavior was undoubtedly concerning.
The kid in front of him was indeed the author of Duan. I stared at Wu Sansi and slowly spoke. I must thank young Master Wu for his appreciation of my work. Spending 90 million to purchase this rhododendron painting, however, I suggest young Master Wu act quickly. After all, for paintings of this caliber, I plan to create a few more when I return, and then take them out as gifts to reconnect with friends.
Wu Sansi listened for a moment, gritting his teeth. He knew that this time he was completely done for. If he didn't act quickly to sell this painting, it wouldn't be long before it would lose significant value. Wang Qingyang was even more stunned. To think that paintings of this level could be produced in bulk. Nansa, let's go. Mu Nanji nodded slightly and left the venue with Huan.
Wu Sansi felt a deep regret.
Why did he have to be so stubborn at that time?
If this painting can't be sold now, it would mean losing 90 million in his own hands.
On the other side, Huan looked at me and Mu Nanji with a face full of resentment. Nanji, did you already know that Mr. Wang is the author of this painting?
Mu Nanji looked slightly awkward, only able to cough a few times, her gaze somewhat evasive.
This made Huan's eyes even more resentful. Sure, you actually laughed at my joke.
I previously said that Mr. Wang doesn't understand calligraphy and paintings, and now that I think about it, it's just so embarrassing.
You must have been laughing inside just now.
Mu Nanji with a burst of secret laughter. No, I just didn't know how to tell you at that time.
Huan was being quite unreasonable.
I don't care. You just have to find a way to compensate me for my emotional distress and take me out for a hot pot.
Mu Nanji was momentarily at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Alright, today you can do as you please.
After having dinner and returning home, I opened the Trillion Subsidies app, and a new product appeared before my eyes. Subsidy price for 100% equity of Conghai Weishur Company $0.1. I have heard of this company before. It mainly focuses on video processing technology for security products.
Without much hesitation, I made the purchase decisively.
Purchase successful. Estimated delivery time is 90 minutes. Please wait for your order.
The next morning, I arrived near Shiling Lake.
Xia Yuma has been filming here recently, so I came to check out this new company. As the second female lead, Xia Yuma was sitting in a chair rehearsing her lines. Many people seemed to avoid her. After all, she had offended the male lead, Xiao Han, on her first day in the crew, which could be said to have completely ruined her chances. But they also don't quite understand how a person with no background managed to take on the female lead role. At that moment, a person who looked like an assistant suddenly walked over and stood up. Our Han is short a chair to rest his legs.
Group performer Sister Ling saw a face full of anger. Didn't you see Yuma's sitting there? Hearing this, Umo pulled Sister. And that assistant still wouldn't let it go, a mere supporting female character. How can she compare to our Han?
Sister Ling is also really upset. You guys are being too domineering.
The assistant rolled her eyes and said, so what if you're domineering? What can you do about it? Hurry up and get lost. Xia Yuma pulled Sister Ling, not wanting to cause trouble. Forget it, Sister Ling, I'll just stay here with the lines.
Just as Lian was about to grab the chair, a faint voice echoed, who dares to move this chair today? The assistant's brow immediately furrowed, and then a tall man walked in at the entrance.
Xiaoyumo was momentarily stunned, black.